A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Bells, stand by all stations.
Attention, all districts. A 5-alarm fire, 5 bells. Move in immediately.
That's it. Let's roll.
Let's go. Firefighters. Presenting Firefighters, the true-to-life story of our unsung heroes who stand ready to ride by day or night against our most murderous enemy, the demon of fire. In just a minute, you'll hear the news we've been waiting for, a statement direct from Fire Chief Bob Cody to tell us whether or not Tim Collins, who has recently completed training as a probationary fireman, must give up his lifelong dream of becoming a firefighter, like his father, Ben Collins, who gave his life years ago in the line of duty. Chief Cody is getting out the documents in the case of Tim Collins. But before you hear his statement, here's another matter you'll want to think about. Let's go, firefighters. Let's go to the home of Tim Collins, where you remember Chief Bob Cody had just dropped in when fire broke out in the kitchen. And Chief Cody, with Tim at his side, rescued young Trudy and Jimmy from the flames and extinguished the blaze. And then when the excitement had all died down, Chief Cody reminded Tim's mother.
Before the fire, Mrs. Collins, you had a question to ask me.
Yes, I did. And I have.
Oh, Mom, after all the Chief has just done for us, don't bother him about my personal affairs.
That will do, Private Collins.
Well, that's it. That's what I want to ask about.
Ma'am?
Tim isn't Private Collins. He's just my Tim. Chief Cody, we waited all day for the announcement, and it hasn't come.
Announcement? What announcement does your mother mean, Collins?
Oh, you know, Chief Cody, the announcement letter from the fire department.
You know, the letter that says Tim is okay, that they want him in the department.
My goodness, they better say yes. Because he has his helmet and boots and his great big rubber coat up in his closet this minute.
Golly, I tried him on. The coat looks like a 10 on me. I bet you if I was...
Trudy, Jimmy.
Yes, Mommy.
Oh, so that's it. Well, now I'm glad you reminded me of Tim's appointment, Mrs. Collins, because that's the matter I dropped in to speak to you about.
Wait, you mean you came yourself instead of the department sending a letter?
He hasn't. My Tim hasn't been rejected.
Mrs. Collins, this is a mighty serious matter. Yes, ma'am, a mighty serious matter.
Oh, good grief. I knew something was wrong.
Trudy Collins, I'll thank you to hand me my coat.
Oh, me, sir?
Yes, you, my young friend. I'll thank you for my coat, because the documents in the case of your brother, Private Tim Collins, are in the inside breast pocket.
Private Tim Collins, there you said it again.
If I may have the attention of this gathering...
Oh, let's hear it, Mom, and don't look so worried. I don't care. Honestly, if I failed, it doesn't matter.
Now, quiet, please. Tim Collins, by the evidence of these documents in my hand, I find that you have recently completed the training course for probationary firemen. Correct?
Yes, sir. Well, I thought I did pretty well, too.
In this course, Tim Collins, you studied such subjects as the duties of an engine man, laying out required lengths of hose, a truck man using ladders of various lengths, including the 85-foot aerial ladder.
Ooh, and the scaling ladder, Chief Cody. Tim can take a scaling ladder and climb up a 7-story building better than any monkey you ever saw.
He cannot.
He can, too. We saw him do it at the training tower.
He cannot. Nobody can climb better than a monkey. But he's just as good, Chief Cody. Honest, he's just as good as any monkey you ever saw. And I bet you...
Oh, stop it, kid.
Yes, be still. Bob Cody, we know all this. We know what Tim learned in training school, and he learned it well. But won't you please come to the point?
That is the point, Mrs. Collins. Your Tim passed his probationary course with the highest rating any man in training has ever achieved. And I came here tonight to tell you so. To say how proud I am that the son of my old friend, Ben Collins has made good.
But, glory be, I'm so choked up I can hardly talk.
You, Tim, you understand what I've just said?
Well, no, sir. I thought I did all right in training, but... Oh, yow!
Well, I'll be going now, Mr. Collins. Tim.
Yes, sir.
Private Collins, come out here in the hall. There's one more thing I have to tell you.
Yes, sir. You've got to excuse us, Chief Cody. After waiting all day, the kids and Mom and me,
yes,
too.
Yes, I understand, son, but there's this you ought to know. This high standing of yours, it earns you a special privilege.
Sir?
You now have your appointment as Fireman 4th Class Private Collins. And I'm happy to be able to offer you the privilege of choosing your own assignment.
You mean I can say where I want to serve instead of just going where I'm sent?
A post in any firehouse in the city can be made for you, Private. Hook and ladder company, like your father, engine company, salvage squad, anything you decide.
Oh, gee. Well, I'd like to think it over, sir.
Good. That's good judgment, Collins. All right, report to me in the morning at headquarters. And bring your helmet and boots and that rubber coat that looks like a tent when Jimmy tries it on.
Bob Cody, I was afraid you were gone.
I'm just going, ma'am.
No, you're not going at all. We're going to send Tim to the delicatessen for all the party food he can carry home, and we're going to celebrate his appointment.
Oh, won't you stay, sir?
Oh, the children will be heartbroken if you don't.
And Mrs. Collins, I'd have felt just as bad as those two kids if you hadn't asked me. All right, come on, Tim, you lazy bones. We'll go down to the store together and bring back a banquet fit for a fireman. Box 32, Park and Montague. Not due, we're not due. Oh, you looking for somebody, Rookie?
Yeah, looking for Chief Cody's office.
Just got your appointment?
How'd you know?
When a fella shows up at headquarters in a brand new uniform with his boots and rubber coat under one arm and a brand new helmet under the other, we old-timers, we kind of begin to suspect maybe he's a rookie.
I guess I do look pretty green. Which way to the chief's office?
Second floor, right up front over the garage here.
Oh, much obliged. Which way to the stairs?
Stairs?
Yeah.
What stairs, Rookie?
Well, to Chief Cody's quarters. I said I wanted...
Stairs? Oh, Rookie, you sure are green. There's the pole over there. Well, let's see you go on up the pole. You're supposed to be a fireman now.
Oh, me? Climb that pole to get to the chief's office? Hey, Private, maybe I'm green, but I'm not that green.
All right, fella, you do. You want the stairs? Go right through that door.
Tell me, does anybody ever fall for that gag? Try to climb the pole to the second floor?
Oh, boy, you ought to see him. Boots, coat, helmet, all.
Private Collins reporting for assignment, sir.
At ease, Private Collins.
Yes, sir.
Well, son, have you picked out your assignment?
Yes, sir. I thought it over and talked it over with my mother last night.
Well, you couldn't find a better advisor than your mother, Private Collins.
No, sir. I know that. Chief, I'd like to get all the experience I can. I want to know firefighting as well as any one man can know it, but...
But what?
But last night... Well, I thought it over, and... Chief, I'd like to belong to old 3-1s. That's where Dad began his career, and that's where I'd like to begin mine.
Old 3-1s, huh?
Yes, sir.
That's a mighty smart outfit, son. Mighty smart.
Oh, I wouldn't expect him to take me on right away, sir, but... Well, I'd like to know I could work toward a post in 3-1's company, sir. And I would work to earn it, Chief. I'd work hard.
I know you would, son. Matter of fact, I had a kind of hunch that's what you might want.
You did, sir? Well, do I stand a chance?
Well, now, Private, I had the lieutenant of your dad's old company on the phone a while back.
Yes, sir.
And he said they need a man in the 2nd platoon. He'd be glad to have Ben Collins' boy.
Yo! Excuse me, sir.
Well, it's yours, boy. Yeah, almost 4 o'clock now, so get along over to 3-1s and report yourself to the 2nd platoon.
Yes, sir, from 4 to 12. Yes, sir, I'll get over there so fast that...
Hold it, Collins, the 3rd alarm.
Oh, Oh, Box 32. That's Clark and Montague again, the warehouse district.
That sounds like trouble, Private. Hook and ladder 3-1s makes the run to Clark and Montague on the third alarm. Now get over there, Collins, as fast as you can move.
Yes, sir.
Report for duty at the scene of the fire.
Hey, stop that car. Pull in here, mister. All right, this is emergency. Fire out of control at Clark and Montague. Get me to the fire as fast as you can.
There he goes. That's Tim Collins, rookie fireman, on his way to his first real fire. And it's an emergency. Fire out of control in the warehouse district, where Tim is to report for duty at the actual scene of the blaze. Follow Tim right to his thrilling destination in our next true-to-life episode of The Firefighters. In just a minute, Chief Bob Cody will tell you boys and girls how you can help the firefighters in your own town. But before you meet Chief Cody, here's a message you'll find pretty interesting. And now, Chief Bob Cody with a special assignment for all junior firefighters. Chief Cody.
Hello, boys and girls. This is your friend, Chief Cody. And here's your special assignment. You are to locate the following fire alarm boxes. I repeat, locate these fire alarm boxes. The one nearest your home, the one nearest your school, the one nearest your usual playground or other place you get together with your friends. Now find those alarm boxes, boys and girls, and remember where they are. Because someday, by knowing where the nearest box is and knowing how to use it, you may have a chance to save a life. That is all, firefighters. Be good, and you'll be hearing from me.
Fire Chief Cody and the young rookie fireman Tim Collins will be back at the same time on the same station when you hear... That's it. Let's roll! Let's go! Firefighters! Firefighters is written by Frank Jones.
Makers of better things for better living through chemistry presents the Cavalcade of America. Tonight's star, Susan Hayward. Tonight's story, Breakfast at Nancy's.
Nancy Hart was a sharp-shooting woman, prime first cousin to old Dan O'Boone. At 200 paces with a Kentucky rifle, she could plug out the eye of a possum or coon. Oh, breakfast at Nancy's, breakfast at Nancy's. Watch out for that there hoe cake, it's plumb full of lead. Look out, Mr. Tory, or you'll wind up dead.
Up in the northeast corner of Georgia, close to the Savannah River and the Carolina line, you'll find Hart County, named for Nancy Hart, cousin to Daniel Boone and kin to General Daniel Morgan, Revolutionary hero. Before Hart County owned the courthouse, the Indians had named a little river for Nancy, War Woman Creek. Nancy's story is a legend in Georgia, and like most legends everywhere, her saga has been told in many, many versions. But all the tales of Nancy Hart begin, at least, like this. It's a summer evening about the year 1778, the third year of the Revolution. Nancy Hart, Mrs. Benjamin Hart, that is, Nancy is alone in her husband's farm cabin on the Broad River. Supper's almost ready.
Suki. Oh, Suki. Morgan? You Morgan. Children, it's supper time.
Out for a bite, Mrs. Hart. Hey, Mrs. Hart.
Who's there? Don't come any closer out there. I've got a gun.
It's me, Mrs. Hart. Royston Tolliver. Tony Old Man Tolliver.
Oh, come in.
I can, ma'am. You don't have to bar your door shut in an old friend's face.
Don't I, though?
Yes, reckon you do at that. Can't be too careful.
I'm sorry, Royston. I couldn't see you down the hill. And with things the way they are.
Yes, with things the way they are. That's what I come to see you about. I've been sent to see you. Sort of a committee of one from your old neighbors.
I'm not going to leave this farm, Roy. I'm not going to leave my home.
But why? Everybody's safe up country but you. All your neighbors, all that ain't tourist scoundrels, that is.
And how about you?
Oh, sure. I'm too old for them scallywags to bother with. I don't know nothing they can steal. Now, look here, Nancy, girl. Your friends have sent me to plead with you.
No, I'm staying here. Right here.
But your husband...
Benjamin was Colonel Clark's militia where it belongs. And this is where I belong.
But why? It ain't fair to Suki and Morgan.
I need them with me. Mr. Tolliver.
Yes, ma'am?
Can I trust you, Roy?
Why? Folks around here been doing just that for nigh on to 70 years. I'm no barn-burning Tory traitor, if that's what you mean. I guess I'll be getting along.
Wait a minute. Mr. Tolliver, I'm staying on here for a purpose. I'm not just stubborn.
So?
Colonel Clark up north has to keep in touch somehow with the other troops down to the south of here. He has to send couriers and they have to rest somewhere. But this is all Tory country now. There's nobody but Tories left.
Oh, I see. You hide him out, Clark's messenger.
Uh-huh.
You're a brave woman, Nancy.
No. I just plumb hate all Tories.
Like Wilkie Bowman?
Like Wilkie Bowman especially. Most especially.
He's the head man around here now that all the decent folks are gone, and he swears he'll make you his wife yet. He ain't never give up.
Well, he's a good many years and 2 children too late. Hey, those children, did you see them?
They were playing down by the old well with that conch shell I gave you, the Florida shell.
They weren't blowing on it. I told Morgan never to...
Shucks, they was just pretending. Oh, here they come now.
Susie, Morgan, did you hear me calling you? Oh, we came running, Ma.
Don't you believe him, Mother? He wouldn't put the conch shell back. He made me chase him all over the woodlot.
Morgan Boone, I don't want you to touch that shell again. You hear? But you told me to blow it. Morgan. Yes, Ma. Now say howdy to Mr. Tolliver here.
Howdy, Mr. Tolliver.
Evening, children. Well, ma'am, Mum's the word with Royston Tolliver, and do be careful. Well, I'll be moving along.
Nonsense. You're going to stay to supper. Can't I persuade you?
Persuade me? Why, ma'am, anybody in North Georgia who'd refuse an invite to eat Nancy Hart's cooking, why, he'd be as crazy as King George III. Crazy.
Well, set then. And you, Morgan Boone Hart.
Yes, Ma.
You go wash your hands. They're filthy black. Get now. Get.
Nancy Hart had a daughter named Suki, a son named Morgan, then a passel more. She sang 'em to sleep singing Barbary Island, rockin' in a rocker on the pine wood floor. Oh, nightfall at Nancy's, all alone by the broad river shore. All alone by the broad river shore.
Before the hangman's tree, Ma. Please, Ma.
Him and his old hangman. Mother, sing Lord Randall.
No more now. It's bedtime. And speaking, you two are getting mighty old to be sung to.
But you sing so beautiful, Mother. You said I ought to learn how to.
Suki can't sing. No more than an old frog. She sounds like the concorn. Morgan, like I told you, I want you to leave that conch shell be. Leave it stay right where it is on the shelf of the well, you hear?
Gosh, what's so special about that old horn? I can blow it, but it don't blow good.
Maybe I'll tell you someday soon. But there's one thing I want to tell you now. And over and over. I hope you know it already in your blood and in your bones. You, Morgan.
Oh, gee, what?
You've got good blood in you, son. You're kin to Colonel Daniel Morgan, him that fought at Quebec and at Saratoga, and to Daniel Boone, who's gone on west. Never be afraid, son.
I ain't never been, Ma.
Don't you be. And Suki,
I'm not afraid, Mother.
don't you be. There's nothing to be afraid of, ever, if you're good and sensible and not afraid. There are things I might have to ask you to do, Suki. Hard things. And maybe soon. And the first thing is, if you're upstairs in bed and you hear noises down here, you stay up there. Listen, I call you. Listen. What's that?
Just a hoot owl hooting.
I must be sure. Up to bed with you, children. Run now. I said run. And stay there.
Good night, Ma. What are you putting all off out for?
You get to bed. And remember what I said. Oh, dear God, let it be Ben this time. Let it be Ben.
Quick, ma'am. Let me inside.
Who are you?
Cliff Elders. Sergeant Cliff Elders. Georgia Militia. Courier for Colonel Clark with dispatches. They're after me, ma'am.
Have you seen my husband? Is he still alive?
Alive and kicking not 3 hours ago. But, ma'am, there's no time for questions. Ben said you had a place to hide me here.
Yes, I do. Ben fixed it up before he left. There's a false bottom to the wood bin by the fireplace there. And a little room below, hollowed out in the dirt. Ben dug it about 4 feet down.
Good. Now, look, I'll have to talk fast. Colonel Clark has sent a scouting party south, sort of a feeler. Your husband's in command. I rode ahead of him to look for any Tory band. Well, I found one. 3 armed riders up by the fort near Dewey Rose.
Uh-huh.
I outrode them. I doubled back here. I tethered my mare in a barn up the road, and I hope she's well hid. Then I started hooting like an owl, as Ben said to do. Great jumping, Jehoshaphat. I thought I'd have to hoot all night before the lamp went out.
You say there's a scouting party here?
Yes, ma'am.
And Ben?
Your husband planned to camp real close, just above the fork. He wanted to see, and I can't blame him, but for heaven's sake, ma'am, hide me.
Over here. In with you. Under the floor. You'll have to stand up. It's not big enough to lay down in, but there's air enough.
I see a double bottom to it. Thank you, ma'am.
Sergeant Elbert, can you hear me down there?
Just barely, ma'am.
There's horsemen coming up the hill. Stay quiet. Don't move at all.
I'll do that, ma'am. Can't move anyway.
Who's there?
Never mind who's here. Open up. Open up and we'll blow the hinges off this door.
Wilkie Bone.
And if it isn't my own sweetheart, Miss Nancy Morgan.
My name is Nancy Hart. Has been for 12 years. What do you want here?
Why, just a little talk, Nancy, darling, for old time's sake. About 2 things. Number 1, your late husband, Benjamin Hart, traitor to the crown.
Late husband?
I had the pleasure of shooting him through the head just an hour ago.
I don't believe you. Get out. Get out of here.
We haven't begun our little talk, Nancy. Subject number 2. A rebel trooper you're concealing in this house. Where is he? We want him. I said we want him. Come in, men.
How many slinking snakes does it take to handle one lone woman?
Why, Nat, only 3 of us. Ruth Benton. Cut you to the lady, Ruth.
Ruth Benton. Convicted horse thief and jailbird, wanted in Carolina across the river.
A pleasure, man. My, Wilkie, she's got a tongue, this one.
I found that out long years ago. Always liked it in her.
Who's your other bootlicker, Bowman?
Oh, him. He's a stranger in these parts, my dear. Name of Sam Saddle. Sad Sam, we call him. Make a leg, Samuel.
Yeah.
Well trained, isn't he?
Like an ape. Sheriff after you too, Sam?
How did she know that?
Her eyes as sharp as her tongue. Now, Nan, darling, the trooper. We know he's here. Where is he? All right. We have plenty of time. How's about a little drink for visiting gentlemen?
Jugs on the table. You saw it, I reckon.
I did. Step right up, friend. Well, you, Ruth? Sam, the old dog? There. And now you, Nancy, love. Surely you'll drink with us for old time's sake?
I will. I'll take a swig or two.
Well, you will? Good. Here, then.
I'll take the first swig to General George Washington and the Continental Congress. So. And the rest of the mug, all of it, Wilkie Bowman, goes right in your face.
Nancy Hart was a true-hearted woman. General Dan Morgan was a kissing king. She hated Tories, she hated redcoats. She hated Wilkie Bowman like she hated sin. Oh, nighttime at Nancy's, moon up at Nancy's. The trooper, he's a-hiding neath the old wood bin. The trooper, he is hidden, but the Tory band is biding. Watch out there, Nancy, they won't give in.
Listening to the Cavalcade of America, starring Susan Hayward. Sponsored by the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware, makers of better things for better living through chemistry. We continue the DuPont Cavalcade of America, starring Susan Hayward as Nancy Hart in Breakfast at Nancy's.
Nancy Hart was a home-loving woman. She stayed in her cabin by the Broad River shore. When other folks ran from the barn-burning Tory, she stuck by her guns, of which she had 4. Oh, midnight at Nancy's, moon up at Nancy's, and Wilkie Bowman's prowling through the cabin's every door, looking for the soldier through the cabin's every door.
Well, you 3 lobster lovers. Well, you've looked everywhere. You've routed my children out of their beds and you've set them to crying. You've turned my house upside down and there's no trooper here. What now?
We saw him right in here, almost to your door. He's here. Sooner or later, he'll pop out of somewhere. We'll stay the night, dear Nancy, for old time's sake.
Once you came a-courting, and now you come a-killing. I don't want you either way.
You haven't lost your looks, Nan, nor your vile temper. Nevertheless, we'll accept the hospitality of the widow Hart for the night.
Look here, Mr. Bowman, I got an idea.
You, Sam? What is it?
The wood bin there. We ain't never looked in the wood box.
Too obvious.
Obvious?
Better try, Bowman.
Very well. I'll look. I thought so. Nothing. Not even any wood.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bowman.
Nancy here's smarter than a whip. I found that out long ago.
You'll find it out again. And now I'm going up to my children, and I'm going to stay with them. I got a good strong billet of wood up there, Wilkie Bowman, and the stairway's narrow. And if I hear one footstep creak on that stair, whoever that foot belongs to, he's going to get himself a busted head.
My dear Nancy, you may be sure I shall respect your matronly sensibility. And so shall these gentlemen.
You and your gentlemen can sleep on the floor like the pigs you are. I'll have to clean up tomorrow anyway. Good night. Oh, there's another jug in the cupboard. Drink up.
Morgan, Suki, are you awake?
Yes, Mother.
Sure, Ma.
Have they gone?
No, they won't go, not till after dawn. Children, you remember what I said about not being afraid?
Well, who's scared?
Now listen to me very careful. These bad men will wake up drunk and hungry. They'll want me to get breakfast for them. I'll say I will, but I'll say I need water. I'll send you, Morgan, to get the water. I don't think they'll watch you.
Well, should I get the water?
No. You go down to the well, and then you take that conch horn and blow on it. Keep blowing on it. You can blow on it hard, son?
Oh, I sure can. I can make a big noise.
You make it, and keep on making it.
It's a signal to your father. Well, it's a signal to your father, I hope. We've fixed it that way. Now you, Suki.
Yes?
I'll send you out with Morgan. But don't you go down to the well.
No, Mother. What'll I do?
You must be brave, too, Suki. These men have left their rifles against the window on the stable side downstairs. The window's open. Now, when you go out with Morgan, you sneak around by that window. And when you get a chance, you reach in and get one of them guns. Can you do it, Suki?
Yes, Mother. I'll be very quiet.
Good. Bring the gun around to the kitchen and hide behind the door outside there. And if I yell, Suki...
Quiet, Mother.
Yes, child. If I yell, Suki, you push open that kitchen door and hand me the gun. Can you do it, Suki?
Yes, Mother.
I think you can. And now let's say our prayers. We need help, and we need it bad. All right, now quiet like. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
Our Father, which
art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done.
Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven.
Breakfast? You expect me to get you food to eat?
Why, yes, my love of old. Just for the three of us, Ruth here and me and you. And your brats if they're about, of course.
My children are in the kitchen. What happened to that ugly monster?
Oh, Sam Saddle? Why, Sad Sam has been much taken in liquor. I'm afraid he went to sleep at last in the wood bin.
Wood bin?
Yeah. He had it on his mind. Let him rest in peace, but let us eat. I'm told you're a fine cook these days.
I am.
Well, good. I'm hungry. Breakfast, widow, hot breakfast.
I'll need water. I'll send the children for it.
Oh, no. Ruth here. Be glad to oblige. Ruth, get up.
Yeah, what?
Go get some water for the lady. Come on.
Get your water. I want to sleep.
The children will get the water. They overdue. I'll fetch it. Morgan. Suki.
Yo, Benton, get up.
Hey, what you doing? Quit kicking.
Get up. We got work to do. That messenger from the rebel general is somewhere in this house. Now, we'll eat first, and we'll set fire to the place.
Fire?
Quiet, Joe.
The children have gone for the water. We'll have breakfast shortly. Though your Tory friends have left us little in the way of victuals.
You want water?
Oh, I see Mr. Benton's pulled himself together.
Well, I'll go get water. Show me where's the water. I'll go get water.
That won't be necessary. Morgan and Suki are used to lending a hand. They're very fine children.
To think they should have lost their dear father. And they're so young, too.
I don't believe you. I've never believed you.
Finn's alive. I know it.
Bowman, you hear a horn?
Ruth, you're drunk. I haven't. I do hear a horn.
Hey, the wood bin. Listen, there's somebody in the wood bin.
Sam Saddle's in there.
He's sure raising a fuss.
Suki, child, now's the time.
Please don't be afraid, Mother. Here it is.
What's this?
Wilkie, she's got a gun.
Stand back, Wilkie Bowman. Get back there, Benton. Don't you go near that fireplace. Stay away from that wood box.
She's got one of our rifles. The brat just stepped for us through the window.
Sergeant Elbers, if you can hear me, stay still. Stay right where you are.
So that's where he was. Under the wood box. Clever Nancy. Nancy with my rifle. Nancy pointing my rifle at my heart. You can't pull the trigger, Nancy.
Stand back, Wilkie. I don't want to kill you.
Of course you don't. You love me, Nancy Morgan.
Stand back.
You've always loved me. And both of us were young. You loved me. Give me that gun.
I drove you back then. I'd have none of you. None of you. I clawed your face.
I bear the mark still. Look at it. On my face. In my heart. But you love me. And you'll not pull that trigger. I'll move so quietly. You can't pull the trigger, Nancy. You can't. No, you can't.
She killed my husband.
No, ma'am, no. He was just boasting. Your husband's still alive. Don't let him be hard on me. Don't let him be... They're coming now. They're coming.
They heard the signal. They heard the horn.
Speak up for me, man. Speak up for me. I've done you no harm.
All right. Do this for me, then. Get Boland's body out of my sight. Get him out of here.
I'll do it, ma'am. I'll do it.
Nancy! Are you here, Nancy?
Ben. Oh, Ben. Oh, Ben, it's been so long. So long.
I tried to get back here. I've wanted so to get back.
He said he'd killed you, Ben. But I never believed it. Never.
Me killed? What? Do I look it?
The sergeant said you were all right.
Sergeant Elbrus, where is he?
In the wood box.
I was under the wood box. Then I spent the night in drunken, dissolute Tory company. The big lummox snored all night. I had to fight my way out. Man, am I hungry.
Cliff, I'm sure my wife here can provide us all with breakfast. How about it, Nancy?
It's on the fire, Ben, in the kitchen. Suki, Morgan, come help your mother. Help me again, children. With breakfast. Come on.
Oh, Nancy Hart was a four-square woman down here in Georgia, yon her name. Kin to Boone and kin to Morgan, she honors Georgia with her everlasting fame. Oh, breakfast at Nancy's, sun up at Nancy's, oh, cake and honeycomb and fresh pumpkin pie. Hot as the sunbeat, cool as the moonbeam, light as the laughter that gleams in her eye. So here's to Nancy Hart.
Thanks to Susan Hayward and the Cavalcade players for tonight's story, Breakfast at Nancy's. Next week, the DuPont Cavalcade will present The Devil's Staircase, the exciting story of the weird mystery buried deep within the Louisiana swamplands. Our star, Ray Milland. Be sure to listen. Tonight's DuPont Cavalcade, Breakfast at Nancy's, was written by George H. Faulkner and based on material from the book The Savannah by Thomas L. Stokes, a volume in the Rivers of America series published by Reinhardt and Company. The music for Cavalcade was composed by Arden Cornwell, conducted by Donald Voorhees. The program was directed by John Zoller. Featured in the cast with Susan Hayward as Nancy, you heard Stotts Cotsworth as Bowman and Gordon Dilworth as the folk singer. Miss Hayward is currently starring in the 20th Century Fox production, With a Song in My Heart. This is Cy Harris speaking.
Ladies and gentlemen, at a time when disaster strikes the country, as it so recently did in the southern states, the Red Cross works day and night to help those in need. Do your part by giving to the Red Cross Fund. Don't forget next week, our star, Ray Milland. The DuPont Cavalcade of America comes to you from the Belasco Theater in New York and is sponsored by the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware, makers of better things for better living through chemistry.
Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players. The Lady Esther Screen Guild play tonight, Heaven Can Wait. The starring players, this is Walter Pigeon.
This is Susan Hayward.
And this is John Carradine. Tonight, Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players in 20th Century Fox's gay comedy of matrimony, In the Now and the Hereafter, Heaven Can Wait. It stars Susan Hayward as Martha, Walter Pidgeon as Henry, John Carradine as his satanic majesty, King Lucifer, and Arthur Q. Bryan as the assistant devil. The Lady Esther Screen Guild Players in Heaven Can Wait.
All up, please. Sub-basement level, auditorium of Black Mass, executive offices of the powers of darkness, main entrance to the bottomless pits of hell, 30-cent tours through Inferno, private apartments of the Prince of Darkness, the Archfiend, the Father of all evil, His Satanic Majesty, King Lucifer. All out, please. Watch your step.
Our housing problem is simply terrific. Really, I sometimes think the whole world is coming to hell. Do sit down, Mr.
Van Cleve. Henry Van Cleve, Your Majesty.
Have you a reservation?
No, you see, I didn't know I was coming until Tuesday. I passed on at 9:36 in the evening.
Mm-hmm. But you should have called at once. The number's right in the directory. Mephistopheles 0000.
Well, I wanted to stay around a day or so, see what my relatives would say about me, you know. They said only the kindest and most generous things. That's how I knew I was dead.
Well, frankly, Mr. Van Cleve, I shouldn't even consider your application for admittance.
Oh, Your Majesty.
However, I like your appearance. You haven't the air of the casual run-of-the-mill sort of sinner.
Ah, thank you very much.
So, if you can meet our requirements, we'll be only too glad to accommodate you. Would you be kind enough to mention, for instance, some outstanding crime that you've committed?
Well, I'm afraid I haven't committed any crime.
Oh, in that case,
but I can truthfully assure you that my whole existence has been one continuous misdemeanor.
My dear Mr. Van Cleve, a passport to Hades is not issued on generalities.
But if you'll only listen to me for 5 minutes, my troubles have been with women.
Oh? Beautiful blondes?
And gorgeous redheads.
Any brunettes?
I'm afraid so.
Well, then, give out, my boy, give out. Start at the beginning. Who was the first woman in your life?
My nurse. At the age of 14 months, I used to pinch her.
Where?
In the pantry. She used to meet the butler there, and, I was jealous. Then, all through my boyhood, I had a succession of girls my own age.
Go on.
When I kissed them, I used to drop a beetle or a grasshopper down their backs. You'd be surprised at the results.
You don't say. Wait, I must make a note of that.
Then, through prep school and college, there were chorus girls, cafe singers, trapeze artists, dancers, etc., you know.
Yes?
And then, on my 26th birthday, I met Martha.
Oh, Martha was something extra special?
She was an angel.
Oh.
She was walking down Fifth Avenue, and I followed her. She turned in at a bookshop. Dropping my hat and coat on a chair near the door, I posed as a clerk and spoke to her. May I help you, miss?
Thank you. I'd like to, haven't you any women clerks?
Oh, unfortunately not. But you might feel a little easier if I mention that I am the one who is usually chosen by the management to handle the more delicate situations. As a matter of fact, they call me the bookworm's little mother.
Well, perhaps I'd better go to some other shop.
Oh, no, please. My employer is watching, and if he sees if he should see me losing a customer, it might cost me my job.
Oh, well, perhaps I can buy some other book.
But why another book? You must have confidence in your book salesman. Regard him as your literary confessor. Now, please, speak freely.
Well, the title of the book is...
Yes?
It's over there between To Have and To Hold and When Knighthood Was in Flower.
Between, yes, here we are. The Bride's Guide, or How to Make Your Husband Happy.
Thank you. How much is it?
I probably should apologize. I imagine I should have called you madam.
Well, no, it's still Miss.
But not for long, I presume.
That's quite right. How much is the book?
Oh, we would be only too glad to charge it now if you will be kind enough to give me your name and address and telephone number.
Well, I haven't much time right now, so please will you just tell me how much is The Bride's Guide, if you don't mind.
But I do mind. Look,
Just imagine that I'm the man you're going to marry.
I couldn't imagine any such thing.
Well, what's the matter with me?
I'd rather not discuss it. I just came in here to buy a book, that's all.
I understand that, but just for the sake of argument, let's say that we're getting married. Believe me, I don't want anybody to tell you how to make me happy.
All I want is a book.
The greatest gift you could bring me is to be just as you are. Adorable.
Just one book.
Stubborn, eh?
And if you don't change your attitude, I shall complain to your employer.
I'll let you in on a little secret. I'm not employed here.
What?
I'm not a book salesman.
Then what are you?
I'm a man hopelessly in love. I followed you here in the store.
The very idea.
And if you had walked into a restaurant, I would have become a waiter. If you had walked into a burning building, I would have become a fireman. If you had walked...
Very interesting, Mr. Van Cleve. Tell me, where did she walk?
She walked out of the store, and I followed her, and she called a policeman. Now, while I was explaining, she disappeared, Your Majesty.
Oh, come, my boy. What the heck? Just call me Satan. Did you see the young lady again?
Yes, that same evening at my birthday party, as a matter of fact. It was there that I learned her name was Martha and that she was engaged to my cousin Albert.
I hope you're not wasting my time and that this fable has no immoral. Go on, Mr. Van Cleve.
Well, finding out she was engaged to Albert was a bit of a shock. But later that evening, I went into the library and found Martha there alone. I didn't wish to frighten her, so, I just walked right over and kissed her.
Please, you must never do anything like that again.
Cousin Martha.
I'm not your cousin Martha yet. I hardly know you. Why, even Albert, my own fiancé, never dared to.
Kiss you?
Of course he's kissed me. We're engaged. But he never kissed me like that.
By the way, do you love Albert?
I'm marrying him.
Are you?
He's a fine man. He's good. He has integrity. He's full of high ideals.
He's full of a lot of things.
I'm going to make him a good wife. Yes, I am. There'll never be a day in his life that he'll regret marrying me. And if you ask me one more question, I'll leave this room and never come back again.
Darling.
I hate you.
Oh, sweetheart.
It's dreadful of you to put your arms around me like this.
Dearest.
And suppose Albert should come in and find you kissing me.
Oh, well, if you...
Oh, but he won't. Not for ages. He's playing pinochle with Father.
My pretty one, you are going to marry me.
But I hardly know you.
You don't need to know anything when you love.
You're mad.
Love doesn't need any introduction.
You don't know what you're saying. You must be out of your mind.
You love or you don't love.
Aren't you ashamed? Trying to steal the fiancé of your own cousin.
Do you love me or don't you?
Causing a family scandal.
Do you love me?
Why did you ever come into my life?
Do you love me?
Yes, I wish I were dead.
Darling.
You're the most odious person I ever met. You've ruined my life. I'll never be able to look Albert in the face again.
Considering Albert's face, you're a very lucky girl. Come on now. Pack your bags and we'll elope tonight.
Tonight?
Uh-huh.
Oh, you beast. You cad. You fiend. You darling.
Not bad. Not bad at all, Mr. Cleve. We always have a warm spot in our Hades for a young devil like you.
Ah, thank you, Satan.
You followed the old routine, of course. Fake marriage license and mock parson.
No, Martha and I were really married.
Huh? Oh, but you made her very unhappy. You beat her regularly.
No, I was very kind. You see, I loved her.
Disgusting. But continue.
Well, we had a child, a boy. My home life was so perfect that I had no interest in other women, with the exception of Mimi, Rosalind, Elise, Constance, and Veronica.
Aha!
It was on my 36th birthday and our 10th wedding anniversary that I learned Martha had deceived me.
No.
Yes. After leading me to believe that she hadn't been jealous all those years, she up and left me.
Dear me, dear me.
I followed her, of course. She went to her father's house. In all the years I had known her, I never had any idea that Martha was so stubborn and so uncooperative.
Henry, I know your every move. Which role are you going to play for me now? The outraged husband? The poor, weeping little boy? Or the strong, silent, wounded lion who's too proud to explain what happened in the jungle last night?
So I am a fake. I'm false. I'm cheap.
Oh, Henry, please.
I know I've brought you nothing but unhappiness.
You know that's not true.
So we did have some good times together.
Ah, some wonderful times.
Then what do you want? What did I do? Even a murderer has a right to defend himself. You can't hang
a man without evidence, I know.
If I only knew what particular thing is in your mind. Have you seen Aunt Vanetta recently?
Of course I have.
Oh, well, that explains it.
Explains what?
Oh, I didn't mention it to you before because it was so unimportant. When she saw me, I was having tea at the plaza, and at the table with me was a very pretty young woman. But believe me, there was nothing to it, Martha. I would have come to you and told you myself, but...
But you didn't want to make me uncomfortable, even for 1 second.
That's right, darling.
It won't work, Henry. And besides, Aunt Minetta hasn't said one word about you in the plaza.
Martha, this is our wedding anniversary. Do you realize that 10 years ago today, I was almost as much in love with you as I am right now?
There you go again.
All right, darling, I give up. I know it's all over, but before we say goodbye forever, I want to give you a little remembrance I bought for our anniversary. Here you are. Open it up.
Thank you, Henry.
It isn't much, only cost $10,000, but I thought you could wear it around the house.
Oh, it's such a lovely bracelet.
Do you really like it?
Oh, yes. It must be much prettier than the $500 one you bought for the other girl.
Yes, it's much... what other girl?
You left Tiffany's bill on your bureau.
Oh, but...
there were 2 bracelets, Henry. This one at $10,000 and another one at $500.
Oh, so that's what you've been so upset about. I knew it was just a misunderstanding. Sweetheart, I'm so sorry you had to go through all this only because the jeweler made a mistake. That's what the whole thing is, a mistake. I never bought that $500 bracelet.
Well, Tiffany's never made a mistake on our bill before.
So you don't believe me, huh?
No, dear.
All right, I'll prove it to you. Hello? Get me Gramercy 5678, please. Thank you. Oh, darling, I love you. You're the most beautiful, adorable thing in the world. And do you really believe there is any woman good enough to win you away from me? Hello? Hello, let me speak to Mr. Tiffany, please. And if there were such a woman, do you think she'd only be worth a $500 bracelet?
You're doing very well, dear.
Hello? Mr. Tiffany? This is Henry Van Cleve. Now, listen carefully, please. I'm sitting here with my wife. She's sitting right next to me, as a matter of fact. We're having a little friendly discussion. Now, do you remember that $10,000 bracelet I bought for her? Yes. Well, there's a $500 bracelet on the same bill. Now, I've tried to explain to her that I never bought a $500 bracelet, that it's a mistake on your part, and, well, she simply won't believe me. Now, I want you to tell her the truth. Here you are, Martha. Mr. Tiffany will tell you.
Thank you, Henry. Hello, Mr. Tiffany? I do appreciate your being willing to lie for my husband, but it won't work. Goodbye, Mr. Tiffany.
Martha.
Henry, this must be a terrific surprise to you, but I don't believe one word you say. I'm through even listening to you. Goodbye, Henry. It's all over.
The second act of the Lady Esther Screen Guild play will follow in just a moment. Now, a word from Lady Esther.
Now that spring is bursting into color and beauty all about us, wouldn't you like to give your face the breath of springtime, too? Wouldn't you like to see your skin waken to new life and beauty? See your whole appearance take on a clean, young freshness, like sunshine after rain? Then try my fascinating new powder shade, Bridal Pink. I'm so enthusiastic about this new shade that I just can't say enough about it. Bridal Pink is not just another shade of pink powder. In fact, it doesn't look pink at all on your skin. It has a certain elusive quality that's almost impossible to put into words. The best way I can describe it is that it makes you look as though you've just returned from a long, refreshing vacation. And Lady Esther Bridal Pink isn't for just one particular type of skin coloring like other powder shades. It's blended an entirely new way to be flattering to 4 basic skin types. It doesn't matter whether your hair is blonde, brunette, auburn, or brown. Whatever your hair, your eyes, your coloring, Bridal Pink will instantly give life and tone to your entire appearance. It takes all the guesswork out of choosing a powder shade, for you can't possibly put Bridal Pink on your face without looking younger and lovelier, without looking a lot more attractive. Why, even when you don't feel well, your friends will compliment you, will tell you how wonderful you look when you wear Lady Esther Bridal Pink face powder. Your druggist may be sold out of Bridal Pink, but ask him to order it for you or try some other store. Be sure to accept no other shade. if you want to see an instant, fascinating change in your appearance.
And now, Lady Esther presents the second act of Heaven Can Wait, starring John Carradine, Susan Hayward, Walter Pidgeon, and Arthur Q. Bryan.
Hello? Mephistopheles 0000. No, waiter, you can't speak to the devil. He's in conference with a Mr. Henry Van Queeve. Well, I can't disturb him till it's time for his afternoon brimstone. You might try with a waiter.
For a moment, I was practically speechless, Mr. Satan. You can't imagine what it does to a man when his wife calls his innocent prevarication a premeditated lie.
Ah, yes, Mr. Van Cleve. I well remember the night I took one of the Furies boating on Stygian Creek. But that's another story. Please go on, Mr. Van Cleve.
I can still see the scorn on Martha's face and hear her voice as she said those terrible words.
Henry, this must be a terrific surprise to you, but I don't believe one word you say. I'm through even listening to you. Goodbye, Henry. It's all over.
Martha.
I mean it.
All right, darling. If that's the way you want it, don't think of me. Don't let my broken life tarnish one small moment of your future happiness. I'm sure you'll find someone else who'll really be worthy of you. I suppose you want a divorce.
I see no other way.
Very well. What about our son?
Well, naturally, I want him.
And I think you should have him. The boy should be kept away from me.
Oh, no, I didn't mean it that way.
Oh, yes, I'm a bad influence, and you know it.
Well, I don't think the child should be deprived of his father.
No, he's too much like me now. For instance, do you know what he did the other day?
What?
He bought ice cream for a little girl.
Well, I don't see anything wrong in that.
Ah, but the girl he bought the ice cream for was not the girl he should have bought it for.
It wasn't?
No.
The little devil.
And when the one little girl found out that the other little girl... Well, that boy certainly got himself into a mess.
Oh, but he didn't do anything really wrong.
But that's what he tried to tell her.
Didn't she believe him?
She did after a while. And, well, now she likes him better than ever before.
She's a very sensible child.
Yes, indeed. But let me tell you, he's a problem.
He's no problem at all. He just makes up his little stories. You know they're little stories, but he wants you to believe them so badly that you wish you could. And finally, well, what can you do?
Exactly. What can you do? He's just like his father. Happy anniversary, Martha.
Oh, Henry.
It won't hurt to forgive me one more time, will it?
Oh, darling, I don't know what I'm going to do with you. You talk me out of all my principles and convictions. I keep asking myself why I let you do it. And I guess there's only one answer. I'm ashamed to admit it, but I guess I love you.
Frankly, Mr. Van Cleve, we could use a man of your talent down here. You are a most delightful liar.
Why, thank you very much, Satan.
Not at all, not at all. Care for smoke?
Why, yes, Oh, no, thanks.
Mind if I light up?
Please do.
Thanks. These devilish new lighters. Since the war, we haven't been able to get the good old lucifers. Now, here's our problem, Mr. Van Cleve.
Huh?
You don't quite fit the requirements we've had to make for entrance here.
Really?
We're a little short of room, too. Can't get priorities to build, you see.
Oh, I might be able to help you out with that, Excellency. I know a chap who has a connection with the black market.
Mr. Van Cleve, this really burns me up. You are addressing the man who originated that cute little device. The boys and I dreamed of not coming home from Black Mass one night.
Uh-huh.
Why, I know a lady in Hollywood who had her tickets and reservations all set. She was going up there, you know.
Yeah.
When she accidentally heard about a pair of nylons. But let's get back to your problem. As I say, we could use you here if you can just meet our entrance requirements. Think hard now. think way back and see if you can't come up with something bad, something really nasty.
Well, I was in the cafe one night, and I almost got into a fight with Errol Flynn.
Child's play, Mr. Van Cleve. Child's play. You see, a few years ago, we would have welcomed you with open ovens. But people have been getting so much more sinful lately that we've had to stiffen up our entrance exams. Why, we had a fellow named Hitler show up the other day, whose crimes were so bad we didn't have a punishment severe enough for him. We had to send him away.
What did you do with him?
Oh, we turned him over to the Russians. Have you thought of anything yet?
Well, would you consider suspicion and jealousy?
Well, yes, if we might, if they were bad enough.
Oh, these were very bad. It happened on our 25th wedding anniversary. We were entertaining quite a crowd of our old friends when I noticed Martha had disappeared from the party. I looked all over the house for her and finally found her in the library. I remember saying to her, "Our silver wedding anniversary, and I find you hiding. I've been looking everywhere for you, Martha."
A woman who has lived with you for 25 years deserves a rest, Mr. Van Cleve.
You're feeling all right, aren't you?
Of course, darling. It's been such an exciting evening that I was just...
Just what?
Well, I was sitting here all alone being a little sentimental.
Yeah. The library. This was the room where it all started, wasn't it?
A quarter of a century ago.
You were standing there by the window when I came in.
Mm-hmm. And then you started walking toward me very slowly.
And the closer I came, the more frightened you were.
Henry, I want to make a confession. I wasn't frightened a bit.
You weren't?
No, not a bit. I kept saying to myself, what's the matter with him? Can't he walk any faster?
You're a fraud. A beautiful fraud, and I love you.
Thank you, dear.
Who called you on the phone a while ago?
Well, no one important.
Who was it?
Jealous?
Of course I'm not jealous. I just want to know whom you talked to and why you're so secretive about it. And another thing. Where have you been these past 3 afternoons?
You are jealous. At last, after 25 years. Thank you, darling.
Martha, whom did you talk to?
Will you promise not to make a mountain out of a molehole?
I promise.
Well, I've been going to see a doctor, that's all.
A doctor?
Now, don't get excited.
But why did you go to see the doctor?
Henry, you promised.
But what did he say?
Nothing, really.
You've got to tell me. Is it serious?
I tell you, it's nothing at all. It's just a little dizzy spell. Listen, I always like that tune they're playing. Come on, let's dance,
Martha, I demand to know what the doctor said.
Listen, dear, if I take 5 drops 3 times a day, and if you don't worry too much about me, we'll both live to celebrate our golden anniversary. Now, no more foolishness. Come on, let's dance.
Well, I didn't know it then, Your Satanic Majesty, but that was our last anniversary. It was the last time we danced together. There were only a few more months left for Martha, and she made them the happiest of our lives together.
Mm-hmm. But you didn't die, Mr. Van Cleve. You must have indulged in a few of the deadly sins.
No, I'm afraid not. Well, that's the story of my life, Your Majesty. Now, if you could assign me a room on the cooler side of the house.
No, definitely no, Mr. Van Cleve. We have no place in hell for you. You'll have to make reservations elsewhere.
But there's only one other place to go.
But we have our standards. We cannot accept a demi-sinner.
But they won't accept a demi-angel.
That's your problem. Now, if you excuse me.
But you can't send me away. You've got to take me.
I'll ring the elevator for you.
I refuse to go. I stand on my right.
Excuse me. Hello? This is Old Nick speaking. Oh, Mr. Van Cleve, just a moment. Here, it's for you.
Thank you. Hello?
Hello, Henry?
Martha.
Henry, you get right out of hell. You hear me?
But, darling.
You heard what I said. It's full of wicked women, and it's no place for you.
I know, but...
You know how susceptible you are, and with all that heat, you know how men like you go all to pieces, even in the tropics.
Martha, will you please listen to me?
I have a lovely apartment picked out for us up here in the annex. It's not very large, and it's not on the sunny side, Henry. But we can make out for a few 100 years.
Martha, I don't care if it's the annex to the annex, and we have to stay there a few 100,000 years. If it's with you, just wait for me, darling. I'll be right there.
This way, Mr. Van Cleve. Your elevator's waiting.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Step right in, sir. Express car at all levels. Heavenly heights to hell's hot basement. Going down, sir?
No, son, going up. Straight up to Martha.
Thank you, Walter Pidgeon, John Carradine, Arthur Bryan, and Susan Hayward for your fine performances with the Lady Esther Screen Guild players tonight.
It's a pleasure, Mr. Bradley. We consider our yearly appearance on this program one of the really enjoyable privileges belonging to our profession. We're all familiar with the fine work being done in Hollywood by the Motion Picture Relief Fund and its country house. And I hope that every listener in our radio audience knows about it, too. I'm sure they'll remember that the work is largely supported by these radio programs. And now, before we tell you about next week's program, here's a word from one of America's best-known beauty authorities, Lady Esther.
Thank you, Miss Hayward. Ladies, now you don't need to guess about the shade of face powder you choose. Now you don't need to risk buying a shade that's too yellow for your skin, or too pink, or that has too much orange or brown in it. Such a mistake can be more serious than you may think, for an unflattering shade of powder can add years to your appearance. But there's no such risk, not the slightest risk, when the shade you choose is Lady Esther Bridal Pink. For this new shade is based on an amazing development in color blending. It's intensely flattering to 4 basic skin types. It dramatizes practically every skin it touches, gives it a lovely elusive quality that's so young, so feminine. And the texture of Lady Esther face powder is unusual, too. It gives a fascinating baby-like finish to your skin. It helps to blend out flaws and make little blemishes invisible. It helps erase signs of weariness and fatigue. And it clings softly hour after hour, never letting shiny patches show through. The demand for Lady Esther Bridal Pink has been greater than I dreamed. Your druggist may be sold out of it, and you may have to wait for his next shipment. But do not accept any other color. For remember, no powder shade can give you the happy, radiant look of a woman in love like Lady Esther Bridal Pink.
Next week, the Lady Esther Screen Guild players will present First Love. It will star Arthur Treacher, Peter Lawford, and Shirley Temple. Be sure to listen. Walter Pidgeon can soon be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture Weekend at the Waldorf. John Carradine can soon be seen in the Benedict Bogius production Captain Kidd. Music on tonight's program was arranged and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. You save enough on the largest size jar of Lady Esther face cream to buy a box of Lady Esther face powder. So remember, ask for the largest size. This is Truman Bradley speaking for Lady Esther, saying thank you and good night. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Today's on I Can Get It For You Wholesale, starring Susan Hayward as Harriet and Dan Daly as Teddy Sherman. From Fifth Avenue to Main, the big windows of the department stores are the showcase of the dress business. But the story of the dress business is in the New York Garment Center, half a mile square and 2 blocks high. The billion-dollar dress capital of America, built on a bolt of cloth and a foolish question, how do I look? The lives and fortunes of hundreds of thousands hang on the answer to that question. And this is the story of a few of them. A man named Sam Cowan, who manufactures dresses, and a fellow named Teddy Sherman, who sells them. And, oh yes, there's a girl, Harriet. They all work for the same company, Pulvermacher, Kelly, and Bikini. A few hours ago, the salesman returned from 4 months on the road, and he finally persuaded Harriet to have dinner with him.
Oh, come on, Harriet. What's the matter? What's wrong? The minute I got into town, what did I do?
Collected your expense account.
Well, the minute after that. I sent you my love, didn't I? What's the matter? Didn't you get the message?
I refused to live for it.
You saw her, because I didn't tell you myself. Well, how could I? You were busy all day talking to Sam or modeling a line. Hey, how come you and Sam got so much to talk over all of a sudden?
Just finished the coffee, Mr. Sherman.
Miss Boyd, is this a nice way to treat a fellow who's been on the road for 4 long months?
Has it really been that long? I never knew the time to pass so quickly or so pleasantly.
Honey, I like the way you're fighting it, but you know, somehow you've gotten a very false impression of my character. You got to open those beautiful eyes and see the real Teddy Sherman.
And who would that be?
Man of integrity, quiet charm, familiar with the arts and sciences, philanthropist, fortune.
In short, everything you're not.
Well, yeah, but everything I'd like to be. All I need is a girl like you to hold my hand and guide me. You just don't seem to realize I'm in love with you.
What do you say? Proposal of marriage?
Who knows, honey? In the meantime, just hold my hand. Oh, now look, do something. Either squeeze back or honk like a horn.
Why don't you just get the check?
You know, I've been studying you all evening, and I got a question to ask. When do you come out of the deep freeze?
You know, I've been studying you all evening, too. How much money do you have in the bank?
How much money?
You've got $3,300 coming to you in commissions. How much more have you got in the bank?
What kind of perfume do you use?
Expensive. Why?
Funny, I smell a rat.
I keep forgetting you're a comedian.
Look, Miss Boyd, I was pushing a hand truck through the garment center while you were still punching for your gold pin in the diaper service. I know things about this business you'll never grow old enough to learn. But you fooled me. It took me until now to recognize the gifts that you've got.
Well, suppose you tell me about me, Mr. Sherman.
Sticks out all over you like a bad case of hives.
Go on, you've got the blueprint. Read it.
Sure. You're going to start a new dress firm and get rich, you think. You've been talking to Sam Cowan, a top factory man. I'm supposed to be the salesman, and somewhere else is another sucker, a designer. But what, may I ask, just exactly what have you got to contribute?
Would you like to see?
Yes, I sure would.
All right, I'll show you. Take me home. Make yourself comfortable. You see this? This is an album. It's filled with sketches, designs of dresses. Have a look.
Wait a minute. This is one of our dresses. This is our 807.
That's right. They're all sketches of our dresses.
So you've talked Bettini into coming in with you, too, huh? Poor Pulver Market, Bettini and Kelly Incorporated. Nice from within. No Sam Cowan, the inside man. No Bettini, the designer. No Teddy Sherman, the star salesman. You're quite a little pusher, honey.
These designs happen to be mine. That's right, mine. It took me months to convince Bettini to use them under his own name. He did, and you know the rest. They just happened to be our best numbers.
You?
Me.
Ah.
All right, ask Sam then.
All right, suppose you are a designer, even a good one. When you go out into that jungle, they cut you up into little pieces. You think you know this business?
Yes, I think I know this business. And I've learned it the hard way. I've worked days and I've studied nights. I've modeled those 7th Avenue dogs while cheap salesmen and buyers from the West chased me all around the showroom. I've fought my way out of cabs, bars, and hotel rooms. But I've learned this business. It took a strong stomach, but I've learned it. And now I've got the best inside man there is, Sam Cowan. I'm the best designer, and you're supposed to be the best salesman.
Tell me, Miss Boyd, what do you dream about nights? Cadillacs? Duplex on Park Avenue?
That's just what I dream about, all the time.
Mm-hmm. So now with my job, time, and money, you want me to take a gamble and a racket? I thought I had brass, Miss Boyd, but I'm not in your league.
Exactly what I said to Sam. Not in our league. Teddy Sherman, I said, though, they meant that type like pennies and billions. The all-American slob. You spent 10 years selling other people's stuff, and there you stand. Teddy Sherman, 36 suits in the closet, each with a penny in the pocket. All adding up to 36 cents. Come on around for a job someday when you're broke. Oh, wait a minute, I've got something for you.
Here's a $1 cab fare. The character analysis was for free. Good night, Mr. Sherman.
Miss Boyd, you have the simple and astonishing beauty of an old-fashioned straight razor. How much cash have you got?
Enough.
Throw away the pipe. How much?
Sam has 10,000.
I can raise 7,500. How about you?
The same. Interested?
Bring it around in dollar bills and we'll talk.
That's a deal.
You, could make it official, you know. Sort of seal it with a kiss.
Why not?
History will record this sacred moment. You offered him an apple and he lost his head.
Good night, Teddy.
Say hello to your ma for me.
I'll be sure to. He left a few minutes ago, Ma. He said to say hello.
I heard you were telling him $7,500.
Well, with what I've got in the bank, plus the insurance
You
money...
never lay your hands on it. Your father left it to me, Harriet, and I'm giving it to Marge when she gets married.
Well, what about me? I'm a daughter, too.
You don't need it the way Marge does. You've got the looks and the talent to make money.
Ma, that money's no good. It'll buy Marge 4 rooms of cheap furniture, a washing machine, and a middle-aged spread. And what about you?
When your father died, I gave up hoping for myself. Once I hoped for you, but you're a throwback to an Irish bandit in the hills of Killarney. I want to see Marge married to Ray. I want them to start out without worry.
And what do? Live a week with her and a week with me? A woman without money, without independence, without pride? Taking crumbs off the son-in-law's table? Is that what you want? Ma, with that $5,000, I can make you independent. You'll have plenty left over for Marge, and then she won't have to marry some poor snook like Ray, who'll spend the rest of his life almost winning cases in the court of small claims. With money, Marge can marry any man she wants.
A nice outlook on life.
It's the outlook that men taught me.
Then some man will teach you it's wrong.
Ma, please.
The answer's no, Harriet.
Marge and Ray. Oh, I'm so glad you came home early. What are you so excited about? How would you and Ray like to go to Bermuda on your honeymoon?
Oh, great.
Oh, you don't understand, Ray. I'm serious. Oh, it's the most wonderful news. Oh, now, wait a minute. And where's Mom? She went to bed. She's asleep, but she knows all about it. About what? Well, hold on to your hat, please. They came to me. To me. Sam Callan and Teddy Sherman. They're going into business. They want me to be their designer. Our own business, Mom. And I'm going to be a partner.
Oh, congratulations, Harriet. That's terrific.
Harriet, it's what you've always dreamed about. A lot of our dreams are going to start coming true. Things Mama's always dreamed about. And you. That little place you and Ray want in Queens? One good season and I'll buy it for you.
No. Wait a minute. I couldn't let you do a thing like that.
Oh, now, stop being proud with your practically sister-in-law. You can pay me back. For 6% if it'll make you feel any better. And I wasn't joking about that sister Benita. Why don't you two just get married right away? Well, the first thing I want to do is catch my breath. When did all this happen? Now, I'll give you all the beautiful details later. Only first, let's have a drink on it. Marge, go on out in the kitchen and make us some coffee, huh?
Too bad we just happened to be out of champagne.
You know, Harry, you're pretty wonderful.
Don't waste your kisses on me, Ray. This is the wrong girl.
Right if I give Marge a hand?
Go on in there. I'll just sit down here for a minute and try to come down to earth. Operator, I think this phone is out of order. Would you mind ringing me?
What's the number, please?
Dial-up 47098. Will you ring it now, please?
I will ring Dial-up 47098.
Thank you.
Who was it, Harriet? The phone just now.
Oh, Marge. Marge.
Oh, but what's the matter?
I just want to lay down and die.
But what happened?
It's all off. The whole thing. That was Sam Calvin.
It's all?
The bank says we need more cash. We'll just have to get a designer who can put up his share of the money. I'm sorry, kid.
Oh, what a rotten break.
You'll excuse me, won't you? No, just leave me alone, Marge. Good night, Ray.
I'd give anything in the world if I could help her. Me with less than $500 in the bank.
Ray, the insurance money.
Oh, but that's yours, Marge. I couldn't even suggest
We wouldn't just be helping Harriet. We'd be helping ourselves.
You know how your ma feels about that money.
It's my money, Ray. She gave it to me. Harriet, come back, dear. You get Sam Cowan on the phone right away. Tell him you've got your money.
Well, how do you like them, Sam? The offices, the showroom. You haven't said a word.
One word I can say. Scared. I'm scared, Teddy.
What's the matter with you? Look at the orders I brought in.
Orders are fine, Teddy, but flowers and plants in pots? Are we so rich we can afford to wish ourselves good luck?
Sam, stop worrying. We're in. Hermione Griggs gave me an order that'll carry us for 3 months.
You better write 2 orders. Maybe then we can pay for the carpets and fancy drapes. Teddy, why did we have to have such an expensive showroom?
Because it sells dresses, that's why. And you know who's in the showroom right now? Artie Savage, the biggest account in the business.
Savage is there and you're in here?
Let him wait. He's happy. He's looking the models over.
The dresses, Teddy, or the girls?
Relax, partner. Our biggest order's about to fall on our lap.
Teddy, my boy, congratulations. A great layout. Great.
You like it, huh, Savage? You good and hungry for a real great fall line?
Well, you know me, Teddy. With this half of my head, I buy dresses. With this half, I... Well, how about something out of that little black book of yours for dinner tonight?
You're on.
Now, take that little lady over there.
Well, that one happens to be my partner. Hey, Harriet, you got a minute, honey?
Well, Mr. Savage, isn't it?
Mr. Savage meeting this boy, our designer.
Well, I'm delighted, I'm sure. Teddy sure can pick them even for partners.
And how he picks them even for customers.
Now, look, Teddy, if she's your partner, she can tell me the whole line. Why shouldn't I enjoy my work?
Tell him every number on the line, honey. Murder him.
That shouldn't be difficult. I'm sure Mr. Savage is going to like everything he's got.
If I like it with Sherman, I'm going to love it with you. Teddy, wait a minute.
Yeah?
About tonight, the grill at 8 o'clock.
Right, the grill at 8 o'clock.
Good evening, Mr. Sherman. I've got your table ready.
Yeah, the captain just gave it to me. Oh, I'm expecting Mr. Savage. Telling us the girl
Mr.
tonight.
Savage is already here. He's in the dining room with the young lady.
Oh? Look, see that the girls at the table get a drink.
Yes.
I better have a word with Mr. Savage.
How are you, Teddy? Say, you know Miss Boyd, don't you?
Yeah, we've met. Have any trouble closing the order, Harriet?
No, very little.
Greatest little designer in the business, only I wouldn't sign until she had the reward I
Let's not talk business anymore. I'm hungry. You hungry, Teddy?
No, I always eat before I come here. What about our date?
Well, I got a date.
Hadn't you better run along, Teddy? Your girlfriends will be waiting.
You run along. I'm waiting for him, too.
What? You think I'd pass up Miss Boyd?
I don't mind the details.
Look, Teddy, I'll see you tomorrow. I ordered 1,500 pieces. She's a great salesman, your partner. Yeah, and she's cute, too. Yes, you like her. Yes, she's going to take real good care of me.
Why don't you shut up?
Huh? What? Don't I what?
Why don't you go home?
Home?
You don't have to do this to get orders.
Do what, darling?
Spoon feed this drunk, that's what. I don't want you doing that.
Now, just a minute, Sherman. You can't talk like this in front of a lady.
Don't you take your buyers out, wine them, dine them, amuse them?
That's different.
How?
Because I'm a man, and you're supposed to be a lady, that's why.
How?
It's different.
How?
I'll write you a letter. In the meantime, let's go.
Now, look here, Sherman. This lady is in my
That's just what I mean. This place is full of my friends. Now, let's go.
Oh, you can't take the hint, can you, Teddy? Well, maybe you can understand.
Harriet, now wait a minute.
Oh, that was great just now. That was just
He swung first, didn't he? Besides, I couldn't help myself. You know how I feel about you.
Sure, I'm part of the Teddy Sherman circus. Taxi?
You think I'd go into this business with you and Sam just for money? You've been in my mind ever since the first night we went out. I've begun to like it. The more I like it, the less I like to see you entertaining a buyer like a prize that comes in a box of Cracker Jacks.
You mean like yourself, don't you? And those lady buyers from the Southern Circuit?
What kind of talk is that? You're the kind of a girl that get married. Well, did you hear me? I'm proposing to you.
What do you expect me to do? Throw my arms around you? When you marry someone, it'll be to rope her off while you go on playing the field.
Can't you get it through your head? I love you.
You love me. You mean you want to own me? I've worked and schemed to get a business started just so I could be free of men like you, so I could belong to myself.
Harriet, listen to me.
You love me so much that for the sake of that crummy male ego of yours, you're ready to take something I've worked for and dreamed about all my life and kick it right under a ballroom table. That's how much you love me.
All right. I'll carry you back in there and dump you in Savage's lap. But that finishes it. I want out. Get yourself another partner.
Oh, no. I've got a partner. You, the best in the business. And you're going to help me get rich. The contract signed, sealed, delivered, unbreakable. And you won't get out, never. So make up your mind to like it. See you in the morning, Mr. Sherman, bright and early.
Act 2 of I Can Get It For You Wholesale, starring Susan Hayward as Harriet and Dan Daly as Teddy Sherman. It's been said that for every 12 who go into business in the New York Garment Center, only one remains. Well, the new partnership seems to be that 1 out of 12, even though the two younger partners scarcely stick to each other. But tonight, Teddy Sherman and Harriet are making a special effort to be civil. It's the annual Buyers' Ball, strictly full dress, in New York's most exclusive hotel. On the dance floor, Teddy's met up with an old friend.
It's been a long time, Teddy. I thought you were dead.
That's all in your point of view. I'm in business for myself now. Yeah, well, that is with two other partners. One of them's an angel. The other one's a lout. And that was quite a speech your boyfriend made tonight.
How could he miss? J.F. Noble is the best customer most of you here ever had.
Come on, I want you to meet my partner. I want to show you off to a church.
Well,
Would you look at that?
J.F. Noble with another girl? That doesn't bother me, Teddy. I'm not jealous anymore.
The other girl happens to be one of my partners.
Oh, the angel.
No, not the angel. Looks like they're leaving, doesn't it? Ah, for that Harriet. What a sweet kid. Well, I never suspected that a buyer's ball could be so entertaining. I must thank the committee and apologize for putting you off all these years.
And for running out so early in the evening.
I wanted to drive you home. I want to talk to you.
What about, Mr. Noble?
Well, among other things, your gown is lovely.
Thank you.
Where did you get it?
Well, I designed it myself. You see, I'm one of those pilgrims you mentioned in your speech. One of the pilgrims in the 1095 line who wants to achieve the Mecca of gowns, as at Noble.
I did use that phrase, didn't I? In my position, I find that the only people who ever remember what I say are those who want something from me.
Well, what's wrong with that? What you have is what people should want.
Well, I'm not objecting. I noticed you left your partners without an excuse, or even a good night.
Why shouldn't I?
Well, usually, when men have beautiful women for partners, pleasure and business get mixed up.
Well, in our partnership, our only pleasure is business.
Then you need a change. Either your point of view or your partners. Good night, Miss Ford.
Good night, Mr. Noble.
You got a minute, Harriet?
What are you doing back here? I thought you had some buyers in the showroom.
Take it away for a minute. Sam's talking of buying Ponzi's.
It's a smart deal. We're getting the fabric for next to nothing.
It's a mistake.
Why?
Ponzi's an old-fashioned material that won't sell.
You're the salesman. Make it sell.
Let's see the design.
They're not ready yet. I've got to get some special sketches out.
Why special sketches? You're supposed to be finishing the spring line. Unless, of course, it's all too dull since you got your claws into J.F. Noble.
See my fingers? Not blood, Mr. Sherman. Just ink.
Very funny. But I still want to know...
Harriet, Mr. Noble. Mr. Noble is here. J.F. Noble.
Well. The mountain has come to Manhattan. Come right in, Mr. Noble. Good morning.
Hello. Oh, Mr. Noble, this is my other partner, Teddy Sherman. Teddy, Mr. Noble.
Well, if we're going to be formal, Harriet, I'm Mr. Sherman, you're Miss Boyd, and our visitor is Mr. Noble. But if we're not, I'm Teddy Sherman, you're Harriet Boyd, and you're Mr. Noble. If anyone wants me, I'll be at my club. I waited for you to call me, Harriet, and when you didn't, I did. Is this your spring line, these sketches?
They're part of it.
Very nice. Did I bore you?
Oh, no.
Then why didn't you press your advantage?
I didn't know I had one.
Well, here I am. What's this sketch?
This? That's just easy.
Would you care to have lunch with me and go to a fashion show?
Oh, I'd love to, but I'm so busy.
That sketch isn't bad at all. You should do it more often.
Well, I might if I'm encouraged.
Miss Boyd, do you believe in hunches?
No.
Well, I do. I have a hunch that you and I should have a serious talk.
Oh, I believe in that.
I want you to look at some of our sketches. My designing staff is very proud of them.
I'd love to see them.
Tonight? Or will you still be busy?
Oh, tonight will be fine. Jay.
Yes, I thought so. Coffee's getting cold, Harriet. Now, you just put those sketches down for a moment. We can...
I've switched a few of these ideas around. I hope you don't mind.
I expected them to be switched around, and I also expect them to be improved.
Well, we'll know about that in a minute. Here.
You're a fabulous girl. Not the least nervous, are you?
Nervous? Why? Should I be?
Well, your work is about to be judged by, if you'll forgive me, J.F. Noble. Now, don't you care whether I like them or not?
I care very much.
Then you're sure I'm going to?
No. I'm just sure that it's good. Well?
Why did you change this one? I was quite pleased with that design, the way it was.
Well, it was beautiful, but impractical. The only place a woman could wear a gown like that would be in a perfume ad.
I still liked it.
Any man would. But any woman would know that you couldn't sit down in it. Don't you approve of what I've done to it?
I approve highly.
Thank you.
But the sketch is incomplete. Now, if I may have the pencil, I'm adding a signature.
Harriet of Noble.
Harriet of Noble. You like the way it sounds?
Yes, I like it very much.
Do you mind if I speak frankly?
You going to say something disagreeable?
Naturally. I'm going to say that if you think I'm interested in you personally, you're wrong. But I know what you need and what you want. Now, with my help, you can jump from that 1095 business of yours to the top of your profession.
It's exactly what I want.
The offer's open.
But I have 2 partners and an unbreakable contract for 5 years.
You'll find a way to break it. May I use this design?
It's a present.
Thank you.
You know, Jay, if we're going to work together someday, you should be entirely frank with me.
Well, wasn't I?
No. You are interested in me as well as my talent.
Well, suppose I am.
Why didn't I?
Because it might complicate things for Harriet of Noble.
Well, I'm complicated.
And I'm simple. I only know what I want.
I think we both know what we want.
The offer's still open, Harriet, but it won't be forever.
I guess the next move's mine, then, isn't it?
Yes, Harriet. The next move is yours.
heaven's sake, not so loud. There's a buyer in the showroom.
Don't you tell me to be quiet. I'm not going to stand for it. Sam, if you people don't want me in the company, you then come out and say so and stop conspiring against me.
You're sick, Harriet. You don't know what you're saying.
I've slaved over those sketches. What do you think I've got to work with making a dress for $10.95? And when I finally get something, this is what you do with it.
Please, Harriet, if something is wrong...
It is not the dress I designed, and you know it. It's a nightmare. What right have you got to make changes without my permission?
But, Harriet, I made it just exactly like...
All right, everybody, get back to work. This is what's right, Joe. Okay, now what's going on? And stop yelling at Sam.
I suppose this changing my design was your idea.
What design?
This!
Are you crazy? What kind of performance is this?
Well, here, go ahead. And if you two don't like what I'm doing, I'll just sit down.
I don't like how you sound. I don't like the tone of your voice. I want you to treat people around here as though they were almost as good as you are. Do you understand?
It's all right, Teddy. If the person doesn't feel good, it's the sickness that talks. Not the person. It's all right.
Sam, I'm sorry. I'm just all on it.
I made the dress exactly like the sketch. What exactly? But every 2 minutes now, she changes her mind. I open my mouth and bang, the house falls on me.
I think I'll have a long talk with our friend right now.
Terry, no more yelling, please.
I don't yell when I'm serious.
She's a high-strung girl, Teddy. Oversensitive.
So what are we, elephants? Come on, Harriet, let's get out of here. Let's take a walk in the park.
No, I'm going home to bed. I have an awful headache.
Walk in the fresh air will help.
Nothing will help.
Don't be too sure. Come on. Sometimes you forget there's such a thing as fresh air in New York. Or other things in the world besides business. Now it's your turn. Go ahead. Breathe. What's killing you, Harry?
Me.
How come?
Overworked, overtired, overeager, overambitious, overworried. I'd like to forget I ever wanted to be a designer. I'd like to forget I ever wanted to be rich.
Why?
It's the pressure. Will the designs be good? Will they sell? Will we go broke? I can ruin the whole business in 1 week. I don't sleep at night. I hardly slept in I don't know how long.
Have you seen a doctor?
We're practically married.
Oh, what did he say?
He told me to quit. I told him I couldn't. It looks like I'll have to. I'm no use to anyone this way.
That's right.
I used to think my sister Marge was a dope. The way I got that money out of it.
What money?
Never mind. It's all paid back. And with interest. But Marge is happy. She's got her little house in Queens. I'd like to quit, but what about you and Sam?
What about me and Sam? Let's talk about me and you.
No.
Why not?
I don't want to.
Harriet.
Look, you stay here and breathe. I'm going home.
There's only one suggestion I can make.
Throw me out of the company?
Worse than that.
What could be worse than that?
You could marry me.
How could you possibly want me to marry?
Sounds crazy, doesn't it? I never stop thinking about it. And don't think I haven't tried. I can't tell if what you're doing is right or wrong, and what's more, What are you crying for now?
Because I'm crazy. That's why.
Look, you go home and stay there. Forget the business. I'd burn the place out if I thought it'd make you happy for 1 minute.
I don't want to be happy.
I'm a fast-talking salesman from 7th Avenue, honey, but you make me feel like a boy in love.
Well, get me a cab, boy. I want to go home.
I'll take you there.
No. I want to go home by myself. I've got lots to think about.
Okay. I'll go find a cab.
Teddy, this is not so easy to understand. First you and Harriet don't talk to each other, then you scream at each other. Now you tell me you asked her to marry you. Well, what did she say?
She didn't say no. She's all upset now. But I got an idea. I'll tell her we decided to give her a trip. Let her go to Paris. See the spring showing. You know, she dreams of those things. No, she dreams all right. I'll pay for her, but we'll tell her it's the company. As soon as I finish my sales trip, I'll fly over, meet her. We'll have a good time, get married, be back in time for next season.
The company will pay for it.
No, I'll pay for it.
You think her happiness and yours isn't my business?
She's home now, Sam. Just kicking herself to pieces. I think I'll go and tell her.
Tell her all the partners are agreed. Well, go on, Casanova, before she wakes up and knows what a bad bargain she's getting.
You could come with me, you know.
Get out of here and let a man go to work.
Going up, mister? Yeah, hold it with us. Thanks a lot. Miss Boyd's apartment. What floor is she on? Fourth floor, but nobody's home. Are you sure?
Mrs. Boyd just went to the hospital.
A hospital?
Uh-huh. Her daughter was just taken there.
Where? What hospital?
Midtown. She just left.
Thank you.
Teddy, what are you doing here?
What happened, Mrs. Boyd? Was it bad?
Oh, Teddy, is it wonderful? It's a boy.
What?
Marge is doing just wonderfully. Why, she wasn't in the delivery room more...
Well, congratulations, Grandma.
Wait,
Harriet.
that's Ray coming out of her room down there. You can see her now, Ma.
Just for a minute. Hey, Teddy. Well, how about this, huh?
If I had a cigar, I'd give you a cigar.
Here, I'll give you a cigar. Is Harriet in there with her?
Harriet, her only sister. She couldn't even wait for the baby to be born. A dinner date. That's more important.
Ma, a dinner date with who?
Well, who do you think?
Skip it, Ma. No, don't skip it, Ma. A dinner date with who?
With Mr. Noble. What's happened to her, Teddy? I used to think that maybe you and...
Mrs. Boyd, go on into Marge and say hello for me.
So that's how it is. I'm sorry, Jay, but well... That's how I feel. I've decided to stay put.
Having wounded my vanity, both as a man and as a... What did they call me? Oh, yes, a merchant prince. Would you mind telling me just why you changed your mind?
Well, it's very simple. You're very attractive and so you offer, but I think I can get more out of my own business. It'll take longer, but I'll have myself, for instance.
And let's not slight that young partner of yours. You'll have him, won't you?
Yes. And I'll have all of him.
I see. Do you mind if I keep that sketch?
I gave it to you.
I'm going to have it framed with a motto underneath. Never underestimate the competition from 7th Avenue. Excuse me. Hello? Oh, yeah? On his way up? No, don't try to stop him. We have an uninvited guest. Or was he invited? Your partner.
My partner?
Mr. Sherman. Oh, I'm sorry, Harriet, but it would have been stupid of me not to let him come up. After all, he must know that you're here.
Of course.
We don't have to let him in.
Let him in, Jay. Let's get it over with.
This is Act 3 of I Can Get It For You Wholesale, starring Dan Daly as Teddy Sherman and Susan Hayward as Harriet, with Herbert Butterfield as Sam Cowan and Herbert Dean as J.F. Noble. Just a moment later, Teddy Sherman has just entered Mr. J.F. Noble's apartment.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Noble, but this will only take a minute. I'm glad to see that Dr. Noble has a cure for what ails you, Harriet. Let me pour you a martini, Mr. Sherman. I'm not here for a party. Only to take back a few things I said to my partner this afternoon when we... Oh, I see that you're interested in that sketch. I'm more interested in what's written on it. Harriet of Noble.
Teddy, listen
to you. I want to tell you something, Mr. Noble, that Harriet once told me. She'll never get out of our deal. She's going to stick and make me rich and make our company a success.
Teddy, wait.
You'll design overalls if I want you to. You're going to like it. You lied, cheated, and double-crossed your way out of a model's room into a partnership with me and Sam. And now you're lying, cheating, and trying to double-cross your way into something better. When you can stop trying, honey, you're stuck.
Well, stop screaming like a 7th Avenue.
I am a 7th Avenue salesman, but I'm nobody's Teddy. Not even Harriet. Harriet of Noble. You mean Noble's Harriet. And I won't tell Sam about your dirty little scheme. He likes it. Might break his heart.
That contract he's talking about. You still think you can get me out of it?
He loves you. But he wants to own you because he's a man who has nothing. I have everything. And all I want to share my pleasure in it with you.
Can you get me out of it?
Yes.
Last night, he'll be on the road for maybe 6 weeks. You didn't even say goodbye, did you?
Sam, about these sketches for the new line.
I can't stand such a thing. Two partners not talking to each other.
Sam, please. The sketches.
All right. But I tell you, Harriet, these are not dresses, Harriet. These are designed for gowns.
That's right.
A gown for $10.95? You're crazy.
Our prices are going up, Sam.
This is impossible. Well, a $10.95 house.
We're making a new line, Harriet Boyd Original. They'll make us a fortune.
You do this without Teddy here, without him even knowing? I won't let you, Harriet. No, you can't.
What do you want me to do, get down on my hands and knees and beg him to talk to me? We're in business to make a profit, aren't we?
By doing a crazy thing like this?
The Harriet Boyd line's just been guaranteed a profit of $50,000 for the first season.
50,000?
Yes. I never want to see anything for $10.95 again as long as I live.
Hear what I said, Sam? I never had a trip like this in my life. Wait till you see those orders. Hey, you working hard?
Next week, Teddy. Next week.
I'll phone you again tomorrow, Sam. I'll be in Dallas.
Take care of yourself, Teddy. Thank you. More orders. It's no use, Harry. We've got to tell him. Every day we're in worse trouble.
This is great trouble if you can get it.
But he keeps sending in orders and we can't fill them.
Sam, listen to me. In 4 weeks, he jumped from a cheap little dress business into a gown house. We have the 9 noble stores as a client and a future as millionaires. Is that trouble?
No, that's not trouble.
Well, relax, Mr. Millionaire, and be happy.
When Teddy gets back, I'll try and be happy. Teddy Sherman is marching through the South, but believe me, the big battle will be on 7th Avenue.
It's for you, Mr. Cowan. Mr. Sherman, long distance from Memphis.
Tell Mr. Sherman I'm not here. Tell him All right, I'll talk. Hello, Teddy.
Sam, how are you?
How I am, I don't have to tell you long distance.
Well, what goes with those orders I'm sending in? I'm getting complaints.
Well, doing what we can.
But I promised delivery to Greg. She said she wired you and all she got was double cost.
Teddy, now wait.
I can wait, but Greg's home. She just threatened to cancel.
You better come home, Teddy.
Come home? Why?
Because that's why. We have a little problem.
What little problem?
When you're here, it's time enough to talk.
Okay. I'll catch a plane tomorrow.
Send me a wire, Teddy. I'll meet you at the airport.
I thought I'd better come over and tell you, Jay. Teddy Sherman's coming home tomorrow.
Well, it seems to me that you could resign yourself a little more gracefully to being rich and famous. What if he is coming home?
I keep wondering what he's going to say when Sam tells him.
If Mr. Sherman doesn't like what you've been doing, you can tell him that every Harriet Boyd original, as ordered by the 9 noble stores, will be returned and the orders canceled. That will bankrupt your little company, and you'll be free next season instead of this one. Either way, you'll be at Noble's. Really, Harriet, you and Mr. Sherman have no choice but to accept and grow rich.
I suppose so.
Just stop thinking about it. Think about this instead. Advertising layouts for the newspapers and the magazines. Office bazaar, 4 full pages. And here's that picture of you that we're running in Vogue.
Well, I'll say this for you, Jay. You certainly really keep your promises right down to the last, most extravagant part of them.
There's something else you might like to see. The steamship ticket. Tomorrow night, Harry. By this time next week, you'll be comfortably settled in Paris. You'll be going to Paris every season. You're going to be very, very happy.
Am I?
I've mapped out the plans for your whole life. All you've got to do is to follow them.
I don't always follow other people's plans, Jay. It's an old habit of mine.
To get you out of that partnership, I'm doing a few things that violate some of my old habits. But I'm not complaining. So long as we understand each other, we do, don't we?
Yes, we do. I'm just a little tired, that's all. A little itchy.
We could skip dinner tonight if you'd rather rest.
Oh, no, I want to go out to dinner. I can rest in Paris.
Rest on the boat, my dear. No one rests in Paris.
The plane was a little late, Harriet. We came as quick as we could.
Thank you, Sam. I want to talk to you, Teddy.
About what? Sam gave me the full report. Besides, you must have so many other things to do. And where's Noble? Waiting for you on the boat?
Teddy, please.
I've only got one thing to say. When we started this business, I told you I'd make you rich. Well, I've delivered on my promise. I always do, don't I, Sam?
Always. If there's one thing about Harriet Boyd, she's a girl who delivers. Anywhere, anytime, any price.
I don't see you turning down any of the dirty money.
Look, partner, I know when I'm in a squeeze place. There's no contract on the order. If I kick Noble pulls the plug and our whole company goes down the drain, bankrupt. And you're free to go ahead with him. You get what you want anyway, it's play. I can't stop you, so I won't even try. I learned that lesson the first time 5 guys ever jumped me in a dark alley.
Well, enjoy feeling sorry for yourself. You can afford it.
I got a surprise for you, Harriet. We decided not to afford it. You turned this whole thing into dirt, and Sam and I don't like dirt. We don't like living in it.
Sam.
You heard me. We're not delivering on the Harriet Boyd original. We're stopping production. We're closing down. Broke, flat, finished. Get it? Every dime we owned or ever hoped to own. Out of business. Bankrupt.
You can't. I won't let you. You're going to deliver on those orders. The money's there. It's waiting for
Well,
you.
it'll grow old and gray waiting for us. You wrecked our little dress business, and now we're going to wreck your big gown business. We're finished because we don't like what you've done.
Sam, no. Don't let him. Don't let him talk you into this crazy thing. He just wants to humiliate me, but you'll lose everything. Every penny you've ever saved. Sam, you have a wife, a daughter. He's got nothing. He doesn't care. He just wants to make me feel
like what you are. Like what you always were.
Teddy's such a fool. Always saying the wrong thing.
He was just bluffing. He was, wasn't he? He was just trying to scare me.
Scare you? No, Harry. He didn't say what he wanted to say. That we both love you. I like a father, and Teddy like Teddy. You know him, a big hello, a joke, a laugh, but with his heart, We are going bankrupt. We're closing up, even though it means the end of all our hopes, but not because we hate you. Teddy is right. When it comes to choosing between money and someone you love, what choice can a man make?
Jay, please, I have to go.
Won't wait until our guest leaves. After all, your bon voyage party
There
is.
isn't time. Please.
Well,
You've got to postpone this trip.
I beg your pardon.
They won't deliver the gowns. You've got to go back and make them deliver. You can do it through the bank, through the mills. You can force them to.
But why should I?
Why? Don't you understand what I'm saying? They've deliberately decided to go bankrupt.
Well, if they think they can afford the gesture, let them. Now, shall we rejoin our guests?
You won't do anything?
Certainly not. I'll not make Mr. Sherman's solvency the basis of our relationship. If you can't be happy with me unless Mr. Sherman is happy too.
That has nothing to do with it.
It's so simple, my dear. If you want to prevent Mr. Sherman's bankruptcy, all you have to do is go back to him.
Go back to him?
But you haven't much time to make up your mind.
Do you want me to go back to him?
No, I want you to stay. But I have no intention of spending the best years of my life playing psychoanalyst to a woman who won't admit she's in love with another man.
Me? In love with that big baboon? That loudmouth salesman with his lady buyers and his cheap wisecracks and his...
Your description is a trifle cruel, perhaps. But that's the man I mean.
That's ridiculous. I only want you to do this because they have every penny they own.
Unfortunately, Harriet, you want so many things. You want to get out of a cheap dress house into a bright and shining career of note. I arranged that. Now you want to luxuriate in a happy conscience as well. That, I'm afraid, cannot be arranged. I was happy to help you find fulfillment, but I feel under no obligation to find fulfillment for the man you love.
I don't love him.
So you keep saying. Of course, I can understand your reluctance to crawl back on your hands and knees. You'll probably insist on that, you know, and with some justification. But crawling on one's hands and knees is good for the soul sometimes. So if Mr. Sherman is the one you want, I suggest you start crawling.
I don't want him.
Very well, then. Let's lead Mr. Sherman to the bankruptcy court. Say goodbye to our guest.
Jay, I'm sorry. I'm not sailing.
I'm sorry, too, Harry. I'll send you a postcard from Paris. That's enough for tonight, Sam. We can finish the audit in the morning.
In the morning, I may not... Harriet.
I'm back, sir.
Why, did Noble catch you going through his pockets and have you thrown off the boat?
No, not exactly. He told me that I was in love with you. That's why he wouldn't let me stay. Because I was in love with you, he said.
What about you? What did you say?
I said, me? In love with that big baboon? That cheap salesman? That... I forget now what I said.
I don't forget so easy. I haven't forgotten a thing.
Teddy, wait. Listen to me. Maybe 7th Avenue is the jungle, but that doesn't mean that you have to live like a wild animal. Harriet found that out, so she came back. It isn't easy to walk back in after you walk out. It's easier to stay out. And Harriet, it isn't easy to say, please come back. Besides, falling in love is always a mess. What can you expect from two strangers? Let me at least introduce you. Teddy, this is Harriet. Harriet, this is Teddy.
Pleased to meet you.
No. First is shaking hands. What you're doing, that comes later.
Hayward, California, the makers of Old Gold cigarettes present the Comedy Theater, the only radio program that brings you every week the greatest stars in the greatest comedies. Tonight's play, Take a Letter, Darling, starring John Hodiak and Susan Hayward. And here is the director of the Old Gold Comedy Theater, Mr. Harold Lloyd.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Our play tonight, Take a Letter, Darling, was cast in a very psychic manner. Because when we asked ourselves, now, who would be a perfectly virile young man for our lead? A little voice said,
Johnny Hodiak.
And when we asked ourselves, now, who would combine charm and humor and rugged individuality, a little voice said,
Johnny Hodiak.
So we listened to that little voice, and it grew into a big, strong voice which said the very same thing.
John Hodiak.
Welcome to Comedy Theater, John. Pull up a microphone and make yourself broadcastable.
Thank you, Harold.
I hope you managed to find a leading lady, John. You'll need one, you know.
Yes, I know. And I had an experience similar to yours, Harold, because when I asked myself, who's a beautiful girl with poise and sophistication and charm, a little voice said,
Susan Hayward.
Well, now, isn't that amazing? Probably both of us are wired for sound. But what did you do?
I listened to that voice, and it grew stronger, but it always said the same thing.
Susan Hayward. Welcome, Susan. What do you think of our psychic powers?
Quite impressive. Do you tell fortunes, too?
Indeed, I do. I huddled with my prognosticator this afternoon, and I can safely predict that you and John are going to give as delightful performances tonight as John is giving in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Marriage is a Private Affair, and yours, Susan, in Paramount's And Now Tomorrow.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Now, let me begin this way. Once upon a time, a very shrewd advertising man said, it pays to advertise, and made himself a lot of money. And once upon a time, Tom Verney, a very shrewd young man, said, it pays to be in advertising, and made himself a lot of trouble. It all began when Tom carried 6 feet of muscle, 2.5 feet of shoulders, and a letter of introduction into the offices of Atwater and McGregor, advertising specialists.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I have a letter of introduction, A.M. McGregor.
Is it about a job?
Well, yes.
You want to know something?
Well, yes.
You'll get the job.
Well, yes.
Yes. The more I look at you, the more I'm sure you'll get the job. Chump.
Chump.
Third door to the right. Just walk in.
Thanks, pal.
Don't mention it, chump.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking for McGregor.
Well, you found her. Close the door. Come on in and sit down.
Well, I am sorry. Dooley didn't tell me McGregor was a lady.
Is a lady. You have a letter from him? May I see it?
Yes, here.
Tom Verney, huh? I might be able to use you. What have you done?
Well, nothing much. I had an income and lived as I pleased. Shipped aboard freighters twice, once to the Argentine, once to Portugal. I was bodyguard to a banker, played pro football for a couple of years, but, none of it was work.
Piggy bank empty?
That's right.
College graduate?
Yep.
Do you like advertising?
Not particularly.
Well, that's a fine start. What do you like?
Well, I guess I'm childish, but that's my secret.
Stand up.
Huh, what?
How do you look in clothes?
Clothes?
Yeah, I mean a decent suit or tails.
Well, isn't this suit decent? I've worn it for 2 years, haven't been arrested once.
Please answer my question and try not to be cute.
Pardon me, fire away.
You dance?
Fairly well, no prizes.
Are you married?
Nope.
Any obligations?
What kind?
Female.
No.
Well, you're a little on the gargantua side, but I'll take a chance. You'll start at $50 a week.
$50?
When you're worth more, you'll be paid more.
Well, thanks. But what am I?
My private secretary.
Yeah, but I don't know anything about shorthand or typing.
Oh, we have girls in the outer office for that. Your duties will be more personal.
I see. Miss McGregor, I came here because I needed money, but if what I'm thinking is right, pardon me while I go out and start digging a nice clean...
Oh, just a moment, Mr. Verney. Believe me, I won't hurt you. Your 3 predecessors made the same mistake. It was probably the night work that fooled them.
Night work?
Mm-hmm. You see, a woman in advertising has an edge and a handicap. She's a woman. That's the edge. But so are the wives of the executives she has to deal with. And that's the handicap.
Oh, and they think that you're... that they...
You're learning, Verney. And that's what we're up against tonight. We're dining with a Mr. and Mrs. French. He has a $2 million advertising contract that I could use, and a wife that I could choke.
Can't say I blame her for being suspicious. You're quite beautiful.
You're learning. And that's why I need you.
To choke the wife.
Oh, no, you won't have to go that far. Just a little extra pressure when you're dancing with her should do the trick. See what I mean?
I'm learning.
How does the job strike you?
Repulsive.
$50 a week.
Impressive.
You'll take it?
Positive.
Good. Now dash over to Barton's and get yourself a full-dress suit. Here's the address. I'll pick you up tonight at 7. You'll probably need alterations. Hurry now and ask for Mr. Barton personally.
You Mr. Barton?
I'm Mr. Barton.
Miss McGregor sent me.
Oh, Mr. Verney. Miss McGregor phoned about you, so you're the new secretary, eh?
Yeah, I'm the new secretary. Let me see some soup and fish. I have to pick one out.
No. My men have taken care of everything.
What do you mean?
Well, tails, top hat, stick, gloves, complete gentleman. It's all ready for you.
Stick?
And I have a little surprise for you, Verney. You're going to get 2 business suits also. You lucky dog, you.
Don't poke me in the ribs. How do I know this stuff's going to fit?
My dear boy, I have been dressing Miss McGregor's secretaries for years. But we'll try this coat on just to make you happier. My, but you do have broad shoulders and large biceps. Wrestle?
With you?
Well, please, certainly not. No, indeed. I was just making chit-chat.
Well, this coat's too tight.
Maybe, and maybe not. Miss McGregor likes a form-fitting coat.
I'm wearing it.
Miss McGregor is buying it.
Oh, I see. Well, what would you do if I held out for a large one?
Unfortunately for you, I should be forced to telephone Miss McGregor. Now, wait a minute. Don't bunch your shoulders and don't stretch your arms. You'll rip the coat. Oh, you huge beast.
I thought that was a ripping good scene, didn't you, B.W.?
Well, frankly, H.L., I didn't think Mr. Barton had to get upset, supposing Tom did rip a coat. Did you hear what Barton called him? A huge beast.
Oh, but B.W., you must remember that Barton is an artist at his work. Every thread and stitch in that coat was a work of art. And with one stretch of his arms, Tom ripped the coat to shreds. Now, why shouldn't Barton be annoyed?
Oh, come now, H.L. You know that when situations like that arise, we have a magic formula.
Oh, of course. Gee, someone should have told Barton. Someone should have said to him, why be irritated? Light an old gold.
H.L., truer words were never spoken. Yes, smokers, why be irritated? Light an old gold. When you need a minute to straighten yourself out, that's the time for the comfort and pleasure of a fine cigarette. But you know from experience that you get no pleasure if your cigarette is dry and harsh. Therefore,
to help prevent cigarette dryness, Old Gold's magnificent tobaccos are conditioned with apple honey. This special conditioning process helps hold in the natural moisture, helps guard your smoking enjoyment.
And smokers, that's not all.
To give you a smoke of unusual richness, of delicious, matchless flavor, a touch of rare imported Latakia tobacco is added to Old Gold's great blend of many great tobaccos.
Yes, and it all adds up to the keenest smoke ever. Old Gold, with its extra flavor, plus the special protection of apple honey, which helps guard against cigarette dryness. So, friends, play it smart. When little annoyances come your way, just say, why be irritated? Light an Old Gold. Yes, light an Old Gold and see for yourself why they've tripled in popularity.
Yes, this is Harold Lloyd to tell you that Tom Burney carried off his first assignment with flying colors. While Mrs. French spread her wings and Tom spread the oil, McGregor spread the contract before Mr. French and got 5 winks, 3 hand squeezes, 2 knee nudges, and 1 important signature. And McGregor was grateful. She doubled Tom's salary. Yes, McGregor knew a good man when she saw one. That is, secretarially speaking. And she knew an unhappy man when she saw one, too, because the next day in the office she said,
Vernie, you did a fine job on Mrs. French. What did you say to her?
I did what you told me, that's all.
What's the matter?
Nothing.
You don't like your work, huh?
Well, I don't feel honest. I don't even feel like a man.
Do you want to quit?
No.
Why not?
I need the money.
Oh. Vernie.
What?
What do you think of me?
How do you mean?
Well, personally, what's your opinion?
You're a very successful woman, beautiful and clever, that's all I think.
Vernie, do you think you could ever fall in love with me?
What?
Answer me. Do you think you could ever fall in love with me?
No.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. You're liable to be the best secretary I've ever had. Now, you just do what I tell you, do it well, and think what you want.
Thanks, I always do.
Oh, pardon me. I thought you were alone.
Come on in, it's all right. This is Atwater, my partner. Vernie, my new secretary I was telling you about.
Glad to know you.
How do you do?
Big fella, isn't he?
Smart operator, too. He knocked 20 years off of Mrs. French last night with his strong right arm.
I used to be good at that sort of thing, and then all at once I lost my fire, my waistline.
And quite a few good contracts.
I've got an exercise that's good for the waistline.
Well, I don't need it. I've got a partner that's good for the contracts.
And why should you worry as long as I'm willing to make your living, huh?
Oh, no complaint, my dear. I came in to tell you that Jonathan Caldwell and his sister Ethel are in town.
Oh, the man with 4 wives and a tobacco fortune.
He hasn't any wife now. He hates and despises women. Can't stand the sight of them. After 4 strikes, he's not only out, well, he threw his bat away.
Been reading up on him?
Talked to him last night.
You know, the Caldwell Tobacco Company should keep him locked up.
Their president?
He's the president?
He's the big wheel, along with his sister. Well, he's in town to change agencies.
What? Well, why didn't you say so? Get him on the phone. What are we waiting for?
Now, take it easy. You haven't got a chance. He hates women.
That's a $10 million account. Who's a woman?
You were, last time I looked in your direction.
Well, don't be silly. We're wasting time. If he hates women, I'll be something else.
This she does with mirrors.
Don't be a sap, Atwater. Look, get me all the newspaper clippings on his past love life.
I know a couple of books you'd enjoy more.
Vernie, have the art department get me copies of the Caldwell advertising layouts for the past 5 years.
All right.
And then go to the library and get all the books you can on tobacco. Everything about tobacco.
Okay.
And get going, partner. Get Caldwell on the phone and make an appointment for me next Monday. I'll need the weekend to plan my campaign.
Well, you don't need to get so excited about it. It's just another account. Oh, what am I saying?
Anything else?
Yeah, pack a bag for the weekend. We'll work together.
A bag? Where?
At my lodge. Now, we've got a lot of work to do, and we won't be disturbed. Oh, remind me to get a couple of dresses. Very demure and innocent looking.
For the lodge?
Of course not. For Caldwell.
Oh, should I make train reservations?
Oh, don't bother. We'll drive.
Boy, there's nothing like a fireplace and a good log fire to stretch your feet in front of. I'm just a natural-born foot toaster.
All right. Now get busy with your homework. Grab one of those books and learn all about tobacco.
Well, can't I have a breathing spell?
No. Just look at me going through 7 years of Caldwell's life. 7 years and 4 wives. Miss Tobaccoland of 1934, an elevator girl, a friend of his first wife, and a nightclub dancer. And I volunteered to get his signature on an advertising contract.
You'll get it.
Why do you say that?
You're class, and you're pretty, too. The minute he finds out you're different, he's hooked.
Thanks, but it won't be that simple.
It'll be a cinch for you. It's women with their hearts that get messed up. A woman without emotion can plan like a general in battle.
Oh, I see. Vernie, why do you work at a job you don't like?
I need the money.
We're a lot alike, you know that? We'll both swallow our pride to get just what we want. You for 100 and I for a little more. You know, you could be a very successful man, Vernie.
Not the way you mean.
Why not?
I guess I'll have to explain about myself after all. I'm an artist. Trouble is, I paint what I like, and 9 times out of 10, that means no money.
Are you good?
I haven't decided. You see, I took this job to earn enough money for a jalopy and a trailer. Then I'm going to head for Mexico to paint my head off and live by the sun.
I've dreamt those dreams. They never come true.
They will for me. Anyway, now you know why I dance around with your fat, jealous wives.
Now I'll tell you something, silly. I write.
Write what?
Poetry.
Oh?
Well, go ahead and laugh.
Why? All of us are poets. Only some can put it in words and some just get a feeling.
I like you, Vernie. Never fall in love with me, will you?
Don't worry.
Well, what do you say it like that?
Look, you're just a beautiful brain and beautiful clothes. No temperature, no pulse, that's all.
Where did you learn about women, Vernie?
It isn't a matter of learning, just instinct.
So I'm a brain with no pulse, huh? Look, I'm a woman, Vernie. More woman than you've ever known. When I fall in love, it's going to be like the sea crashing against the rocks, and lightning flashing across the sky, and thunder rolling through the mountains. I mustn't make a mistake. It can happen only once. Understand?
Come here, I will kiss you.
Get your things packed. We're going back to town.
Tonight?
As soon as you're ready.
Why?
As long as you're working for me, you'll do as you're told. Start packing. I'll meet you outside in the car.
Okay, you're the boss. May I ask a question?
Certainly.
Am I fired?
No. Well, you've proven very capable. If you continue to do your work well, there's no reason why you shouldn't remain on salary.
I'm talking about my kissing you.
Oh, that's forgotten. It was an incident of no importance.
You're running away from it. That makes it important.
You see, you've worked hard for independence, and you're afraid you're going to lose it. Well, you are, but I promise you won't regret it.
May I ask a question?
Sure?
Have you decided I'm in love with you?
Yes.
Well, let me assure you I'm not. And will you keep your place as an employee, or will I have to fire you after all?
Sorry, my mistake. I won't get out of line again.
If I hurt you, I'm sorry. But I had to set you straight.
No harm done. I heal quickly.
Shake?
Shake.
And now we can go after Caldwell.
We? I thought he was wifeless at the moment.
Oh, he is. But he has a sister.
Oh, well, not interested.
You will be when I tell you about the bonus.
What bonus?
Well, if we land the Caldwell account, there's $10,000 in it for you.
$10,000? Oh!
What does that mean?
Well, ain't nobody here but us wolves, boss. Nobody here but us wolves.
Well, Tom was right. McGregor got in to see Jonathan Caldwell, and when he discovered she was a woman, he threw her out. But she left behind some advertising samples that caught his eye, and she left behind the memory of beautiful hair and beautiful features and a beautiful figure that must have caught his other eye, because that afternoon he phoned and told her.
I called to find out if you submitted that campaign to my competitors as you threatened to.
Why, no. Not yet.
No doubt. I think it merits further discussion. How are you with women?
Women?
Yes, my sister has the final say in the advertising. You'll have to convince her. Well, how about dinner with us tonight?
Oh, that'll be excellent. Oh, by the way, one of our best men is just back from Washington, Tom Verney. Mind if I bring him along?
So you'll need some help with my sister?
Not at all, but, well, he has some of the best brains in the advertising business, and we could use his ideas.
Well, bring him along. She might fall from at that.
And did Ethel Caldwell fall for Tom? She fell like a German city for General Patton. 2 dances, and she told him how she loved the North. 6 dances, and she told him how he loved the South. 10 dances, and she told him how much the South loved the North. 12 dances, and the band went home. So they returned to their table, where they found a very amused Jonathan Caldwell and a very irritated McGregor.
I do declare, Tom is a divine dancer.
You two dance very well together.
Like a couple of penguins.
Have you made up your mind about the advertising, sis?
Well, really, it's so late, and, well, the place is closing. Perhaps tomorrow. Oh, sorry, I'm leaving for Carolina. Oh, do you fly, Tom?
Fly?
To Carolina with me. We could lounge around for a couple of weeks while you mull over your ideas.
Sure move, Ernie, if you can break your chain.
What do you say, Tom? You'll be my house guest at Caldwell Acres. After all, we can accomplish just as much there. Maybe even more. You know, I'm sure he'd enjoy that, Miss Caldwell, but he has important conferences in Washington. Don't you, Vernie?
No.
What?
No, the president can wait. I'll be very happy to accept your invitation, Ethel.
Well, that's that, and I do mean that. Well, after all, your interest is only in getting our account, Miss McGregor. This looks like the way to do it.
Oh, yes. Of course, if Mr. Verney feels the president can wait. I'm just a taxpayer. I'll have the hotel arranged for another plane ticket.
Well, that'll be fine. Shall I call for you at your hotel?
Well, do. Then we can have breakfast together. Well, of all the...
steady. Remember that contract.
I never
Business,
saw
you
know.
such a disgusting exhibition of...
Now, never cry over spilled hamburger. After all, you brought it along for the wolf.
Is your sister a wolf?
Mm-hmm. Runs in the family. Didn't you notice how long he is?
Yes, and I'd like to tear them off. Just wait till I get him alone. I'll tell him. You deliberately accepted that invitation, knowing I didn't want you to go.
I did what you told me to. Don't you like it?
You don't need a mink coat. You can say no, can't you?
And lose the contract?
What do you know about advertising? What are you going to tell her about the campaign when you get down there?
I'm not worried. You can send down ideas every now and then, and I'll spring them on her.
Oh, as your bright thoughts, of course.
Sure.
Sure. Fine. I should beat my brains out so that you can convince her that you're an encyclopedia with muscles.
Oh, let's not get excited. If I made a mistake, fire me.
I can't fire you, and you know it.
All right, then I quit.
No.
Then stop yelling at me.
I'll just say one thing. Never in my whole life have I seen a man make a greater fool of himself over a woman.
Check.
Prancing around the floor like a Great Dane chasing butterflies.
Check.
You never even asked me for a single dance.
Check and double check.
So Tom went to Caldwell Acres as Ethel's guest and had a wonderful time while McGregor burned. And back in New York, Jonathan Caldwell burned too. But his temperature was induced by love. so he picked up the phone, dialed a number, and said...
I've got surprising news for you.
About your sister?
No, nothing so trivial. It's about me. I've fallen in love with you. How soon can I see you?
Oh, well, look, some important business has come up. I'm leaving for Caldwell Acres this afternoon.
Perfect, so am I. I'll have you on my own home ground.
Are you hinting that I have a chance of becoming Mrs. Caldwell the Fifth? Do I have to join a union?
Nothing so drastic. But I warn you, I'm going to make you care for me. And I say that knowing that right now, spiritually, you're sitting on Tom Burney's lap.
And he was so right, because as soon as they arrived at Caldwell Acres and McGregor could get Tom alone, she said,
What do you think I'm paying you for? Why didn't you answer my wires? Why, these sample layouts haven't even been opened.
No, take it easy. I figured out another campaign with Ethel. She didn't like your idea.
Oh, she didn't?
No. Our idea is to show the world's most famous painters at work on their masterpieces. And each smoking. The painters, I mean. Oh, here are some of the pictures I painted.
Hey. Well, say, these aren't bad. Not bad at all. What an idea. And what a campaign. We'll run these all over the country, and wait till you see the copy I'll write for it.
Oh, sorry. Ethel's writing the copy.
Oh, she is she? Well, let me tell you...
Look, I have to change cocktails with Ethel at 5.
Oh, pardon me for intruding.
How am I doing, Ma?
Yeah, Tom was doing fine. He was doing just what Jonathan had advised.
Look, you can't overdo this jealousy business. Pour it on.
Yeah, but isn't there a time when a girl like Mac is liable to get too much and bounce back into some other fella's arms?
Not a chance. You can't overdo it. Pour it on.
And he did. He really poured it. So heavily that McGregor finally came to Jonathan and said,
Jonathan, a while ago, you asked me to marry you. Does that offer still stand?
Why, yes.
Good. I accept.
And then Jonathan went to Tom and said,
Well, old man, I guess you can stop pouring it on now.
You mean she's had enough?
Yep, she's going to marry me.
Marry you?
That's right. Well, what are you going to do about it?
Just this.
Oh.
And now we'd like to get serious for a moment about a subject that's very serious to you. You've been hearing lots of confusing stories about cigarette shortage. Maybe you've been asking yourself lots of questions. Well, here's Bob Williams with a real answer to those questions.
You want to know, of course, why there is a cigarette shortage. Well, there's a reason. In fact, 3 big reasons.
Reason number 1.
Like many other manufacturers, cigarette producers are faced with a manpower shortage. Many of the men and women who made your cigarettes before are making vital war goods now. So that puts a limit on the number of cigarettes that can be made. But the makers of Old Gold can tell you this. In spite of these difficulties, we're turning out every cigarette we possibly can. However,
there's reason number 2.
More people are smoking more cigarettes than ever before. The demand for Old Gold has been especially heavy. It has actually tripled in recent years. Naturally, we're sorry there aren't enough to go around everywhere, but be sure of this. We're doing our utmost to assure the fairest possible distribution of Old Golds, and no cigarettes are being held back.
And here's reason number 3.
Billions of American cigarettes go overseas to our armed forces. Every week, a substantial part of Old Gold production is earmarked for overseas shipment. Now, you may wonder why some of our GIs abroad are also faced with shortages. Well, there's a reason for that, too. Recently, in a press release, High Army authorities declared when preparations were being made for the big push to Germany, shells and ammunition went through first. Less essential items piled up on the docks. But the cigarettes are being set aside for our armed forces, and in tremendous quantity. So remember,
manpower shortages at the plant, increased cigarette demand at home, massive shipments abroad to our men and women.
Those are the big reasons why you can't always buy Old Golds and most other popular brands. Now think of those reasons when you hear irresponsible rumors about the cigarette shortage.
Yeah, this is Harold Lloyd again, and you're all invited to the wedding. Oh, yes, it's scheduled. Tom is back in New York, brooding in his attic studio. Atwater brought him his check for $10,000 because the Caldwell account has been landed. But Tom, he isn't happy. So he sends McGregor a large portrait for a wedding present. And at Caldwell Acres, they are rehearsing the wedding, and two of Jonathan's disapproving aunts have retired to the library to inspect the presents, when suddenly...
Oh! Well, who's that?
Sounded like Aunt Judy. We'd better go see.
So, there you are. Jonathan Caldwell, you're a fool.
Aunt Judy.
And you woman, you're what I knew you were the minute I laid eyes on you.
Not Minnie.
We refuse with all the decency that's in us to be present at this wedding. If your mother were alive... Come, Minnie. We'll never enter this house again. To think we'd ever live to see the day.
What are they talking about?
You'll find it with the present. Quite a charming portrait of you, Miss McGregor. Of me.
Here it is. Well, what's this card? To Mac in Memoriam, Tom.
Why, it's almost nude. What a childish trick.
What a relief, I'd say.
Relief?
To find out you're human. Was Varney foolish enough to think that this shock would be out of the marriage?
Well, I don't care what he thinks. What about you? Do you think I posed for this?
Oh, Mac, forget the act. I know how these things happen. A couple of advertising executives on their night off.
But I tell you, I had nothing to do with this. Do you think I have hips like that?
You don't understand. I'm glad you did pose for it. You know, I've been around myself. It's good to know you talk my language.
Oh, so I talk your language, do I? You and your 4 other wives, well, you big flub. I wouldn't marry you if you were the last pair of pants below the Mason-Dixon line.
Now, wait a minute. But don't throw that bait.
I wasn't going to, but thanks for a wonderful idea.
And that should have ended everything. But when a girl's walking along a southern highway, burdened with 2 suitcases, and a young fellow like Tom Burney comes along in a jalopy with a trailer attached, she can't throw rocks at him forever, can she? Sooner or later, she'll just have to get in and hear him say,
"Sorry, Mac. It's the only way I could bring you to your senses."
Where are you going?
Mexico, remember? Got a lot of painting to do down there. Where do you want me to drop you off?
Oh, anywhere.
Sure thing. You can get back to New York and your advertising business. You've got freedom and independence. It's in your blood. You'll never change.
Tell me, how are you going to live?
Me? Old beans and tortillas out in the open. Rough it. That's for me.
Bernie.
What?
How do beans and tortillas out in the open taste?
Best food in the world.
I'd like to try some.
You mean you're coming along?
Mm-hmm.
Just for that?
Not just that. I'm going to teach you how to paint.
Well, thanks, but I'm pretty good already.
You've got one weakness.
Like what?
Maybe you need a streamlined model. You're not too good on hips.
This is Harold Lloyd.
This is Susan Hayward.
This is John Hodiak.
Saying good night to you for Old Gold. And I hope you'll be with us again next Sunday when the Old Gold Comedy Theater presents Adolphe Menjou in Louder, Please. See you then.
Take a Letter, Darling was presented by arrangement with Paramount Pictures, producers of Frenchman's Creek. Have you noticed Old Golds are wrapped in cellophane again? That's because Old Gold uses its government-allocated supply of cellophane now during the winter months only, when cigarettes need extra protection against dryness. So, when you get Old Golds wrapped in cellophane today, you know they are newly made. And listen to Old Gold's other great new show, Which is Which, with Ken Murray as MC, Richard Himber's orchestra, and famous stars of stage, screen, and radio, or their reasonable facsimiles. Tune in Wednesday night on another network. Consult your newspaper for time and station. Bob Williams saying good night for Old Gold.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
And now, Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. Roma Wines presents Suspense.
Tonight, Roma Wines bring you Miss Susan Hayward as star of Dame Fortune, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Roma Wines by William Spear. Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines, those excellent California wines that can add so much pleasantness to the way you live, to your happiness in entertaining guests, to your enjoyment of everyday meals. Yes, right now, a glassful would be very pleasant, as Roma Wines bring you Susan Hayward in a remarkable tale of suspense.
Nobody's believed this so far, but maybe someday somebody will. Not that it really matters. It's just something to do to pass the time while I'm waiting. It was our 5th anniversary, and we were having a party. And as usual, partly because a ham is always a ham no matter how long they've been out of the business, and partly because it's really easier to go ahead and do it than to spend your whole evening refusing, I was supplying the entertainment.
But each time I do, just the thought of you makes me stop before I begin. 'Cause I've got you under my skin. 'Cause I've got you under my skin.
Everybody goes where the hostess can entertain, isn't it?
Certainly. Why do you think I married her? Broadway's loss was Nicholson's gain.
Oh, darling, as someone who's been married to me for 5 whole years, you still say some awfully nice things.
Well, why not, darling?
Say, Gene, sing You'll Be So Nice to Come Home To. Were you in that show? What was the name of it?
Oh, no, dear. Frank had already snatched me from my career by that time.
Excuse me. Jean, darling, you wanted on the phone.
Phone? At this hour? Who is it?
I don't know, dear. It's a man. Probably one of your old admirers.
Oh, don't be silly. All my old admirers gave up ages ago.
All right, I'll take your word for it, my sweet. But now you'd better go see who it is.
All right. Don't anybody go away. I'll be right back.
All right, I'll buy you a drink.
Hello?
Hello, Jane.
Who's this?
And perhaps I should say Mrs. Nicholson. You're not Jean Marley anymore, are you?
Who is this? Is there something I can do for you? I'm rather busy right now.
I was afraid you might forget me. I've been away such a long time. This is Charlie.
Charlie?
Charlie Prescott, of the San Quentin Prescotts. You remember now, don't you? Still there, aren't you, Jean?
Yes, I'm still here.
You surprised?
So you're back.
Out is what we call it, sweetheart. Only yesterday. And I want to see you.
Oh, no, Charlie. That's all over.
You mean you don't want to see me?
Save it, Charlie. I suppose I knew all along this would happen someday. When'll it be?
Oh, the sooner the better. How about tomorrow?
I can't tomorrow. Make it Wednesday in the afternoon.
Say 3 o'clock? Same old place?
No, not there.
All right. What about the Shangri-La?
All right.
Now, you'll be sure and be there, won't you, sweetheart? Because if you're not, I'm going to feel very bad.
I'll be there.
3 o'clock then, sweetheart.
3 o'clock.
Who was it, darling? Anyone I know?
No, just an old friend.
Oh, why didn't you ask him over?
Oh, he was just passing through town and wanted to say hello, that's all.
Well, maybe some other time.
Yes, some other time. Don't let anybody tell you that prison doesn't change people. It does. And Charlie'd had 7 years of it. It's not just the prison pallor they always tell you about or extra dividends and gray hair. It's something else. An expression in the eyes. And more than that, something I didn't figure out until quite a while later.
I'll say you're looking great, sweetheart.
Let's cut out the compliments, Charlie. You don't mean them, and neither do I.
Now, wait a minute, sweetheart. Don't get me wrong. You don't think I'm sore about anything? Like, say, because you're married? You don't think that now, do you?
Why should you be? You knew I wasn't going to wait around for you. It was never that serious between us.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why, I'm tickled pink you married the guy. Particularly since I hear he's really in the dough, huh? But good.
The trouble with you blackmailers is...
Oh, that's a nasty word, sweetheart.
The trouble with you blackmailers Is it you think all a woman with a wealthy husband has to do is just run down to the cellar and bring up a basketful anytime she wants to? Well, it's not like that. He spends the money. I don't.
No joint bank account?
Oh, sure. What do you think happens when all of a sudden $200 or $300 a month just starts disappearing?
I wasn't thinking of hundreds, sweetheart.
Oh, of course not. And the bigger you think, the harder it gets. Don't you see that?
Well, he's got a will, hasn't he?
I suppose so.
Don't stall, sweetheart. You know he has. You know what's in it. It all goes to you, doesn't it?
Yes. I guess it does.
You know it does.
And you want a cut.
I want half.
Before taxes are deducted or after?
Don't get wise. I did a lot of figuring where I was, and I figured you owed me something, sweetheart. I figured you owed me plenty.
Well, you're going to have a long time to wait for it, darling. I'd say about 30 years, because he's healthy as a horse.
Who said anything about waiting?
You do have big ideas, don't you?
You like it?
You don't really think I'm going to become a party to the murder of my own husband, do you?
Sweetheart, you mustn't use those words.
You must have gone a little crazy up there, Charlie.
And who said anything about your being a party to it?
Oh, you handle it. I just wait. Is that it?
Well, I know it's not as big a part of the job as you handled the last time, but that's a general idea. What do you say?
What do you think?
Sweetheart, did you ever stop to figure out what they'd give you if they found out?
I don't know.
I do. The same as they give me. Maybe worse.
Listen, Charlie. Suppose I told you I love him.
You? I wouldn't believe you. I wouldn't believe it if he combined the best features of John D. Rockefeller, Albert Einstein, and Clark Gable.
No, I suppose you wouldn't.
Well, that's the way it is, sweetheart. That way or the other. Make up your mind.
Well, it would have to be an accident.
That's okay. It could be an accident.
All right, Charlie. You win. There's only one way that I know of to deal with blackmail. Agree to the terms first and find it out afterwards. And that's how I'd planned to play it. I will confess that the murder of my husband for his estate was a little stiffer price than I'd been prepared for. But by the time I left, I knew how I was going to play that, too. Charlie'd never been quite as smart as he thought he was. That's one reason why he went to prison, and I didn't. That evening after dinner, I went in to see my husband in his study.
Oh, hello, darling.
Frank, there's something I have to tell you.
Well, what is it, darling?
It's pretty serious.
Well, all right. What is it?
Frank, I'm being blackmailed.
What? Blackmailed?
This is going to hurt you, darling. Afterward, you can do anything you like. But I know that the only sensible thing and the only decent thing is to tell you the whole story.
Jean, no matter what it is, no matter what, I love you, darling. That's all that really matters. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do, darling. Frank, a number of years ago, before I knew you, I had some trouble. Bad trouble.
Mm-hmm.
I was just a kid and, well, I got mixed up with the wrong man. His name was Charles Prescott. I didn't know how wrong he was until someone got killed.
Oh.
Charlie managed to convince the jury, more or less, that it was an accident. His sentence was from 10 to 20 years. He got 3 years off for good behavior. Frankie's out of prison now, and he has evidence that I was involved. I was involved much more than ever came out in the trial, and... well, that's the story.
Well, that's not so bad, darling. What's his price?
His price is... oh, Frank.
Oh, there, darling. It's all right. It's all right. Now, come on, tell me the whole thing.
His price is that he plans to murder you and make me give him half of what I inherit.
Good Lord, Jean, the man must be crazy.
That's just it. He is. He's just crazy enough to try it. He's planning some sort of an accident. Oh, Frank, I'm frightened.
Now, darling, don't you worry a bit. I know just how to handle this.
Oh, Frank, not the police.
No, darling, no. Not the police.
Early the next morning, we were visited by a chunky little man named Sparks from the Continental Detective Agency. I told him the story, or most of it. And all the time I was talking, he kept watching my husband. I got the impression he might be a little difficult to deal with. As it turned out, I wasn't far wrong.
It's a good story, Mr. Nicholson, but it's not right.
Not right? What do you mean?
Well, for instance, why don't you go to the police?
I've told you it's a case of blackmail.
But it's not just a case of blackmail. According to your wife, here's an ex-con with 13 years still hanging over him, out on parole, and he's threatening your life. We can throw him back in the can just like that.
Look, Mr. Sparks, you don't have to know all my family affairs to handle this case, do you?
No, but it would help.
Suffice it to say that it's a delicate matter. We can't go to the police.
And perhaps you better tell me just what you do want me to handle.
I want you to locate him and then follow him day and night. Never let him out of your sight. Eventually, I suppose, he'll try it.
To kill you?
Oh, Frank.
Now, Jean, darling, remember you were going to let me handle this?
I know, but...
But don't you see, dear, if we actually catch him in the act attempted murder, then we can send him back to prison and nobody would ever believe anything he said.
Must be a very delicate matter.
It is, Mr. Sparks.
Well, you'll hear from me.
Mr. Sparks, suppose he should try to contact me.
You mean you think he'll try to shake you down beforehand anyway, just for luck?
Well, you see, he thinks I've agreed with his plan. The accident.
The way we're handling it, there's only one thing to do. Play him along.
I see. Well, is that all the information you need, Mr. Sparks?
If that's all you'll give me, that's all I need.
By Friday night, they'd located Charlie. By Monday morning, they knew more about him than his own mother. Frank took the train for San Francisco that night. He wasn't due back until Wednesday morning. Tuesday afternoon, Charlie called me, as I told him to.
Hello?
Hello, Charlie.
Oh, hello, sweetheart. Everything in order?
Yes?
You get that, what you said you'd get for me?
Yes, I got it.
I hope you got enough, because, what I mean, there's going to be, expenses.
Expenses?
Yeah, I got to make contacts. You know, I don't let anybody else in, but I'm going to need a little outside help on one or two things.
Oh, I see.
And these things take time. Maybe quite a while. I'm not stalling, you understand, but you can't expect action on a thing like this right away.
I think I understand.
It may be 2, 3 weeks, even more. It's got to be laid out right, you know what I mean? Well, where can I pick it up? The stuff you got for me.
You can come out here.
Out there?
Yes, this evening about 10. There'll be no one here.
Listen, I don't think that's so good.
You're not afraid, are you, Charlie?
No, but...
Besides, you ought to see the layout of things. It might give you some angles.
Well, yeah, but...
You remember what we said? How it had to be done?
You mean accident?
That's right.
Sure.
Will you be here at 10, Charlie? I'll have everything ready for you. I knew then what prison had done to Charlie. He'd lost his nerve. Now that he faced it, murder was too much for him. He'd never go through with it. It would all come down to one petty shakedown after another, year after year. It was even more obvious now that I'd have to do what I'd counted on from the beginning. If my husband was to be murdered, he'd have to be murdered by me.
For Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you Susan Hayward in Dame Fortune by Max Wilk and E.R. Merklin. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Between the acts of Suspense, this is Ken Niles for Roma Wines. Next Thursday, ghosts and goblins will haunt your streets. It's Halloween, a good night for grown-ups to remain safely inside, entertaining a few trusted friends. A good night to serve Roma wines, so delicious with snacks or sandwiches. Yes, Roma wines add friendly companionship to any occasion. And with Roma California Sherry, Port, or Muscatel, you're sure to please every guest because more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine. The reason? Roma wines taste better. Yes, Roma wines are better tasting. First, because Roma starts with California's choicest grapes. Second, because Roma, with America's finest winemaking resources, guides this luscious grape treasure unhurriedly to tempting taste perfection. Third, because only Roma selects from the world's greatest wine reserves for your pleasure. Delight your Halloween guests with better tasting Roma wines. Tomorrow, ask for Roma, R-O-M-A, Roma wines, largest selling wines in America.
And now, Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Susan Hayward in Dame Fortune, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Charlie arrived that evening in a rented car, right on time. As I opened the door to him, I noticed another car just putting out its headlights about a quarter of a mile down the hill from our driveway. That would be Mr. Sparks. Charlie had never seen the house before, and he was impressed, but a little nervous. I took him into the drawing room.
Hey, quite a layout you got here, sweetheart.
Frank likes to have the best of everything, and he can afford it. Sit down.
Well, you know I can't stay but a minute or two.
What's the matter with you, Charlie? You seem jumpy.
Oh, me? Why should I be jumpy?
I don't know.
I'll tell you something, though. How's the clock? I have had the funny idea somebody was following me the last couple of days.
Who'd want to follow you?
That's what I can't figure. I'm clean with the local dicks, and they don't tell you unless they think you're working on a job. Nobody else would want to tell me. Unless I've been double-crossed by somebody. Like you, sweetheart.
But if I double-crossed you, you'd see that I was sent to the penitentiary, wouldn't you, Charlie?
I would devote my entire time to it, sweetheart.
And that's why I wouldn't double-cross you, isn't it, Charlie?
Yeah, I guess you're smart enough to see that, all right. You got the dough?
Yes, I've got it.
How much?
$1,000.
Well,
Oh, I know you'll be around shaking me down for more before you get to business. But that will hold you for a while, won't it?
Sure. Well, I better be moving. Where's the dough?
I don't have it here.
You don't have it?
No, it's in the car. Frank was home for a while, and I didn't want to bring it into the house. He's inclined to be a little snoopy sometimes.
Well, let's get it.
You can get it on the way out. It's in the glove compartment.
No, wait a minute. I'm not sure I like
this. Oh,
this.
Don't be silly. The car's in the garage and nobody's around. It's chilly and I just don't want to go out, that's all. It's in the Cadillac convertible.
Yeah. I guess you're in no spot to pull any fast ones at that, are you, sweetheart? Okay. You'll be hearing from me.
Yes, Charlie, I'm sure I will. Through the glass panel by the door, I watched him head for the garage. Somewhere out there in the darkness, I knew that Mr. Sparks would be watching him, too. Then I buzzed the house phone for Olson, the chauffeur. He lived over the garage.
Olson speaking.
This is Mrs. Nicholson. I'm sorry to disturb you, Olson, but I happened to glance out of the window just now, and I thought I saw a man prowling around the garage.
A man?
Yes. Oh, I suppose it's silly, but would you mind looking out your window and see if you notice anything?
Sure, Mrs. Nicholson. Say, Mrs. Nicholson, that's right. I seen him. He was running away. You want me to go after him?
He was running away?
Sure, he's running plenty, but maybe I can catch him.
Oh, no, that's all right. If he was running away, I'm sure he won't come back. There's nothing you could take out there anyway.
If you want, I'd be glad to.
Oh, no. No, that's all right. I'm sorry I bothered you, Olson. Good night.
Good night, Mrs. Nicholson.
I waited almost 2 hours until I was sure Olson would be asleep. Then I went out to the garage myself. I'd taken a course in automobile mechanics during the war. I hadn't learned much, but I'd learned enough to know what would make a steering knuckle fall apart after about an hour or two of hard driving. And Frank was driving down to San Diego the next morning as soon as he got back from San Francisco. And Frank was a hard driver. Frank left the next morning on schedule. I won't say it was pleasant waiting. I paced the living room and the hall for almost an hour, but never more than 10 steps from the telephone. Hello?
Jean, this is Charlie.
I got to talk to you.
I can't talk to you now.
Listen, Gene, I got to tell you something.
I can talk to you now. I began my pacing again. The phone rang 3 more times in the next 15 minutes, but I didn't answer it. Then it stopped. Almost 3 hours went by. I'd begun to be afraid that one of those other calls had been the one I was expecting. And then it rang again. Hello?
I'd like to speak to Mrs. Frank Nicholson, please.
This is she.
Mrs. Nicholson, this is Dr. Whitty of the La Jolla General Hospital. I'm sorry to have to tell you this, Mrs. Nicholson, but there's been an accident. Your husband.
My husband? Oh, is he?
Well, it's hard to tell just yet, Mrs. Nicholson, but I think you'd better come down here.
I got out the sedan and started for La Jolla. I was terribly nervous and depressed. I crept along at no more than 40 miles an hour, but somehow I got there. They showed me directly to Frank's room. He was all covered with bandages, but he was sitting up in bed. And with him was Mr. Sparks.
Hello, Jean.
Frank, are you...
Not too bad.
Oh, darling.
A couple of ribs and an arm. They thought I had a fractured skull for a while, but I guess I have a pretty hard head.
Well, what happened?
Well, something went wrong with the car, Jean. I was going pretty fast. I'm lucky to be alive, I guess.
Charles. Prescott. Frank, I saw a man prowling around the garage last night. Olson saw him, too.
You think Prescott might have tampered with the car?
Oh, Frank, I told you not to go through with this thing.
Well, I don't know. What do you think of that theory, Mr. Sparks? Oh, you remember Mr. Sparks, don't you, Jean?
Of course.
It couldn't have been Prescott, Mr. Nicholson. He never got into the garage. I was right behind him, and I guess maybe he heard me. Anyway, he beat it.
I understand you were in the garage last night, Jean. Isn't that correct, Mr. Sparks?
We had another man posted on the grounds. That's what he reports.
Of course I was. There was a book in the car that I wanted.
There was $1,000 in currency in the glove compartment, too.
Yes, I know. I didn't have time to tell you this morning, but he wanted money. I talked him out of it. Mr. Sparks knew he was at the house. You told me to see him if he... Frank, you don't think that
I don't want to think so, Jean.
Oh, how could you? How could you?
Well, it's just that steering knuckles don't usually come loose by themselves. That and all the rest of it.
Well, then it must have been an accident, a real accident. Don't you see that? Oh, Frank, how could you believe that I'd do a thing like that? I love you.
Oh, I know. I've thought and thought and thought. Everything Mr. Sparks has told me, and that... Oh, I can't believe it, Jean.
Mr. Sparks, you don't think I could have done anything like that. You can't.
It's just a matter of your beliefs, I guess.
Beliefs?
What you want to believe, and who you want to believe in. My office will send you a bill, Mr. Nicholson. Good day.
Oh, Frank. Frank, darling.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jean. I'm horribly sorry, darling. It's just that, well, it looks so bad, and... Oh, I wanted so much to hear you say you didn't.
Oh, I didn't. I didn't. You know I didn't.
Of course I do. Oh, look, darling, look. Cheer up. I've got a plan.
A plan?
Yes. We need a vacation. I'll be out of here in a week or so, and then we'll go away. We'll just drive around the country, do a little hunting and fishing, whatever we like. You always used to love those trips.
Oh, yes, Frank. Let's.
Sure. We'll just go off and take it easy for a while and forget the whole thing.
Yes, let's. And forget the whole thing. That's what we did. And I almost did forget the whole thing. It seemed like a nightmare that I dreamed a long, long time ago. I couldn't believe that I'd really done what I'd done. And I knew I'd never do it again. As though by mutual consent we never spoke another word about it. But I was at peace for the first time since I could remember. And I knew that even Charlie could be dealt with somehow when we got home. We drove all over the state for almost 3 weeks. And on the way back, we stopped over at a little lake in the Sierras. One day we rode across it and had a picnic lunch on the other side. Oh, it was beautiful and so peaceful. There wasn't another soul around for miles. Frank still had the cast on his left arm. It made him a little clumsy. Getting back into the boat again, he stumbled over the shotgun, tilted up against the seat. I knew he was dead even before I got to him. At police headquarters, They questioned me a little while, and then they left me in the room alone. But a few minutes later, the door opened, and somebody came in. It was Mr. Sparks.
Well, so you finally did it.
Oh, no. No.
The trouble with you amateurs is you don't know your case histories. That hunting accident gag is too old, Mrs. Nicholson. Much too old.
But I didn't. I swear. I swear to you I didn't.
Well, you got the money now anyway. At least you can hire yourself a flock of good lawyers.
Oh, please don't. I can't bear it. I didn't do it, I tell you. You can ask Charlie Prescott.
Charles Prescott killed himself this morning when the police arrived to question him. Look, Mrs. Nicholson, I'm in this thing up to my neck, unfortunately. I'm going to have to tell what I know. And I know somebody tampered with the steer knuckle on that car. And it wasn't Prescott. I know you tried to kill your husband and put it on Prescott. It just doesn't add up any other way.
All right. Yes, I did. But I didn't do the other. You've got to believe me. I didn't.
You didn't shoot him, eh?
By all that's sacred in the world. I swear I didn't.
Could be.
You do believe me. Say that you believe me.
What's the difference? Nobody else will.
That's all. Except my execution will be on the 31st, 1 week from today.
Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. And now this is Ken Niles returning for the curtain call with the lovely star of tonight's suspense play, Miss Susan Hayward. Susan, we think you were wonderful.
Well, it was a wonderful part, Ken.
For your grand performance, Susan, here's a gift basket of Roma Wines with Roma's compliments.
Well, thank you very much. Ken, will you grant me one tiny little favor?
Why, certainly. Just name it.
I'm simply fascinated by the way your narrator says suspense. Ask him to say it again, huh? Just for me.
For you, Susan, he'd probably say it in Technicolor. Joe?
Suspense.
And, Susan, you needn't be in suspense about what to serve when friends drop in. For the Roma California Sherry in your gift basket is the favorite of millions for afternoon or evening entertaining. And Roma Sherry is the perfect first call for dinner.
Roma Sherry. I'll remember, Ken.
And when you serve Roma Sherry, Susan, your guests will remember its finer taste. For to make Roma Sherry better tasting, Roma vintners select California's choicest grapes. Then, with America's finest winemaking resources, Roma guides this grape treasure to tempting taste richness. Later, Roma selects from this world's greatest reserve of fine wines for your pleasure. No wonder more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine.
That's a real recommendation, Ken. And now tell me who's on Suspense next week.
Well, next week it's Brian Donlevy in a suspense play about a man upon whom a freak of nature confers a terrifying attribute. He is a human lie detector. Mm-hmm. It's impossible for him to hear a falsehood without instantly knowing it and revealing the deception.
Well, terrifying is right. I'll certainly be listening. And that's no lie.
Well, thanks, Susan. And we're looking forward to seeing you in the Walter Wanger production, Smash Up.
Thanks, Ken. Good night, everybody.
Next Thursday, same time, you will hear Mr. Brian Donlevy as star of Suspense.
Produced and directed by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, the Hollywood Radio Theater. Starring Susan Hayward, David Wayne, Rory Calhoun, Thelma Ritter, Robert Wagner, and Jane Croman's recorded voice in With a Song in My Heart. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Irving Cummings.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight is a gala evening in the Radio Theater, because once again it is our pleasure to present the screenplay that the American moviegoers have chosen as the most popular picture, selected in a nationwide poll conducted by Photoplay magazine. With a Song in My Heart is not only great entertainment, highlighted with wonderful acting and singing, but it's the true story of a courageous and talented woman, gallant Jane Froman, a young woman who a few years ago was lucky to be alive. But just a few weeks ago, we witnessed a modern miracle, Jane Froman's ultimate triumph over unbelievable handicaps. We saw Jane Froman dancing on her own television show. And as our stars from the original cast of this inspiring 20th Century Fox screen hit, we have one of the finest actresses in Hollywood, Susan Hayward. Susan will also receive the Photoplay Gold Medal Award as the Actress of the Year, whose performance was most enjoyed by the fans. And as her co-stars, a wonderful array of talent, Rory Calhoun, Thelma Ritter, David Wayne, and Robert Wagner. And it's wonderful to meet the world with a song in your heart, because you'll have a special radiance for everyone to see. Now, with A Song in My Heart, starring Susan Hayward as Jane Froman, Thelma Ritter as Clancy, David Wayne as Don Ross, Rory Calhoun as John Byrne, and Robert Wagner as the soldier.
Just a song at the start.
Several years ago, at a radio station in Cincinnati, a girl named Jane Froman was reporting for an audition, and as always, in a terrible hurry. There was a man alone in the studio. Naturally, Jane assumed he was the director, waiting to listen to her.
Oh, good morning. I'm sorry I'm late, but there was a terrible traffic jam.
There was? I didn't know.
I'm Jane Froman. Paul Whiteman spoke to you about me, remember?
Paul Whiteman?
Yes. I have his card here somewhere. Oh, here it is. He wrote something on the back of it.
Apparently he thinks you're pretty good. Well, what experience have you had?
Well, I've sung once with the Cincinnati Symphony, and last month at one of Mrs. Taft's teas. And...
Mrs. Robert Taft's teas?
Uh-huh. And before that at the Grand Central Theater in St. Louis. I was billed as the blues-singing co-ed from Missouri U.
You don't say. Well, what would you like to sing for me?
But I brought several things along. Let's see. Do you know this one? Oh, you can accompany me?
Well, in my own humble way. Ready? Okay, let's go.
I saw you last night and got that old feeling when you came inside.
Pardon me, your hands, the gestures. May I ask what this is all about?
Well, I understood you were looking for a hot singer.
Miss Froman, you're a very nice-looking young lady. For all I know, you may even have a good voice. But in show business, you've got to have a lot more. You've got to know how to walk, how to smile, what to do with your hands. Well, just now I thought you were... Look, you're singing a song, not waving to a bunch of immigrants on Ellis Island.
I'm sorry. May I try it again?
Only if you sing it right, and not the way you think somebody else might like it, okay?
Okay.
From the heart.
I saw you last night and got that
Oh, come right in. Thank you. This is Miss Froman, one of Paul Whiteman's protégés.
I thought I told you if there were any openings for the sort of singing you do that I'd let you know.
Yeah, that's exactly what you said. But as I sat here letting these unhappy words sink in, Miss Froman appeared. She mistook me for you, so I'm auditioning her.
You're not the director?
No, he is. Go ahead, show him your card, Miss Froman.
No, that won't be necessary. I'm on my way to lunch,
and
I don't
stand over there. Go on, where you can see her. This you gotta hear.
Really, don't you think if I just...
Sing the number, Miss Froman, and remember what I told you.
I saw you last night and got that
No, that's not it at all. We're looking for a hot singer, one with a lot of...
verb?
Exactly.
Okay, Miss Froman? the Ellis Island version.
I saw you last night and got that whole feeling. When you came inside, I got that.
More like it. I think we can find a spot for you doing commercials. $10 a program.
$10?
Well, if you don't want it, just say so.
Oh, but I do want it. Very much.
All right, then be in my office tomorrow at 10 o'clock. We'll start you out on Jim's Toasty Peanuts.
No, brother.
By the way...
yes, sir?
I seem to have forgotten your name.
Don Ross.
Yes. Well, this piano is for studio use only. Our studio, not yours.
Yes, sir.
Goodbye, Miss Perlman.
Goodbye. Oh, and thank you.
You sort me?
Why, no. Should I be?
Well, after all, I almost lost the job for you.
Yes. But then, of course, you're right. He's wrong.
How's that again, ma'am?
Give me credit for having a little sense, Mr. Ross. Besides, now that I've got the job, I'll sing my way. Excuse me, your way.
May I ask you one more question?
As many as you'd like.
How'd you like some lunch?
Frankly, I'd love it.
Okay, I'll buy a peanut butter sandwich. I might even make it Jim's Toasty kind. After all, you gotta plug the product. Yes, Jane was on her way, and the way led straight to the top. In a matter of months, she was in Chicago, starring in the stage show at one of those great big movie palaces on State Street. And the manager had suddenly decided to give her a big raise in salary.
Don, you were fantastic. Why, it's a fortune. Oh, but I feel terrible about you losing your job, love.
What job? The only reason they even let me out on that stage was because I said you wanted me there.
And don't you think I didn't?
Now, if they had been firm about offering you $750, I might have argued with them. But at $1,000 a week, well, I'll be delighted to look for work elsewhere.
You've got a job. You're managing me.
Which brings up the next problem. What'd you like to eat?
Oh, don't ask me. I'm a stranger in town. But I'm feeling mighty rich. Let's go somewhere we can't afford.
Spoken like a leading lady. Hey, taxi! Hey, taxi! Of course, if we got married, you wouldn't have to worry about where to eat. We could just go home and eat.
Oh, Don, please. Let's not go into that again.
I'm sorry, I forgot. When you were 5, your father tipped his hat and rode away.
It's nothing to joke about.
Taxi! Taxi! So one marriage goes on the rocks. Does that mean they all have to?
I've seen too much of the other side of it.
Okay, consider it unsaid.
But I can't forget it either. The way you've helped me, all the things you've done.
Taxi! You're so rich, you can't even get a taxi cab.
Come on, let's walk up an appetite.
After Chicago, Jane had only one place to go, New York, the capital of show business. From her first performance, Jane was in. Meanwhile, what about me? Well, I'll bite. What about me? Oh, I managed a few jobs here and there, even a trip to Hollywood for a movie test. But as soon as I was back in New York again...
Don, well, come on in. I thought you were still in California.
Well, we all make mistakes, you know. Miss me?
Like a front tooth. Well, what about your picture?
Listen, if those birds think I'm going to stay in Hollywood just to play a stooge for Victor Mature... Besides, if I'm out there, who's going to run out and get you a jar of cold cream if you need it?
Oh, I was so in hopes this would be the break you've been waiting for. Don, maybe if you talk to them...
Look, who cares? The chief gives you a nice ride and plenty of time to read the papers, especially Winchell's column. You and that Long Island polo player.
Him? He's all right. He's fun. Not a brain in his head.
But quite a bundle in the bank.
Oh, he's down to his last $1 million or $2.
Reduced to that, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Now, what were you saying?
I wasn't saying anything. But there was something you said about running out and getting me a jar of cold cream when I need it.
Oh, it's just a way of talking.
You know, it's true. I've let you do so many things for me.
Well, I'm the slave type. I like doing them. And you know how I feel. The question is, how do you feel?
I don't know what to say, Don. You've been so wonderful to me.
Mm-hmm. But you're not in love with me, is that it?
Well, I didn't say that. It's just... Well, I'm not sure. Maybe I am in love with you.
Okay. That's good enough for me. They tell me there's been quite a run on marriages lately. War fever or something. Anyway, how about dropping down to City Hall with me some morning?
Do you really want me to do that?
Look, suppose I put it another way for a change. I'm a poor little sheep who's lost his way, and you, baby, you're big business. I need you, you need me. The perfect setup for matrimonial bliss. Also, think how economical it'd be if we ever went on tour. 2 for the price of 1.
Oh, Don, be serious.
I am. You're not still stewing about your mother and what happened to her marriage.
No, it's not that. It's just that I want to be sure. Maybe this is a silly thing to say, but I want a home, Don. A real home.
Well, now, what do you call this? A shanty in old shanty town?
I don't mean just a house.
Look, if it'll relieve your mind, I'll give you my word that as cook, dishwasher, lover boy, I'll be strictly Phi Beta Kappa. What more could you wish for than that?
I can't think of a single thing, Mr. Ross.
Then the answer's yes?
The answer is yes.
So, Jane and I were married, and we lived happily ever... Well, at least we were married. And for the next few years, Jane's career grew bigger and better than ever. Meantime, I went on beating my brains out trying to write what is called, for want of a better word, music.
Don, why, you're crazy. It's a wonderful song. I told you that when you first started working on it.
Listen, don't kid me. I'm the guy that wrote it.
Oh, now, don't be silly. Come back here and play it.
Will you stop trying to give me that old build-up stuff? And for heaven's sake, stop feeling sorry for me.
Nobody's feeling sorry for you. I'm just trying to get you to stop feeling sorry for yourself.
Well...
Come on, stop acting like a 2-year-old. Play it. Why is it that you can sell me, sell everybody, but not yourself?
If you want to hear the number, okay, but please, no riddles.
All right.
A few nights later, Jane sang my number at the nightclub. When she came back to the dressing room...
Well, you see, what did I tell you?
Nothing I didn't already know.
But the song went wonderfully. You heard the applause.
Sure, they applauded. You could sing a nursery rhyme, baby, and they'd applaud, but... Oh, I'm really cooked. What's Froman trying to do? Make a songwriter out of her husband? Can't he find anybody else to sing his tripe?
I'm sorry. I was only trying to help.
Sure you were. But don't you see what you're really doing is killing me?
Look, Don, nobody can write anything good feeling the way you do. Why don't you try something else for a while?
Well, I thought it would get around to that. Maybe I should get out of show business altogether.
I didn't mean that. You know I didn't.
Okay, what did you mean?
Just that you should stop worrying about me and think about your own career.
What career? Vaudeville? It doesn't exist anymore.
Well, there are plenty of jobs a man with your experience can do.
I suppose you call managing you nothing.
Of course it's something. It's terribly important, but if it's going to make you unhappy and jealous and...
Jealous? Well, now, that's a new one. You seem to have forgotten that the first time I saw you, you didn't even know how to use your...
what's the use, Don? It always ends up in the same old argument.
As you say, what's the use?
Don, look. I know it isn't easy for you. It isn't easy for any man being married to a woman in the spotlight. Why don't I give it up?
Are you crazy?
Well, if it's going to spoil our marriage, it just isn't worth it. Not to me, anyway. Let's start all over again and concentrate on you for a change.
No, thanks. Nobody's going to make that kind of a sacrifice for me. Good night.
Where are you going?
Out.
Aren't you going to take me home?
You've got another show to do.
But
I may be back, maybe not. Who can tell? Well, what do you want?
Sorry, Mr. Ross. 5 minutes, Miss Froman.
I'll be out there, Eddie.
Sure she'd be out there. Jane never missed. And each time, better than ever.
You saw me standing alone, without a dream in my heart, without a love of my own. Just what I was there for. You heard me saying a prayer for someone I really could care for. And then there suddenly appeared before me the only one my arms will ever hold. I heard somebody whisper, please adore me. And when I looked, the moon I turned to gold. Now I'm no longer alone, without a dream in my heart, without a love of my own.
We'll continue with this week's production of the Hollywood Radio Theater in just a moment. Make a friend, and you make an ally. There's a thought for you to keep in mind, as many another American has. In 1864, Clara Barton gave up a successful job in the patent office in Washington and devoted the rest of her life to bringing physical and mental aid to the wounded and dying on the battlefield. At first, it was the soldiers of the American Civil War. But when the war ended, she was forced to go abroad to recuperate from nervous exhaustion. While she was in Switzerland, Napoleon declared war on Prussia. Clara Barton was urged to return to her own country, but she refused. She felt it was her duty to remain in Europe and help the wounded of this new war. It didn't make any difference to her if they were French or Prussian. She didn't ask the nationality of the sufferer when she stopped the flow of blood from a soldier's wound. In spite of many inconveniences and hardships, she traveled across the rugged German countryside to reach the Prussian front lines. But there she was told that the only way she could be allowed into a front-line camp would be as a prisoner of war. Clara Barton agreed, and as a prisoner until the end of the war, she continued to do her work with the wounded Prussian soldiers. After the war, she remained in Europe to help the defeated French. When she sailed for home in 1873, grateful Europeans bestowed on her many medals of honor, including the Gold Cross of Remembrance, the Jewel of the Red Cross, and the Iron Cross of Merit. Once again, an unselfish American had discovered that by helping others, you help your country. Now, our producer, Mr. Cummings.
Act 2 of With a Song in My Heart, starring Susan Hayward as Jane Froman, David Wayne as Don Ross, Rory Calhoun as John Byrne, Thelma Ritter as Clancy, and Robert Wagner as the soldier.
Jane and I patched that one up, of course. We always did. But something had happened to us, to our marriage. The world was having its troubles, too. Yes, this was December of 1941. Anyway, Jane was now singing at the Roxy, and one night in her dressing room.
I know I'm late, Don, but I'll be out there in plenty of time. I'm all ready except for my makeup.
How'd it go at the canteen?
Oh, wonderfully. The GIs just ate it up.
By the way, I've got a present for you, 2 of them, in fact.
Oh?
Yeah, some fan of yours from Syracuse. She brought it herself.
A gold cross.
And she said to be sure to wear it for luck.
That was very sweet of her. Did you thank her?
Mm-hmm, with accompanying gestures all the way to the door.
And what's the other present?
Here.
Seasick pills?
Uh-huh. They called up from USO headquarters. They want you to be ready to leave for London on 24-hour notice. Now hurry up. We can talk about it after the show.
It was at this precise moment that I entered the story. My name, John Byrne. Occupation, commercial airlines pilot. Together with an old friend, I'd fought my way into the Roxy to see and hear a girl who had long been my favorite singer. And the very next day, as fate would have it, when Jane was on a plane bound for London, I showed up once again, only this time doing my job as a member of the plane's crew. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the crew, I want to welcome you aboard. It's all right to unfasten seat belts now, and if there are any questions...
What's it look like? The weather ahead.
Very good, General. Clear all the way. Incidentally, each of you has been assigned a seat. We'll appreciate it if you occupy the same seat on all takeoffs and landings. I've forgotten why, but the company prefers it that way. Now, if there's anything we can do, please let us know. Meanwhile, thanks and have a nice day. The flight was strictly routine. The passengers happy, the ship on her best behavior. We're over Portugal now, and it's time for me to make another little speech. I hate to break this up, ladies and gentlemen, but we're now approaching Lisbon. We'll land on the Tagus River in exactly 3 minutes. So take your seats, please, and fasten your seat belts. And no smoking.
It'll take me 3 minutes to get my face on. Hold this, will you, Jane?
Oh, sure. I hope we get a chance to see something of Lisbon. I hear it's a beautiful city.
Oh, my goodness. I'm in the wrong seat again.
Oh, that doesn't matter. I'll take yours.
Oh, but the co-pilot, that Mr. Byrne, he told us to occupy the same seat on all takeoffs and landings.
What possible difference can it make whether Jane Froman sits there or Jennifer Marsh? To them, we're just seat numbers anyhow.
Yes, I guess you're right. I can't imagine what I was thinking of.
The plane had crashed into the bay, so close to Lisbon Harbor that the rescue of the survivors was underway in a matter of moments. They rushed us to a hospital. I was lying on a cot next to Jane. At the time, I was too dazed to know what was going on. But later, when the doctor came back to us...
Senhor, the nurse tells me that you wish to know the truth.
Yes, I want to know.
Your right leg is almost severed below the knee. It is a compound fracture, Senhor. There are also 3 broken ribs and a crushed left ankle. It may be necessary to amputate your right leg.
Doctor.
Yes?
If you do decide to amputate, would you please tell me first?
I will tell you, Senor. Nurse, get her ready for surgery.
Yes, Doctor. Nurse, what were they saying about him before?
Him who?
Over there, the co-pilot, Mr. Byrne.
Nothing. Nothing at all. Just a lot of Portuguese double talk.
They don't think he has much chance, do they?
Where'd you get that idea? He's fine. Now relax, kid. I got to give you another shot.
There were 15 of us who survived the plane crash. 15 out of 39. Unfortunately, Jennifer March, who had changed seats with Jane just for that one landing, wasn't one of them. You wonder why things like that happen. And why, when they raised the wreckage of the plane, the only thing of Jane's they recovered was that little gold cross given to her by a kid from Syracuse she'd never even seen. Anyway, a lot of weeks had gone by, and we're still in the hospital. By now, they're letting us spend part of the day in a solarium.
All right, open your traps and swallow them down.
Pills? Not again, Clancy.
You ought to be grateful I'm not still sticking you in the caboose with a needle.
Thanks.
Here. How you doing, kid?
Oh, just fine, Clancy.
Hey, Clancy, how'd you ever get to be a nurse?
Yes, and what are you doing in Lisbon?
Question 1, I was hit over the head with a pair of forceps at birth. When I came to, I was in uniform. Question 2, when the war broke out, I joined an ambulance corps from Flatbush to get away from my relatives. That answer you?
Right on the nose.
I'll see you later. Stay in that wheelchair, Mr. Byrne, and stop asking stupid questions.
Don't you just love her?
I'd elope with her if I weren't already in love with you.
Oh, stop it.
I mean it, Jane. I had no right to say that, did I?
No.
Even though it's true? I know you're not happy the way things have been. Well, shall I go on, or have I already said too much?
I admit there's a bond between us. Well, that's only natural after all we've been through.
It's more than that, and you know it. Ever since that first night, we've clung to each other. We've depended on each other.
Maybe that's because we like the same things, the same books, the same music.
Jane, people can't go through what we've been through and go right on acting as if nothing had happened.
Pardon me, but somebody's got company.
Hi.
Don.
Remember me?
Oh, where in the world did you...
Flew over. How else? FDR gave us a priority. He wants me to bring you home. Now, let me look at you. I didn't know what to expect, a crack up like that, but you look swell.
Well, I'm all right.
They tell me you're going to be fine. Maybe a little operation or two on the leg, but at least everything's under control.
Well, that's what they tell me. I hope they're right. Oh, Don, this is Mr. Byrne. John, my husband, Don Ross.
Oh, so you're John Byrne, one of the pilots. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Look, I've got passage for us next Tuesday, a Portuguese steamer. Maybe a little rugged, but I want to get you home where we can really take care of you. Think you can make it?
We'll make it.
Clancy, you'll go with us?
Remember those relatives I was telling you about? Just got a wire. 2 of them's been drafted. Just as like to show up here as anywhere, so it's back to Flatbush for me. You ready to go to your room, Mr. Byrne?
Yes, please. It's nice to have met you, Mr. Ross.
Yeah, sure. See you later. Seems like a nice guy.
He is.
Hurt bad?
His back. Couple of fractured vertebrae. Well, tell me, did you have a nice flight over?
Just a breeze, not a bump all the way.
I guess it's my turn now to horn in on the story. Me, I'm the nurse, Clancy. Well, we went home to New York, smack into another hospital, and a brand new set of doctors.
Well, Doctor, what did those x-rays tell you?
Yes. Am I still photogenic?
It's a beautiful picture. But I'm afraid that bone isn't knitting the way it should.
Well, what are we going to do about it?
Well, I'd say a bone graft is indicated. But I can't guarantee success. A great deal depends on the patient, Mr. Ross. Good patient can make a bad doctor look awfully good. You a good patient?
Terrible. When do you operate?
I'd like to arrange it for tomorrow morning.
I was booked to ride in the 4th at Belmont tomorrow.
You can always be scratched.
Well, see that I am, Clancy. No use keeping the doctor waiting.
Mr. Ross, I want to show the x-rays to Dr. Jameson. I'd like you to be present.
Of course. Take it easy, Jane. I'll be right back.
They're going to take my leg off, Clancy.
Yeah, who said so?
He didn't have to say so. I know.
You don't want to pay any attention to doctors. They got a view with alarm so that later they can point with pride, you know, like politicians. You stay put, kid. I'll get it. Hello?
Clancy from Flatbush. Still true to me?
Well, welcome home. Sure, I'm true to you. Wait a minute.
Who is it?
Don't be so nosy. Here.
Hello?
Hi.
John. John, where are you?
Doctor's hospital. They flew me in this morning, straight to the x-ray room. They tell me I'm cured. Now, when can I see you? Today? This afternoon?
Well, I'm not going to be able to see anybody for a while. Tell me, how are you? How was everything in Lisbon when you left?
Don't change the subject. You have missed me, haven't you? Never mind, don't answer that. I just wanted to hear your voice. Besides, there's a nurse here screaming at me. They want me to pose again. I'll be seeing you, Jane.
Yes, John.
And soon, too. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
You going to see him again?
If he wants to come. Oh, Clancy, what am I going to do?
Oh, there, now, none of that.
I've never known anyone like him. When he's with me, I don't even hurt as much.
I know.
I don't want to hurt Tom, but for the first time in my life, I'm really in love. I tried not to think about him. I keep telling myself that nothing will come of it. But I need him, and I want to see him. Oh, Clancy, what should I do?
Well, the first thing you should do is stop acting like a female. When you're through with all this, you'll have plenty of time to decide. But right now, let's do what the doctor said, huh? Give him a break, right?
Right.
That's my girl. The next morning, they operated on Jane once again, and hours later, back in her room...
Nancy?
I'm here, honey. Now, you go back to sleep. Rest is what you need.
Clancy.
How do you feel, kid? Still a little woozy? Huh?
My leg.
Don't worry, kid. It's still here.
Oh.
We'll continue shortly with Act 3 of With a Song in My Heart.
Make a friend, and you make an ally. There's a thought for you to keep in mind, as many another American has. When Mark Twain first traveled abroad, he hit upon an idea which was to bring a note of seriousness to his writing. He decided to tour Europe and write a series of articles which might erase the existing prejudices that Americans had for foreigners and vice versa. He wrote about the questionable behavior of some American tourists abroad and about the European stubborn refusal to recognize the fact that such Americans were not an honest picture of their countrymen. Well, gradually, people all over the world became interested enough in his writings to buy his books. Through them, they learned to understand and respect each other. After his marriage, he and his wife visited Australia, New Zealand, Ceylon, and India, and his writings continued to strengthen the bond of international friendship. Here, in his own words, is an example of his understanding of people. I came to England, he once wrote, with the intention of writing a devastating satire on your form of life. I anticipated finding great humor in your English culture and your social customs. Instead, I've found English home life to be a substantial and altogether admirable institution. Your society furnishes examples to be followed rather than satirized. You've given me a fuller understanding of your country and your people. He also gave America a fuller understanding of England, for he discovered that by helping others, you help your country. We pause now for station identification.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of With a Song in My Heart, starring Susan Hayward as Jane Froman, Rory Calhoun as John Byrne, Thelma Ritter as Clancy, David Wayne as Don Ross, and Robert Wagner as the soldier.
Yes, Jane still had her leg after that operation, and her heart and her courage, and that's why some months later she was back again on the stage. The show was Artists and Models. Here was a girl with a 35-pound cast on her leg, who'd have to be carried off and on the stage 22 times a performance. Jane went on, but it was too much to expect. And we took her back to the hospital. More consultations, more bone grafts, more operations, 21, 22. I even began to lose track of them. Those dreary weeks of agony went on and on.
I'm so sick of it, Clancy. I'm sick of all of it. They know I'll never walk again. Why don't they just go ahead and cut it off and be done with it?
Who says you'll never walk again?
I do. And I'm fed up with hearing you and everybody else say that I will. I know I'll never be a normal woman again. I'll never dance. I'll never... I hope they do take it off. I'll be glad to get it over with. I'm tired of fighting, Clancy. I've had enough.
You're tired, huh? Well, I got news for you. I'm tired, too. But let's get one thing straight right now. Nobody feels sorry for themselves around me. Nobody cries on my shoulder. And the minute they start it, they can get themselves another girl. Because I got more important things to do with my life. And if you've got your heart set on being a freak or an invalid, that's okay with me. Because you still got your face and your voice. That'd be enough for some women. But not you. Because you just haven't got what it takes.
What's the matter with you, Clancy?
Shut up before I knock your block off. Whether that bit of ham acting did it or not, I don't know. But we didn't have any more of that kind of talk. And in fact, as soon as the doctors gave the word, Jane was right in there pitching again. You see, it costs a lot of money to be sick, so it was work or else.
Don, you know I never like to be out front before a show, even in a nightclub.
What's the matter, superstitious?
I'm afraid it might spoil the illusion if they see me in a wheelchair or on crutches.
Sorry, but I thought this would be a good chance to talk here in public where we can't go emotional.
What's there to talk about?
I happen to know how often you've been seeing John Byrne.
Well, I've never tried to hide it. It's all been open and above board.
All I want is a simple answer. Is it me or him?
But do we have to decide that now? I've got 2 shows to do.
You can't keep putting it off forever, Jane.
I know it's tragic what's happened to us, to our marriage, but don't talk as if we've done something wrong, because we haven't.
But there has to be a showdown sometime, and it might as well be now, especially since Byrne is here.
Here?
Well, look.
John.
Hello. Glad you could make it, Byrne. Sit down.
Thanks.
I forgot to tell you, Jane, I asked Mr. Byrne to drop by. Now, if you two will excuse me, I've got to make a phone call.
He doesn't have to make a phone call.
I know.
He thinks it's time for a showdown.
So do I. What's the answer, Jane?
I'm not going to see you again.
Is that what you want?
I don't know. Maybe not, but that's the way it has to be. He's still my husband.
I'll still write you. I'll still phone.
I won't answer.
It's really because you're not sure about your leg, isn't it? As if that could affect the way I feel about you.
Max, can you help me, please?
Certainly, Miss Broman.
I want to go back to my dressing room.
But, Jane...
Please, not now. Good night, John.
All alone?
Yes, Ross, if you don't mind, I think I'll run along.
But you can't walk out just before Jane's number. You're going to see one of the greatest entertainers in the business tonight. Well?
Okay. Okay, I'll stay.
Jane stood next to the piano. They'd figured out a way to sort of prop her up there. But to look at her, to hear her, you'd never know in a million years that anything was wrong.
Embrace me, you irreplaceable you. Just one look at you, my heart beats tipsy in me. You and you alone bring out the gist. I love all the many charms about you. Above all, I want my arms about you. Don't be a naughty baby. Come to mama, do.
I see we have the army with us tonight. Now, how would you like to come up here with me? No, not you, the boy in back of it. Oh, come on. Well, that's more like it. How do you do?
Hello.
My, you're good looking. You going steady? Well, you are from now on. You know, you're a very brave man to come up here.
Tell that to my sergeant there.
Come a little closer. And don't be bashful. Tell me, can you sing, too?
Not me.
Well, can't you even hum a little?
I'm afraid not.
All right. But if you change your mind, you just join right in. Okay?
Yeah, I guess so.
All right. Here we go.
I love all the many charms about you. Above all, I want my arms about you.
What's the matter, soldier? Still nervous?
My hands. I don't know what to do with my hands.
Just put them around my waist and I'll know where they are.
Naughty baby, come to mama, my sweet
made up my mind, Clancy. Now, what about you? How'd you like to go overseas again for the USO?
About as much as I'd like to get kicked in the head by a mule.
Well, of course, the Army might think it's too great a nuisance carting me around, but I'm certainly no good to myself or anyone else here. Maybe I could do a little good over there.
And what about Buster?
Don? It should be relief to him.
And how about the wild blue yonder?
Now, Clancy, you know just as well as I do that as long as there's a chance I might lose this leg, I can't even...
Look, now, this has got nothing to do with you understand? But did you ever think how nice it would be for a dame if she could forget about how she looked for a change? You know, just sit back and relax and say to herself, you know, maybe there was something else this guy married me for. Like maybe he was in love with me. Or maybe he admired my spirit or something.
Oh, Clancy, you're wonderful. Hand me those pogo sticks.
Where are you crutching off to?
To tell Don.
Need any help?
Nope. Oh, and call Mr. Stone at the USO, will you? Ask him to come right over.
Well, that's how come that Jane began a tour of the GI camps all over Europe. The voice and the crutches. 30,000 miles in 7 different countries. And one day in one of the hospital wards...
They're either too young or too old. They're either too gray or too grassy green. The pickings are poor and the crop is lean. What's good is in the army, what's left will never harm me. They're either too old or too young. So, darling, you'll never get stung. Tomorrow I'll go hiking with that Eagle Scout unless I get a call from Grandpa for a snappy game of chess. I'm finding it easy to stay good as gold. They're either too young or too old. They're either too warm or too cold. They're either too fast or too fast asleep. So, darling, believe me, I'm yours to keep. There isn't any gravy, the gravy's in the Navy. They're either too fresh or too stale. There is no available mail. I will confess to one romance I'm sure you will allow. He tries to serenade me, but his voice is changing now. I'm finding it easy to keep things controlled. They're either too young or too old.
Thank you. Anybody here from Missouri? Oh, come on now. There must be somebody here from Missouri. Well, that's still a state in the Union, isn't it?
There's one, Miss Brom, and him over there.
Stand up, soldier. Don't be bashful.
Oh, no, not him, Clancy.
Why not? What's wrong with him?
Shell shock. I better stop him.
No, leave him alone. She can handle him.
Hi there. What part of Missouri are you from? Don't tell me you're from my own hometown. Not from Clinton. No? Well, let me guess then. St. Louis. Independent. All right, I give up. You tell me.
Charlottesville.
Charlottesville, Missouri?
Virginia.
Oh, Charlottesville, Virginia. Well, that's close enough to Missouri for me. I suppose all the girls say this, but haven't I seen you someplace before?
Yes.
Where?
La Riviera Club, New York.
Why, of course. Embraceable you. Why, we did half the act together. How would you like me to sing something now, just for you? You would? All right, you name it.
I'll Walk Alone.
I love that song. It's one of my favorites. I can't believe it, Clancy. That boy hasn't spoken 10 words since he came here.
I'll walk alone, because to tell you the truth, I'll be lonely. I don't mind being lonely when my heart tells me you are lonely too. I'll walk alone, They'll ask me why, and I'll tell them I'd rather. There are dreams I must gather, dreams we fashioned the night you held me tight. I'll always be wherever you are each night, in every prayer, if you call I'll hear you, no matter how hard, just close your eyes, and I'll be there. Please walk alone and send your love and your kisses to guide me. Till you're walking beside me, I'll walk alone till you're walking beside me. I'll walk
Well, just about then, Don Ross in New York decided to make a long-distance phone call. No, not to Jane, but to John Byrne, who happened to be stationed in Miami, Florida.
Byrne? Hello. This is Don Ross in New York. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you? How's Jane?
Oh, she's fine. Still overseas, but about ready to head back home. That's why I called you. I thought you might like to know that I won't be around when she lands.
You won't be around?
That's right. About time I looked after myself for a change, isn't it?
Well, when's she arriving?
How should I know? You can check if you're interested.
Why are you telling me all this?
Why? Because I'm a great guy, see? I'm a little tight at the moment, maybe, but great. Jane and I were washed up long ago. I didn't want to walk out on her while she was still having trouble, but now that she's doing okay again, why stick around and pretend?
I see. Thanks. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, well, that's it, Byrne.
Thanks again. Bye.
Have you completed your call, sir?
Yeah. Goodbye, Jane, darling.
Before Jane came home from Europe, a lot of those wounded GIs threw a big party for her. A cake with candles and everything. All was quite an occasion.
Yeah, well, go on.
Give it
All right, now cut it out. Miss Froman, I ain't going to make no speech, but, well, you're going home tomorrow, and us guys want to tell you just one thing. Well, we want to thank you for coming over. It sure meant a lot to us. And anyhow, this cake, it's for you.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Read the card.
Here, you read it, Clancy.
Oh. To Jane Froman, a great soldier who, though wounded herself, didn't forget us wounded. Bon voyage, the gang.
Men, there'll never be another night like this. With all my heart, thank you.
Well, it's me again, John Byrne. Yes, Jane came home. and I was there to meet her. And some time later, the newspapermen of New York held their annual ball, quite a colorful and glamorous event, and they invited us to be present.
Ladies and gentlemen, for those of us in show business, on newspapers, or who are just plain ordinary music listeners, this is an occasion of special significance and pride. For among those who are being honored tonight is a very wonderful singer and a very great lady who has just been named the most courageous entertainer of the year. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Jane Froman.
With a song in my heart, I behold your adorable face. Just a song at the start, but it soon is a hymn to your grace. When the music swells, I'm touching your hand. It tells me you're standing near. At the sound of your voice, heaven opens its portals to me. Can I help but rejoice that a song such as ours came to be? But I always knew I would live life through with a song in my heart for
In a moment, our stars will return. The Navy Enlisted Men's Club in Tokyo is a pretty nice place where the men of the Navy can sit around and talk, read, or play cards on off-duty hours. It's a pretty nice place in another way, too. There's a box on the bar for the spare change of the sailors, and every penny that's dropped into it goes for the support of their private orphanage called the Home of Affection. Over 50 boys and girls of all ages are fed, clothed, and educated there. The orphanage has formed its own self-government, and the children are learning what it's like to live by democratic rules. With the help of the enlisted men of our Navy, they're meeting the world with a new hope, a new dignity, and pride. Such acts by you and your friends today are shaping our world of tomorrow. Now, Mr. Cummings with our stars.
And here they are to receive our congratulations. Susan Hayward, Thelma Ritter, David Wayne, Rory Calhoun, and Robert Wagner. Susan, our special congratulations go to you for your gold medal award as the Actress of the Year, whose performance was most enjoyed by the fans.
Well, believe me, Mr. Cummings, I'm very happy to receive such an honor. And I'm most especially happy to announce that Jane Froman will receive a gold medal award for the picture, too.
It was wonderful to have had Jane sing her own songs tonight.
Yes, and let's not forget all the other people who shared in the picture. The author, the late Lamar Trotty, and Walter Lang for his splendid direction.
Yes, tonight they will receive photoplay gold medals. And our heartiest congratulations to 20th Century Fox, which produced With a Song in My Heart. And to all you stars who must be very proud of your studio.
Well, we are, Irving, and we know you have a soft spot in your heart for 20th. You made some of your best pictures there.
20th always makes good pictures.
I think 20th has put out a variety of good pictures lately. For Suspense, there's Niagara, starring Marilyn Monroe, Joseph Cotton, and Gene Peters.
And for comedy, Taxi, starring Dan Daly and Constance Smith.
And what type of picture are you presenting here next week, Irving?
It's a musical drama adapted by Paramount Pictures from the famous stage play into a hit motion picture. It's the fascinating Lady in the Dark. And as our stars, we will have that popular actor, John Lund. And singing the charming music of Kurt Weill and Ira Gershwin will be none other than our own Judy Garland.
That's a wonderful evening, Irving. Good night now.
Good night.
Good night, all.
Hollywood Radio Theater is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Bill Stern speaking to you tonight from Chicago.
Bill Stern, the Cody Shaker Man, is on the air. Bill Stern, the Cody Shaker Man, the story man. He gives advice and you'll advise your face will feel as cool as ice. Cody Shaker, be a fan.
The 490th edition of the Colgate Shave Cream Sports Newsreel, featuring America's most famous collector of yarns and stories. Some legend, some hearsay, but all so interesting we'd like to pass them along to you. And to do this, here is radio's #1 sports reporter, Bill Stern.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we're broadcasting from Chicago, and we're in Chicago getting ready to broadcast tomorrow's track meet, the Chicago Relays. Our guest tonight is the famous movie star Susan Hayward. But before you meet Susan Hayward in person, here is Reel 1, Portrait of a Princeton Athlete. This is a story they tell around the campus of Princeton University. It's the story of a youngster so brilliant that he was able to enter Princeton University when he was but only 13 years old. No sooner had this brilliant youngster entered Princeton when a strange thing happened. For this brilliant 13-year-old youngster took up the sport of billiards. In fact, this boy not only took up billiards, but he became a fine player. So fine that soon he was the billiard champion of his class. And then he was the champion of the university. But the strangest part of the story is that despite the fact that this brilliant youngster did become the billiard champion of Princeton University, he did not neglect his studies. In fact, he graduated from Princeton at the age of 16 with the highest honors in his class. This amazing youngster seems surely destined for a great career, and he might have had a great career if one day he had not been arrested for murder. Strange, isn't it, that this man who was the billiard champion of Princeton was arrested for murder. Yeah, he was arrested for murder when he was the vice president of the United States. For you see, his name was Aaron Burr. You might like to know the name of the man who was killed by Aaron Burr. That man killed by Aaron Burr on the banks of the Hudson River in Weehawken, New Jersey. That man was Alexander Hamilton, the first Secretary of the United States Treasury. But there's still another amazing part to this incredible story. For in Weehawken, New Jersey, on the banks of the Hudson River where Alexander Hamilton was killed, 3 years earlier, Alexander Hamilton's son had also been murdered on the very same spot. And that's the strange story of Alexander Hamilton and his son, who were both murdered on the very same spot on the banks of the Hudson River in Weehawken, New Jersey. But wait a minute. That's not the end of this story. For at that time, when both Alexander Hamilton and his son were killed, there was an American living in Europe. An American living in Europe who was a friend of both Alexander Hamilton and his son. And when that American came back from Europe to New York City, He was determined to cross the Hudson River and to see for himself that spot on the banks of the river in New Jersey where his two friends had been murdered. And the man did go to see that famous spot. He hired a rowboat, and he rowed himself across the Hudson River from New York to New Jersey. However, the day was cold, and in rowing across the Hudson River from New York to New Jersey, this man contracted pneumonia. He contracted pneumonia, and he died. Strange that this man should die as a result of crossing the Hudson River to see a spot where his two friends had been murdered. And yet it's even stranger that this man should die from rowing a boat across the Hudson River. For this man who did die from rowing a boat across the Hudson River was the same man who'd invented a boat that did away with rowing. His name was Robert Fulton, and it was he who invented the steamboat. Profile, the sports story behind a spot in New Jersey in which a father and a son were murdered. I'll be back in just a moment with Colgate's guest of the evening, lovely Susan Hayward. But first, here's Reel 2. Tonight, we're broadcasting from Chicago. But wherever you are, maybe your beard is tough like mine, or soft as fuzz. Maybe your skin is walrus tough or tender as a baby's. Whatever shaving problems that you have, you'll find the answer is Colgate Brushless Shaving Cream. Try it on this swell proposition. There is $1 cash that says Colgate Brushless will win you in a flash. You'll see Colgate Brushless makes shaving really clean, smooth, and comfortable. It does away with razor drag and scrape, and here's why.
Because it's light and fine-textured, Colgate Brushless completely surrounds, softens, and supports each bristle. Better than greasy, heavy creams. No matting down, no clogging. Your razor doesn't skid or skip when you use Colgate Brushless, but cuts through clean and smooth.
That light, fine texture makes Colgate Brushless Shaving Cream a super beard softener. You never seen whiskers come off so slick or enjoyed a shave so smooth and comfortable. And Colgate Brushless is economical to use. It spreads easier, and it goes further. So try it. Get a large or giant-sized tube or jar of Colgate Brushless tomorrow. Use it 1 week. And if you're not completely sold that it's the best shave of shaves, just return that carton top to me. Bill Stern, care of Colgate, Jersey City, Zone 2, New Jersey. And you'll get your $1 back pronto. Now, is that a deal? Then remember, there is $1 cash that says Colgate Brushless wins you in a flash. Reel 3. Colgate's camera close-up of Susan Hayward. Tonight we're broadcasting from Chicago. But our guest is in Hollywood. For our guest is one of Hollywood's most famous stars, lovely Susan Hayward. Are you ready, Susan? This is Bill Stern in Chicago, switching you to Hollywood, where the next voice you hear will be that of the famous movie star Susan Hayward speaking in person.
Good evening, Bill. Well, yesterday was St. Patrick's Day. And perhaps because I'm part Irish, I can't resist telling you an Irish sports story tonight. Besides, Bill, most of your stories are about men. And tonight I want to be different. My story is about an athlete named Kimson, and she was a great athlete. Kimson was born in Europe. As a youngster, she was kidnapped, and when she finally was returned, she went on to become the most famous sports star in Europe. In fact, she became so famous that people named buildings, toys, perfumes, and even babies after her. But if you're thinking that Kimson was a girl, you're wrong. Kimson was a racehorse. Now, in the beginning, I said this was a St. Patrick's Day story. And so it is, because this great racehorse, Kimson, was born on a St. Patrick's Day, and 17 years later died on another St. Patrick's Day. And this is Susan O'Harrigan Hayward in Hollywood, returning you to Bill Stern in Chicago.
Thank you so much. Good luck and good night, Susan Hayward. Reel 4. Profile of St. Patrick's Day. Yeah, Susan Hayward has just said yesterday was St. Patrick's Day. And sure, it's a day that Irishmen all over the world celebrate. And that's why tonight we'd like to tell you another St. Patrick's Day story. This St. Patrick's Day story begins in Cleveland, Ohio. For one night in Cleveland, a boxing exhibition was taking place. It was a wild, brutal fight that saw Stanley Ketchel, the middleweight champion of the world, fight a 4-round exhibition bout with Ernie Ball. Ernie Ball took that money he made in that fight, and he used that money to come to New York. He used it to come to New York not to fight, but to write. For when he arrived in New York, he wrote, "When Irish eyes are smiling."
When Irish eyes are smiling,
Ah, when Irish eyes are smiling. It's a number that's sung every year on St. Patrick's Day. And you know, when we hear this great Irish song, my memory goes back through the years. Back through the years as we think of the names of some of the great Irishmen who've made sports history. The Fighting Irish of Notre Dame, Jimmy Braddock, John McGraw, Connie Mack. Ah, who can forget James J. Corbett, the former heavyweight champion of the world who took the title from another Irishman, an Irishman named John L. Sullivan. John L. Sullivan, who was never knocked out by anyone. That is, by anyone except his own father. Yeah, and do you remember Mike McTeague, who in 1923 won the light heavyweight championship? Curiously enough, that Irishman won that championship in Ireland on St. Patrick's Day.
Sure, and wait a minute, Bill Stern. Sure, it's easy to talk about great Irish athletes on St. Patrick's Day. But what about the greatest Irish athlete of them all, James Roy Shannon?
James Roy Shannon? He was a great athlete. He could run, he could jump, he could pole vault, he could set records in them all. But the story of his athletic ability is much too well known. But maybe what isn't so well known is what happened to James Roy Shannon after his athletic days were over. For one day not so long ago, had you been standing near a railroad crossing outside the town of Pontiac, Michigan, you would have been amazed to see a man slowly, deliberately walk out into the center of those railroad tracks. And had you been there, you would have been horrified to see a train coming toward him at full speed. He turned around to look at the approaching train. Surely he moved. The train's headlights cut through the blackness. It took the figure out standing in the middle of the track. People screamed at him, "Stop! Get out of the way! Look out!" But he didn't move. His man slammed on the brakes. But it was too late. When they picked up his battered body from under that train, James Roy Shannon was dead. Sure, yesterday was St. Patrick's Day. Yet, you know, I never think of St. Patrick's Day without thinking about a great Irish athlete, James Roy Shannon, who died under the wheels of a train. He can never be forgotten. For he did something that makes him live on. Oh, it wasn't in athletics. You see, this man who went to his death under the wheels of a train can never be forgotten, because it was he who wrote the immortal song, Toora Lura Lura. Toora Lura Lura. That's an Irish love. Back in just a moment, but first, Reel 5. Since we're in Chicago tonight, here's the best in the West, Don Elder.
If you're looking for smooth, comfortable shaves, here's a proposition made to order for you. There's $1 cash, says Colgate Brushless wins you in a flash. And here's why.
Because it's light and fine textured. Colgate Brushless completely surrounds, softens, and supports each bristle better than greasy, heavy creams. There is no matting down, there is no clogging. Your razor doesn't skid or skip when you use Colgate Brushless. Instead, it cuts through clean and smooth.
Give Colgate Brushless Shaving Cream a trial. See how this light, fine-textured cream does away with razor scrape, gives you really smooth, clean, comfortable shaves. Get a large or giant-sized tube or jar of Colgate Brushless tomorrow.
Now remember, if 1 week's use doesn't convince you that Colgate Brushless is the shave of shaves, just send me back that carton top. We'll mail you $1 at once. The address, Bill Stern, care of Colgate, Jersey City, Zone 2, New Jersey. Now, how's about it? There is $1 cash that says Colgate Brushless wins you in a flash. And that's the 3-0 mark for tonight.
Wait just a minute, Bill Stern. There's a young lady here that I'd like to have you meet. May I present Helen Bolstad, the Chicago editor of the national magazine Radio Mirror. Miss Bolstad.
Bill Stern, Radio Mirror has just run a national popularity poll asking its hundreds of thousands of readers to vote on their favorite radio stars. And Bill, not only were you voted the most popular sports commentator in this nation, but you won by a landslide. What's more, Bill, in being voted the nation's most popular sports commentator, something else happened in our national radio poll that gave the editors of Radio Mirror a bit of a shock. For after the votes were counted, Bill, not only were you the country's most popular sports commentator, but you're the champion of champions. You got more votes from the radio listeners of this nation
than anyone else. That goes for Jack Benny, Bob Hope, Walter Winchell, or any of the other artists. And that's an amazing tribute to you.
Well, thank you very much, Miss Bolstead, and through you may I thank the readers of Radio Mirror and the American public. I really do not know what to say, but believe me, Helen, I am very, very appreciative. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the 3-0 mark for tonight. Next Friday night, we'll be back same time, same stations, when our guest will be the president of the National League, Mr. Ford Briggs. See you then. Until then, I'll be seeing you on the screen in the News of the Day newsreels at your favorite Lowe's or Associated Theaters. Now, till next week at this very same time, this is Bill Stern wishing you all a good night from Chicago.
Bill Stern, the Coach Chief Commander, on his way. Bill Stern, the Coach Chief Commander, had lots to say. He told his tales of sports, he rolls the hymns that don't he really know. So listen in next Friday night. COLGATE.
Susan Hayward will soon be seen in the Walter Wanger Technicolor production, Tulsa. Tomorrow night over NBC, hear Colgate's Hour of Fun. Hilarious Judy Canova, followed immediately by A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. The Bill Stern Show tonight came from Chicago and Hollywood. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Lux Radio Theater brings you Charles Boyer, Paulette Goddard, and Susan Hayward in Hold Back the Dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. There's glamour in the air tonight. Our stage is ablaze with it. And out beyond our footlights, as far as radio can reach, a hushed audience waits to hear Charles Boyer, Paulette Goddard, and Susan Hayward in the Lux Radio Theater. Somehow all this seems to be a symbol of a way of life that has turned the eyes of the world to this promised land. Only a few hours from here, along the common boundary of this country and its sister republic, Mexico, is a colony of people without a country. Men and women from the four corners of the earth, waiting their turns to cross the border into the United States. There you can find more stories of success and failure, of tragedy and comedy, of love and hate, than fiction can tell in a lifetime. And there Paramount found the subject for the current screen success, Hold Back the Dawn. You'll hear it tonight with two of its original stars, Charles Boyer and Paulette Goddard, and with them, the gifted and charming Susan Hayward. In the theater, it's an old custom for the producer to peek out front and count the house. But I couldn't do that in the Lux Radio Theater, even if my eyes were as sharp as my granddaughter's. But I have an idea that tonight's plays and stars have drawn a full house all the way from Hollywood to Broadway. And as one showman to another, I'll congratulate Lux Toilet Soap for making an evening like this possible. And just for the record, if you haven't tried our product yet, that's something you owe to yourself, not to us. Lux Toilet Soap is its own best salesman. And after it's sold itself to you on its own merits, then just think of the Lux Radio Theater as an extra dividend that you get every Monday night. And now it's dividend time. So we'll raise the curtain on the first act of Hold Back the Dawn, starring Charles Boyer as George, Paulette Goddard as Anita, and Susan Hayward as Emmy. Perhaps the best way to begin our story is to tell you how it came to be made as a motion picture. One day about a year ago, a visitor walked into the Paramount studio here in Hollywood. He had no visitor's pass, but he managed to attach himself to a group of sightseers who were touring the lot. The man wanted very badly to speak to a certain director, who, for the purposes of our story, we'll say was myself. I was shooting that day on stage 4, and sometime during the morning, I became conscious of this man standing quietly at my side. He was still there when we broke for lunch. All right, cut. Print the last two. Break for lunch. Back in 1 hour.
1 hour, everybody. 1 hour.
Dorothy, leave my script. I want to look it over.
That's right here.
I beg your pardon. May I speak to you?
What's that?
If I can have just a minute. I'm very pressed for time.
Well, what is it?
We met in Nice, remember? At the Perroquet?
Oh, yes. Oh, hello.
Well, I hate to presume on that chance meeting, but I need $500.
You need what?
$500. I must have it. This is not charity. For that money, I have something to sell.
Well, what is it?
The story.
Oh, I see. Well, in the front office, we've got a story department, and we've also got a lot of stories.
No, you haven't got this one. Listen, please. I'm not a writer. I assure you I would not tell you this story if I didn't need the money.
All right. But some other time.
No,
huh?
It must be now. Before the federal police take me.
Federal police? What do they want you for?
Well, that's part of the story. Please, I have so little time.
Well, all right, let's hear it. Sit down.
Oh, thank you. Of course, I cannot use the real name of the others. You will understand that. My own name is George Iscovescu. I was born in Romania, but I have spent most of my life in Paris, in Riviera, in St. Moritz. My papers give my occupation as dancer, which is correct in a general way. Oh, it was an easy life if you had a deep voice and knew how to look at a woman. But the war came. People who had money made for America. But you need a visa to go to America, unfortunately. And for certain reasons, it was wiser for me to try to get in more discreetly. So I went to Mexico, to a little town that straddles the border to California. There is a wire fence there, or you can see right through it into the United States. Yes, the wire fence. Don't let them tell you it's only 12 feet high. It's 1,000 miles high. Some people try to climb it. It's no use. They catch you when you get on the other side. The main street is called the Calle Ruiz. There was an American consulate, of course, where you could apply for a visa. It was the first place I went.
Sit down, Mr. Vasco. I see from your questionnaire that you wish to enter the United States permanently.
Yes, sir.
That will require a quota number. Do you know what a quota is?
No.
Every year, the United States permits the entrance of about 150,000 immigrants. That number is proportioned among the various European countries. You were born in Bucharest, so you come under the Romanian quota.
Yes, sir.
The Romanian quota is very small and very crowded.
Oh, that means I'll have to wait? How long?
From 5 to 8 years.
5 to 8 years? 5 to 8 years. Like a prison sentence. The local hotel was called the Esperanza. The rate was $1 a day, but you'd better take your room by the year, if you could get one. They were all taken, crammed with people, waiting. And so, I began my sentence. I was still there 5 months later, on the 4th of July. There were a great many American cars on the Calle Ruiz that day, all celebrating with firecrackers. I noticed a car by the curb filled with young boys. It had a sign painted on it. School bus, Azusa, California. When I reached the car, one of them leaned out and threw a firecracker at my feet.
Did you see what Tony...
Who did that? I said, who did that?
It was me, Miss Brown.
You mean it was I? I'm not very proud of you, Tony. Apologize to the gentleman.
Thank you very much, madam, but it is not necessary.
No, please don't go. The boy must apologize. It's a matter of discipline.
You see, your form of humor I don't appreciate.
Well, you know what American boys are like. All year long, they stir up mischief for the 4th of July.
I see. Well, I think it would be preferable if they let off their high spirits in America, under the feet of Americans.
Now, don't let's get into international complications.
See, there is a fence back there. You Americans make a very definite point of it.
I gather you don't like us very much.
Very little.
Oh, I see.
Shall I apologize now, Miss Brown?
Don't you dare to. Come on, children.
So I turned from the street and went into the Café Climax, a filthy little bar where I spent my days and nights. It was there that I met Anita. Oh, I hadn't seen her for years. She came up behind me as I sat there and spoke over my shoulder.
And now we present the dance sensation of the Riviera, George and Anita.
Anita?
Stop staring, George. It's me, all right?
Yes, it must be.
I saw the back of your head. It's different than the back of any other head.
What do you mean? Need a haircut?
Idiot that I am. The sight of you is still like touching a high-tension wire. After all these years,
After that last goodbye of ours.
Yes, casino at Cannes. An abrupt goodbye, if I remember.
Very. You slapped my face twice. I can still feel it.
You behaved like a fool, Anita. We had a good run of luck. You had that rich baron, the one with a glass eye. I had Mrs. Sweeney.
Canned soup, Sweeney.
Well, there were platinum cigarette cases in that soup. You had to step in and spoil everything.
I simply said, listen, Mrs. Rich Soup, just because you've got money and...
Well, maybe it wasn't the right way to talk to a customer.
Good to see you, just the same. What are you doing here, Anita?
Down for the day from Los Angeles with some people. Those drunks at that table. It's not the same Anita, George.
It's not the same George.
You do look a little frayed. You're living here?
Yeah, waiting to get across.
Hotel Esperanza. I served a little time there.
Oh, that's right. You're Australian.
Vaguely.
How long for your quota?
Whatever it was, I didn't wait that long.
How did you get in?
Meet Mrs. Shaughnessy, George. I married an American.
And what?
And simple. If you're married to an American, you get preference. Your papers go to Washington, and in 4 weeks, everything is settled.
You mean you become an American citizen in 4 weeks?
No, but they let you into the country. 3 years before you become a citizen.
Anita. Where are you, Anita?
Who's that? Your husband?
No. Shaughnessy was a jockey from Caliente. 5'3". Once over the border, I went to a judge. I said a woman wants a man, not a radiator cap. Divorce granted. $50.
Very smart, Anita.
I haven't been very smart since, George. I'm on the bargain counter now.
Anita, where are you?
You better go.
Let him wait. George, all these years with all the others, I've shut my eyes and thought of you. I want to keep them open once again.
You better go.
Hey, what goes on? Who is this guy?
It's all right, my great big bull. Come along.
Yeah, that guy's bothering you.
Come on, my torero. Come on.
I sat there, thinking over what Anita had said. You just marry an American. As easy as that. Get hold of a wedding ring, and you could swing right over the fence. Just get a shave, get into a good suit of clothes. Why not? My intentions were entirely honorable. Object, matrimony. I met many women that day, American women, but all they wanted was a few hours of fun. When you go serious, they fluttered away. So I was depressed that evening. But on my way back to the hotel, I saw the school bus. You know, the one from Azusa, California. It was stuck in the middle of the road.
Now, children, please go and sit down over there. You, mechanic, can't you give me any idea how long it will take to fix my car?
I still must have dryer generator soon.
Soon. You said it would be done by 3 o'clock.
The motor was flooded. We have to dry.
Oh, all right, but please hurry.
Good evening.
Oh, good evening.
Still with us?
Yes. I know you don't like us, but I promise we'll get back over that border as soon as we can.
Oh, no, please. I feel very badly for you.
How do you think I feel? Sitting all day here in front of this awful filling station. Children are as cross as 2 sticks.
Are any of them your children?
No. I'm a school teacher, and I'm responsible for them. Oh, they'll be in a perfect tizzy about us back home.
Well, of course. Their parents and maybe your husband?
I haven't any husband.
Oh.
But if we're not back by 9 o'clock, Mr. McAdams, the principal, will think we're dead in a ditch.
Well, while you're waiting for the car, why not telephone and tell him you're all right?
They said there was no telephone.
Oh, yes, there is one at the hotel.
Oh, yes?
Across the street. May I show you?
Will you? Oh, thank you, Mr.
Georgie Scovescu.
My name is Miss Brown.
This way, Miss Brown. So we went across to my hotel, Miss Brown and I. But before I left the car, I managed to get rid of one of the parts the mechanic had laid out on the street. I pushed it into a drain. So, when we came into the lobby, I was afraid for a moment that the clerk behind the desk would ask me about my bill.
Senor Escovescu, now you tell me to ask you about
No, just now, Flores. We want to telephone. What is the number, Miss Brown?
Azusa, California, 30991.
That's not cheap. Long distance.
Flores, please, go in the booth and ask for the number.
See. 30991, Azusa.
That firecracker this morning. Maybe I should be grateful to your pupil now.
Why?
Perhaps I would never have seen you.
Oh.
Cigarette?
No, thank you. The school board doesn't approve, and, well, to tell you the truth, I don't like them much.
Miss Brown, may I ask you something?
What?
Would you take off your hat, please?
My hat?
Yes, your hat. I want to see you without it.
That's an odd request.
Doesn't the school board approve?
I don't think there are any regulations about it. There.
Well?
That's amazing. Your name is not Margot?
No, it's Emmy.
She had the same hair. Only it was always mussed by the wind that winter in Saint-Maurice.
Who are you talking about?
You thought I was bitter, Miss Brown, when you first spoke to me on the street. It was because I saw another woman in your face, Margot. No, of course those are not her eyes. Hers were bad. Eyes that seemed to be saying beautiful things, and every word they spoke, a lie. I knew it and I loved her. I had to come here, to the end of the earth, to know that I really hated her, that I had always hated her.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, just look at me, Miss Brown. Keep looking at me. Oh, it's like a sudden breeze on a stifling day.
Azusa 30991 is on the telephone.
Oh, thank you. Hello? Who is it? Oh, yes, Miss McAdams. Yes. I called to say we had an accident. Don't get excited. It wasn't really an accident. Yes, we'll be back as soon as we can, Mr. McAdams. Yes, Mr. McAdams. Yes, I'll look out for drunken drivers, Mr. McAdams. Goodbye.
Is everything settled?
Yes. I do appreciate you taking so much trouble. Thank you very much.
Not at all.
The car must be ready by now.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I want to pay for that call.
No, please, Miss Brown. I am in your debt. But there is no way I can pay you for the loveliness of these few minutes. I thank you, Miss Brown. May I kiss your hand?
Oh, you're the strangest man.
Oh, perhaps the loneliest man.
Go back!
Let go!
I show you.
Miss
You
Brown!
little flea.
Miss Brown!
Tony, what's the meaning of this?
He kicked me in the leg.
Tony, why did you do such a thing?
Because he twisted my arm.
Why did you twist his arm?
Because he stole the gadget.
I did not. I didn't touch it.
What is this about a gadget?
The gadget, the generator.
On our car?
It was there, I drive.
Is it important?
She won't run without it.
Oh, children, this is serious. Did any of you take it?
No.
Can it be replaced?
See, tomorrow morning.
But that's impossible.
But of course it's impossible. Perhaps we could find another car.
Thank you, but I couldn't leave the bus behind. It's school property.
All right, Miss Brown. Flores,
See?
we're having guests tonight.
Who's having guests?
Oh, no. I mean, we can't stay all night
Of course you
here.
can.
Oh, that one needs a room next to yours?
Yes?
It's gone. I rented it this afternoon.
Well, I will find something else.
I will not let the children out of my sight. Not for a single second.
Of course you won't. You and the children can all sleep here in the lobby. There are enough couches and armchairs. Flores, get blankets and pillows, will you?
But who is going to pay for all these?
Flores, please.
See.
Come in, George.
Anita, what are you doing in my room?
The door was unlocked. I just dropped in to borrow a cup of sugar.
I thought you were with some people.
Oh, I walked out on him.
Was that very wise?
Who cares? I've taken the room next door.
What do you want, Anita?
I've been thinking about you all day. The way you always held me away from you when we danced. Those eyes of yours, you cold, selfish, you... Didn't you ever love anybody in your life?
I want you to go, darling.
George, please.
This is the wrong time, Anita.
George, if we were in the States together, we're a team. There's still good seasons in New York and Florida. Oh, I'll get you across the border somehow. I know a lawyer. Maybe he can fix it.
I don't need a lawyer now.
Well, I'll scrape together some money, George. I'll give you anything you want.
Anything, Anita?
Anything, George.
Well, I'll take this.
What?
This ring on your finger.
What do you want that for?
Well, I can use a wedding ring. Thank you, Anita. Miss Brown had a hard time going to sleep that night. Her heart was beating fast, and her neat, tidy senses were all thrown out of gear. She found a kind of half sleep at last. Then, about 5 o'clock in the morning, she stirred. Oh, I know because I was sitting beside her when she opened her eyes.
Oh,
You'll wake the children.
what are you doing here? You have no right to be here.
Of course, I have no right. No right to sit watching your face, learning it like a poem. No right to tell you that I love you very much.
You must go away right now. Please.
Oh, you needn't be afraid, Miss Brown. You see, we're like two trains, halted for a moment at the same station, but we are going in different directions. We can't change our course any more than we can hold back the dawn. See, it's growing light already. Soon the children there will be waking up. The shops will open, and you will be gone forever.
It is getting light, isn't it? You'd better go.
Oh, you needn't be afraid, Miss Brown. Not of a dead man. I am dead, you see. I've asked myself thousands of times why they shouldn't bury me. Perhaps I know now. Perhaps it was to see the sunrise once more, to hear enchantment in a woman's voice, to feel her nearness, the warmth of her lips.
No.
No, of course, no. You needn't be afraid. It's like a classroom here, isn't it? The pupils and their teacher. Rules of deportment, and schedules and discipline. You are very conscientious, Miss Brown. No infringement of the regulations for you. No rebellions, no violent desires. Oh, if you found one in your sober little mind, you would tell it to go stand in the corner, wouldn't you, Miss Brown?
I don't know.
Not for you, the sudden flash that lights up your whole life. One split second to snatch at happiness before it's dark again.
Please, let me go.
No, it's not this kiss I want. It is all your kisses. It's all your life. Look at your hand, Miss Brown. Your left hand. Yes. It's a wedding ring, Miss Brown. I put it on your hand as you slept. It was my mother. You see how wild a dream can be. But you are wise and sane and cool.
No, please.
Oh, you needn't be afraid. Goodbye, Miss Brown.
No, wait. Listen.
Yes?
I want to tell you.
Tell me what?
About your being lonesome. Other people are lonesome. So lonesome they almost give up waiting. Mr. McAdams always said I was crazy, but I knew all the time, deep down in my heart, that someday, somebody, somewhere, even though Azusa was at the end of the world, I knew you'd come. I knew you'd come. I knew.
So the trap was set. We were married that morning. She never had a chance, little Miss Brown.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Charles Boyer, Paulette Goddard, and Susan Hayward, will bring us Act Two of Hold Back the Dawn. And now, while we're waiting, let's do a little imaginary wiretapping. Mrs. Martin is telephoning her grocery.
And a dozen oranges, 2 bunches of carrots, and then I want some soap. Yes, of course, Lux soap. 3 cakes. Will you send my order over right away, please? I'm going out and that.
Well, it sounds as if Mrs. Martin is a busy young housewife, and you'll notice that she's pretty clever, too. She's just as particular about the soap that touches her precious complexion as she is about ordering the right kind of food for her family. She's one of the many young women who have taken Hollywood's tip on beauty care. Literally millions have found that 9 out of 10 screen stars are right when they say that Lux toilet soap is a wonderful aid in keeping skin smooth, lovely to look at, soft to touch. That's why these women give their complexions screen star care with daily active lather facials. It's such an easy, simple care. Here's all you do.
You just pat Lux Soap's rich, active lather lightly into your skin. This lather is so creamy, it feels as if you were actually smoothing beauty in. Next, you rinse with warm water, then a dash of cool. With a towel, pat your face dry. This beauty facial has removed stale cosmetics, every trace of dust and dirt thoroughly, and it leaves your skin looking flower fresh, feeling wonderfully soft and smooth. Believe me, these daily active lather facials really work.
You want the charm of a lovely complexion, the kind of skin that wins romance and holds it. Why don't you take Hollywood's tip? Try active lather facials regularly for 30 days. This beauty care of the stars can help you to new, appealing loveliness. Remember, tomorrow, Lux Toilet Soap. And here's a thrift tip. Buy Lux Toilet Soap the economical 3 cakes at a time way. Mr. DeMille continues with Act Two of Hold Back the Dawn, starring Charles Boyer as George, Paulette Goddard as Anita, and Susan Hayward as Emmy, with Edgar Barrier as Hammock. was something compelling about that man's story. Something that drew me far away from the deserted soundstage and carried me to his world below the Mexican border. I listened to him and I watched his eyes. They were desperate, entreating, and at times full of contempt for himself.
We had to get the Mexican judge out of bed to marry us. The license was $6, but it seemed a sound investment. The ceremony was brief, the office drab and sordid, but to Amy Brown, being there was like standing at an altar in a cathedral. The town was just waking when we walked back to the hotel. She clung to my arm like a child, her eyes shining with happiness.
And I always expected to be married in the Margaret Martin Memorial Church in Azusa.
Oh, you did?
I never dreamed of anything so beautiful and exciting as this. Oh, my, they'll be surprised back home. Mrs. George Iscovescu. Or is it Visco?
Iscovescu.
I don't even know what you are. Rich man, poor man, beggar man. Oh.
What do you laugh?
At the thought of the family when we arrive in the school bus. Oh. You and the children and I.
Unfortunately, I won't be able to go with you right away, my dear.
You...
No.
You won't?
No, not for another 4 weeks or so.
Why not, sure?
Well, you see, I'm a foreigner. I have to wait for my visit.
4 weeks? You mean you'll stay here and I...
Can't you come down?
How can I? We're all tied up with summer classes. I'm terribly busy.
Well, it's only 4 weeks.
Well, maybe it's better. I'll have a chance to break it to them gently. George, I'll write to you every day.
I'll be waiting for your letters every day.
And you won't be so lonesome now. Promise?
Oh, I promise.
I won't either. I'll have this, your wedding ring. George, take it a minute.
The ring? But...
Please. Now will you put it on my finger and say the words?
The words?
For richer, for poorer, for better, for worse. With this ring I thee wed.
For richer, for poorer, for better, for worse, with this ring I thee wed.
Till death do us part.
Till death do us part.
George, I'll never take it off. Never.
Department of Immigration.
Oh, George, this is priceless.
What are you laughing at?
Oh, these letters she writes to you. She really must be something.
Did she send her birth certificate?
Yes, right here. And here's the blank paper she signed for the petition.
Well, I'd better get that written.
And don't forget to send her birth certificate. Emily Agnes Cecilia Brown. And so young. Well, her letters certainly show it. How did you like the paragraph about her eyes?
What eyes?
Oh, listen. There's one thing I didn't tell you, beloved. You said you liked my eyes. Well, you might as well know, George, that when I read a long time or collect papers, I have to wear my glasses.
Shut up.
Listen to this part. Mother is fixing up the spare room for us. The scrap of chintz in this letter is what she's going to have for curtains, if you like it. Well, how would you like this stuff for curtains, George? So Rosebud, dear dog.
My wife goes dear to me every day. She leaves me alone, doesn't she? I write her a few letters, throw in a telephone call, and once across the border...
We'll be on our way to New York.
Uh-huh. With a short stop in Azusa. Half an hour. Long enough to tell her of a love that was too great to last. A mistake that was too lovely not to have been made.
That she was too good and you too low.
Half an hour, Anita. She'll brush up like a drop of rain.
You swine.
Anita had a superstition. She said a letter to Washington needed a drop of champagne for good luck. Or maybe she just liked champagne. We went to the cafe downstairs and ordered a cheap drink.
Champagne, and it'll be champagne all the way.
Well, I hope it will be a better vintage.
It will be. Only the very rich will get a crack at George and Anita. Will be very expensive, I'm afraid.
Oh, they can write us off on their income tax.
You'll make a wonderful deduction.
Ah, and you.
Hello, Mrs. Shaughnessy.
Oh, hello.
You remember me, Mrs. Shaughnessy?
Of course. George, this is Mr. Hammock, Mr. Iscovescu.
How are you?
How'd you do?
Mr. Hammock is from Washington, from the Immigration Department.
Oh, yes?
Kind of a surprise to see you down this side of the fence, Mrs. Shaughnessy. A gal that could hardly wait to hug every stripe and kiss every star, all 48 of them.
How long are you staying this time, Mr. Hammock?
Oh, 2 or 3 days, just making sure the old gate is still here. How's your husband, Mrs. Shaughnessy?
I don't know, Mr. Hammock. We're divorced since a year.
No, not really. You mean it's gone that beautiful love match?
Oh, I really loved him then.
Oh, sure. Only once he got you across the border, you found you didn't like the shape of his nose.
If you're suggesting...
Oh, I'm not saying anything, Mrs. Shaughnessy. You made the grade. In is in. Only there's been an awful epidemic of marrying up and down the border. The department has a new theme song. Is it love or is it immigration?
Funny, isn't it, George?
Well, I don't quite know what's being talked about.
Well, we won't bother you with it.
Did you see the bullfights, Mr. Hammock? That's why I came down.
The two of you?
No, I live here.
We were old friends in Europe.
Oh. Hungarian?
Romanian.
Senor Escovescu?
Yes, Flores?
I have a message for you.
Oh, will you excuse me, Mr. Hammock?
Oh, sure. Well, Mrs. Shaughnessy, it certainly is a surprise.
Yes, Flores, what is it?
Your wife. She's in a room at the hotel. She said for...
What? Yes. Ask her to wait there for me. Tell her not to leave. I'll be there as soon as I can.
George!
Well, I wasn't expecting you.
I know. And look, George, our wedding cake. I brought it all the way from Azusa. Isn't it wonderful?
Yes, you should have told me you were coming.
I wanted to surprise you. Oh, Mr. McAdams was so nice. He's gotten a substitute teacher from Riverside. He gave me a week off and said I could use the car. Isn't that lovely? A honeymoon for a wedding present. Oh, and this is from my mother to you. My father's watch. The dent is where I cut my teeth on it. Here's yours. It's yours.
Oh, that's very kind.
And this is for you, too. I mean, for us to start out with.
What is it?
$500.
What?
I saved it up for a postgraduate course at Teachers College for high school work. I won't have time to take a course now.
Oh, no, I don't want any money from
It's
you.
ours, George. Please. Community property. It's the law in California. Please take it.
Very well.
Thank you, George. Oh, it was just like a madhouse at home. Nobody could believe it. And the questions they asked. And you ought to hear how they pronounce our name. Whiskey, and Itsky, Bitsky. Did you see what the kids put on the back of the school bus?
No, what?
Come here to the window. See? A sign. Good luck, Mr. and Mrs. Iscovescu. Everybody laughed at me all the way down here.
You shouldn't have parked in front of the hotel.
What?
Well, it's against police regulations. You better give me the keys. I'll move it into the alley.
All right, George. They're right here.
Thank you. I won't be long. Anita, here.
George, I almost died when I saw that sign. I was just coming out of the cafe with Hammock.
Hammock's here?
No, I got rid of him. What's he doing down here?
Staying for a week.
Nice week to pick with Hammock around. We'll have to send her back before he starts asking questions.
I can answer any question.
Oh, you can. For instance, why you didn't mention you were married and to an American. And all of that happened a little fast, didn't it? And isn't it a little unusual for a bridegroom to sit in a bar with Mrs. Shaughnessy? Mrs. Shaughnessy, who also happened to have married an American, to ease herself over the border?
Oh, shut up. Where can I take her?
Oh, any place, but get her away from here. Take her south. Keep her there until her week's up.
All right. Yeah, here's the letter for Washington. Made it for me. And here's some money.
Well, how come?
Never mind. Take it. I owe Flores $180. Pay him. Get the things out of pawn and anything you need.
Well, it's like old times. Good luck, George.
So, I got Amy away from the hotel that afternoon. I thought I would take her to Ensenada, a matter of 50 miles. But in the night and the storm, I must have taken a wrong turn. A turn away from the road I had been following all my life. We drove all night. And when the sun came up, we seemed to be approaching a little village. There was a crowd of people, all walking or riding in one direction. An ox cart was blocking the road in front of us.
What's the matter, George?
Had a good sleep?
Yes. Where are we?
In back of an ox cart. Oiga, a un lado. Poque tanto tráfico.
Hay una fiesta en honor del santo del pueblo.
This isn't Sunday. Where are they going?
It's their patron saint's day. They're having some kind of a celebration.
Todos los novios y los recién casados vienen al pueblo a recibir la bendición.
What saint is it, George?
Well, whoever is the saint of brides and bridegrooms.
Brides and bridegrooms?
Uh-huh. They're being blessed in the village.
George, that's the dearest thing I ever heard.
Yes?
All this time not telling me where we were going. You're wonderful, George.
Oh. That afternoon, we had our marriage blessed in the little church in the village. Amy, kneeling by my side, her eyes glowing with delight. After the ceremony, we went outside in the garden. There was a foolish legend about an olive tree there. If the married couple shook it, however many olives fell, they would have that many children. There were 3 that fell as we stood there.
This one is Joshua, after my father. And this one is Helen, because that's what I wish I was named. I hate Emmy. And this one? What was your father's name, George?
Gregor.
Gregor Escovescu, then. Mother's so foolish. She thought we should change our name to Ingersoll, or at least I said, nonsense. This is America. It's for the Rockefellers and the Joneses, for the McGonagalls and the Frankfurters and the Jeffersons and the Slavinskys. You see, George, it's like a lake, clear and fresh. It'll never get stagnant while new streams are flowing in.
Well, people are building pretty high dams to stop those streams.
Just to keep out the scum, don't you see, George? In Azusa, when they learned I'd married a foreigner, there was exactly one person who said something nasty about you. Mrs. Beglow. She said, I suppose he's just one of those foreigners coming with empty hands to grab as much from America as he can. Mr. McAdams put her in her place. He said, I suppose your great-great-grandmother was Pocahontas, Mrs. Beglow. Funny?
Very funny.
She's really just jealous. You see, her husband ran away after she'd been married only a week. Oh, you'll like Azusa, George.
Yes?
There are wonderful opportunities. It's an up-and-coming little place. The fastest-growing town between Los Angeles and San Badu. People going and coming, building and making and selling. Why do you think we call it Azusa? Everything from A to Z in the USA.
Well, I suppose I could sell quantities of brushes with this accent of mine.
Oh, I don't worry about you. Except for one thing.
Yes?
You smoke too much.
Oh, well, I will stop.
Thank you, George.
She leaned toward me then and kissed me. In that hot July afternoon, it was like kissing fresh snow. I could feel her hand tremble on my shoulder. Of course, there was no hotel in the village, but we had the car, and we had planned to sleep in the back. It was a clear night, starred with great stars. She was humming an American tune, perhaps so I wouldn't hear her heart beat. Mine was beating too. I thought of the day I was to tell her it was all over. The day I was to cast her overboard because she couldn't fit in with my plans. Wasn't that enough? I had no right to involve her. I wanted her to be still Misbah when I left her. That's why I did the trick about my shoulder. See, I was out of the car, putting the suitcase in the back. Ouch!
George, what is it? Are you hurt?
I'm afraid of...
Oh, George, you're hurt.
No, that's just my shoulder. I've thrown it out. Oh, it's happened before.
Let's get your coat off.
No. Don't touch it, please. No, it's just a nerve that twisted over.
We'll put a compress on it.
Oh, no. I can't move it to take off my coat. Now, let me sit here with my arm up like this.
George, if we drove someplace and found a doctor,
No. Not over these roads. No, it'll straighten itself out. Just go to sleep, will you, Amy?
If it hurts too much, wake me up. Promise.
All right, I promise. Now go to sleep.
Yes, dear. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, George.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille and our stars Charles Boyer, Paulette Goddard, and Susan Hayward will bring us Act 3 of Hold Back the Dawn. We want to take these few moments to show you that romance always tags a girl with a lovely complexion. Here are 3 examples.
I am a fellow in high school, and I have a girl, and she is the one girl for me. Her skin is so smooth that it dazzles your eyes. Honest, she's gorgeous to see.
I'm a young man with romance in my heart, and I don't insist on perfection. But the girl must have one thing, not money, not brains, a lovely, alluring complexion.
I've been married 10 years, but it seems like a day. I have such a beautiful wife. She's got a complexion like peaches and cream. In short, she's the pride of my life. See? Oh, loveliness has a wonderful effect. Why, everyone... Well, what I really want to say is, everyone falls for a beautiful complexion. Isn't it so? And here in Hollywood, the owners of some of the world's most famous complexions tell you of an easy care that can help to keep your skin at its very best. Soft and lovely. It's just this. Use Lux toilet soap. Every night, pat the creamy, active lather into your skin. You'll love the gentle, caressing feel of it. Rinse with warm water, then a dash of cool, and pat dry with a soft towel. This mild, pure soap, you'll find, leaves skin feeling smooth and flower fresh. It's Hollywood's favorite beauty care, and yet it's actually thrifty to use. Its tremendous popularity means a low price for each fragrant white cake. Try it, and the first time you do, you'll see why Lux Toilet Soap is the soap 9 out of 10 screen stars like to use for their lovely, smooth complexions. From that time on, Lux Toilet Soap will be the beauty soap for you. The curtain rises as Mr. DeMille continues with Hold Back the Dawn. It was a strange story the man told me. And I noticed that every once in a while he would stop and glance quickly over his shoulder, as if afraid of being interrupted. Then, reassured, he would begin again.
We traveled around for almost a week, Amy and I. Amy kept talking about the United States, about Oldham, and how her brother had gone to school with a very famous man by the name of Joe DiMaggio, and what the word swell means. That is exactly what she was, swell. At last, we returned to the border, to the Hotel Esperanza.
Oh, that was the shortest 100 miles. We couldn't drive around the block, could we? Just once?
You couldn't make a mistake and think it is tomorrow that you're due back in Azusa?
No. Tonight, July 13th, parent-teachers meeting, auditorium, 8 o'clock.
Oh, it sounds very dull. Don't go.
I have to, George. Mr. McAdams would be savage.
Well, we'd better leave your suitcase in the car, then. Get the rest. Come on.
George, you don't suppose that if I went to the American authorities and talked to them, they'd let you come with me?
3 more weeks, Emmy. Regulations.
I could ask them how they'd like to be without their wives for 3 weeks.
I've seen their wives. They'd like it very much.
Good morning, senor.
Oh, good morning, Flores. Let Mrs. Escovescu in the room, will you? Run upstairs, Emmy. While you pack, I'll have them fill up the car.
All right, I'll only be a little while.
This way, senora.
George. Oh, I thought you'd never come. I've been dying here day after day, looking down the street, watching for that car of yours. Look at these telegrams.
Bad news, isn't there?
Oh, no, good news. 2 offers. The Casanova in New York or the Savoy in Chicago. Of course, we're taking New York. They're both for the 1st of October.
Well, not the 1st of October.
Oh, we can make it easily. Out of here in 3 weeks, there's plenty of time in New York to brush up on the old tango.
Yes, but I'm not going right on to New York.
Oh, of course, a stopover in Azusa. Well, that'll be half an hour, you said.
Well, it will be however long it takes.
But we had it all so simple. She was too good, you were too low.
I'll do it my own way. Do you mind?
How, the slow way? Why do you have to take all it... You like the girl?
Yes. I like her enough not to give her a sudden kick. Not to slap her face in front of her whole little town. Well, I like her enough to do it all with a little style. All right. I like her enough not to behave like a swine for once in my life.
Well, hallelujah.
That will do. You've got enough money to get you back to New York. I'll find you there when I'm ready.
Thanks. And you just stand right in the middle of Times Square and whistle. Who is it? Mrs. Escovescu? Yes. Do you mind if I come in? Why? No. I'm Anita. I don't think George has told me about you, or did he?
No, he didn't.
I see you're packing.
Yes, I have to get back this evening.
Good. Only before you go, there's something of mine I want you to give me back.
Of yours?
Yes, my wedding ring.
Why, what would I be doing with your wedding ring?
You're wearing it. You see, I loaned it to George.
This? It belonged to his mother.
Isn't he wonderful? The way he knows how to pluck at a heartstring. You see, I gave him the whole idea.
What idea?
About the marriage. And let's give him credit. His execution was brilliant. He sees you, cuts off your retreat.
What?
You remember the 4th of July. Why did you stay overnight?
My car broke down. A part was lost.
He kicked it down a drain to keep you here. All he needed was a few hours.
He married me.
He married you to pass that date. For the same reason that I married my little American, and with the same ring. Well, don't stare at me. Take a look at the engraving inside. It's just the teeth. Just slip it off.
No.
Maybe you should know a little more about the history of Georges Cavescu.
Get out, please.
Please. The first time I heard about Georges was in Ostend. Lady Whitwood and her daughter had both tried to turn on the gas because of him, and there were others.
Did you hear me? Get out.
Oh, I know what you're thinking. This woman's a tramp, and she's in love with him. Well, I am a tramp, and I am in love with him. For 10 years I've loved him, just as you love him. Only there's this difference. I'm his sort. We belong together. And you, well, you think you're a teacher. You're a schoolgirl that's learned life out of a school book. Now get away. Get in that car and don't turn back. And if you know it... Yes?
You're wanted in the lobby.
Who is?
Mrs. Escobesco to answer. Mr. Hammock, too.
Listen, he's from the immigration department. He's going to ask you a lot of questions. Don't go. Don't see him.
I'll be right down, Flores. Take my bag, please.
You can't give him away. What for? It won't do you any good.
I learned life from a school book. Remember? Get out of my way.
No, listen. Don't go down there. Don't.
I had you all figured out, Mr. Escobesco, the first day I saw you.
But if you have any questions, I will be glad to answer them.
It's your wife I want to hear from. You just keep quiet, understand?
Are you Mr. Hammett?
That's right.
Amy.
I'll handle this. Right over here, Mrs. Escobesco. Take a chair, will you?
What is it, please?
No, I want it understood I have no right to bother you with any questions. It's just if we think an American might be getting a dirty deal, we try
I'll
to...
answer any question.
Good, good. Now, how long had you known Mr. Escobesco when you married him?
A few hours.
Had you any idea he was waiting to get into the country?
Yes.
And that he might have married you to turn the trick?
He might.
Okay. Now, if you'll take the trouble and start scraping the varnish off Mr. Escobesco, an awful lot of interesting things come to light. For instance,
the way that he made his living, that he was involved with a lot of women.
And one particular lady right here in this hotel.
I know that, too.
Listen, Mrs. Escobesco, anybody can see the setup with half an eye. He asked you to marry him for the express purpose...
You're making one mistake. I asked him to marry me.
All right, he got you to ask him. Now, look here. With this evidence, you can get an annulment. It's a cinch. That'll slam the door right in his face.
Get a what?
An annulment, I said.
An annulment?
Mm-hmm.
How do you like that, George? No, thank you, Mr. Hammett. It's very sweet of you, but you see, there's nothing wrong. He told me everything. You people always see plots and traps. It's a fine marriage, and we love each other very much.
Well, I'll be the doggone... Maybe I'm just dumb. Sorry, lady.
Amy, did Anita tell you?
Yes, she told me.
Well, I've always been full of words, you know. Big ones, smooth ones, fancy ones. Just one more word. Thanks.
No. You see, I come from a small town. We don't have fine hotels. We eat in the drugstore, but we leave a tip just the same. I don't feel I was too generous for these 7 days. Only perhaps when I met you, I shouldn't have been so vain. I should have worn my glasses. Perhaps I would have seen you then. The way I see you now. Goodbye.
She left me then, and I stood looking after her as she got into the car. That night, I walked the streets, seeing her face in front of me, and the hurt in her eyes that I had put there. And then, suddenly, do you believe in premonition? When a black wave breaks over you, and you know something terrible is going to happen? Well, I had a premonition then. In my ears was the screeching of brakes, of tires taking a wild curve. Before my eyes was her foot on the gas pedal, pressing it down. I saw her. I saw him in that car. Faster, faster, faster.
Hello? Hello? I can't hear you. See? See? I will tell Senor Escobesco as soon as he... See? Dios santo.
Laura's, is it bad?
See, on a straight empty road, no one knows how. She rolled over 3 times. She's in the hospital in Los Angeles.
Be careful, he's here. George.
What's happened? Something has happened.
George.
I know it. I feel it. There was an accident, wasn't there?
Si, senor.
Bad?
Si.
Where is she?
They took her to General Hospital in Los Angeles.
Oh. I'll take your car, Flores.
No, they won't let you across the border. You have no papers.
Give me the keys, Flores.
Yes, senor.
What do you want to do? Crash that border? They'll catch you and they'll never let you in again. Never.
Get out of my way.
Don't, George. I won't let you. All you wanted was a chance to get to the States legally. Well, you've got it. Listen to me, you idiot. They'll catch you. You haven't got a chance. George, please.
So I drove across the border. That was last night. Through the gate, without stopping. Oh, I knew they would come after me, but I didn't care. It was 5 o'clock this morning that I got to the hospital. And it wasn't until I climbed those steps that I was really afraid. Yes, afraid it was too late and nothing left that I could do.
Are you Mr. Escovesco?
Yes.
I'm John McAdams.
Oh, how is she?
Unconscious. We're very much afraid. The steering wheel was crushed against her. There's no fight left in her.
Can I go in?
Yes, of course. The doctor's there.
Emmy.
She doesn't hear you.
Emmy. It is George. I've come. I'm here. Emmy.
Wait, she... Go on talking to her. Keep talking.
She doesn't know me.
She must know you. Her pulse quickened just then. It's stronger. Talk to her, please.
Emmy, breathe. Try. Please. Try hard.
That's right. Again. Again. It's all right, Emmy. Emmy.
Breathe.
Please.
George.
I don't know how long I sat there, but I must have said it 1,000,000 times. Breathe. And then this afternoon, she seemed to grow stronger. The doctor sent me out of the room. Mr. McAdams was with me.
The doctor said she's going to get well.
Yes. I thought she'd smiled once.
Did she? Mr. Escovescu, I don't know if she ever told you, but for a while I had some hopes about Emmy. She couldn't quite make up her mind between me and Teachers College. She was saving up for a postgraduate course.
Oh, yes, I know.
And you came along, and we were both out. Teachers College and I.
Yes, that's right. She had saved $500.
What are you looking at?
Huh? Oh, at your city down there.
Oh? That's Hollywood out that way.
Hollywood?
Where they make pictures.
Yes. Oh, yes, of course. Hollywood. Well, that was this afternoon. When Mr. McAdams said Hollywood, I remembered you, a director in moving pictures. And that's why I came to you. You see, there were $500 missing to square the account. And I had some vague hope that, well, you know, perhaps if you liked my story, you would give it to me.
I think that can be arranged. But what are you going to do now? You can't stay here. What about Hammock?
Yes, what about it? Come on, Mr. Rye. You've given us quite a chase through every operating room in Hollywood. Come on.
No, please, wait. The story I've told you, if they can use it, of course the money goes to her. Here is a real name and address on this paper. I trust your discretion.
I understand.
Let's go.
Where are you taking him? To jail?
And have him eat off the government for a couple of months? Oh, no. I'm dumping him right back where he came from, across the border. On our way, Mr. Rye.
Well, that's the story, as George Escovescu told it to me almost a year ago. But the real ending happened a few weeks after that. Down there in that border town where George Escovescu sat one afternoon in a little park, writing letter after letter.
Hi, Mr. I.
Oh, hello, Mr. Hammett.
Writing to somebody?
Well, I come here every day and write letters to Azusa, to the council, to Washington, to you. But you see, I never mail them. They go by airmail, on the wind, like this one, see?
Good way to save postage. Yeah. Who was that one for, the one you just threw away?
Oh, that's not a letter. It's an advertisement. Slightly reformed character, eager for some decent work. Any place on the globe where they will have him.
Yeah. In reply to your ad, we herewith inform you that we have made an opening for you right in that border.
What?
A certain immigration inspector neglected to report a certain incident. And there's no use shooting off your mouth about it once you're in there.
Where?
In the United States. There's somebody at the gate with all your papers.
I don't understand.
Aren't you the husband of an American wife? Go on. Don't keep her waiting.
George, here I am.
Amy.
Oh, darling, everything's all right. They're going to let you in.
Oh, let me see you, Amy. Let me look at you.
Here are your papers, George. But you'll have to stay put for a little while. In Azusa. Do you mind, George?
Azusa? It is in the United States, isn't it? Oh, it sounds very wonderful, Amy. And you will be there, won't you?
Your applause gives proper salute to three fine performances. And now Charles Boyer, Paulette Goddard, and Susan Hayward return to the footlights.
Thank you very much, C.B. I think you should join us in this curtain call. That performance as the famous director Cecil B. DeMille was very convincing.
I told Mitchell Lyson, who directed the picture, that I hoped I'd play his part as well as he did.
I just wish that I'd been your director for 5 minutes.
You sound very bitter, Paulette.
Well, you're in Reap the Wild Wind, too, Susan, and you'll remember that scene where I get spanked by Ray Milland.
Well, you have to expect plenty of, shall I say, action in DeMille pictures.
Yes, but he didn't have to keep shouting, "Make it more realistic, Ray."
Why, everyone else on the set thought it was a wonderful scene, Paulette.
Nobody ever loves the director. Don't ever become one, Charles.
Well, never having been spanked at your command, C.B., I don't bear to grudge that Paulette does.
Well, if I can't direct Mr. DeMille, perhaps I can give the women in our audience a little direction, or rather a suggestion. It's on the subject of complexion care, and 2 words will cover it. Lux soap.
There can't be any argument there, Paulette. I've used Lux soap for a long time, and I know that anyone who tries it will be just as enthusiastic as we are.
And anyone who looks at either of you will run, not walk, to the nearest Lux soap counter.
What is the play next week, C.B.?
Well, Charles, I imagine everyone remembers the famous play and picture, Merton of the Movies. That's our play for next week, but the big news is the stars we've cast. Next Monday night, our own special Merton of the Movies will be Mickey Rooney. And starring with him, Judy Garland. So I hope you can all join us to hear Mickey and Judy in this entertaining story of the young man who wanted to be a motion picture star.
Mickey Rooney and Judy Garland in a story about Hollywood? Well, here is something I want to hear, C.B. Good night.
Good night,
Good
everybody.
night. Thank you.
Good night. Good night. I think the whole company deserves a medal tonight. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Mickey Rooney and Judy Garland in Merton of the Movies. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Today, America's oldest fighting force celebrates its 166th birthday. The United States Marine Corps was founded on November 10th, 1775. And so we extend our congratulations now. As always, the Marines have landed and the situation is well in hand. Charles Boyer will soon be seen in the Universal picture Appointment for Love. Paulette Goddard and Susan Hayward were heard through the courtesy of Paramount. Miss Goddard appears in Nothing But the Truth, and Miss Hayward will soon be seen in Cecil B. DeMille's Technicolor production, Reap the Wild Wind. The picture, Hold Back the Dawn, was produced by Arthur Hornblow and based on a story by Kitty Pring. Heard in tonight's play were Edgar Barrier as Hammock, Tony Martelli as Flores, and Fred Mackay as McAdams. Tune in next Monday to hear Mickey Rooney and Judy Garland in Merton of the Movies. Our music has been directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.